Chapter 1387. The Chow Family Compound. Hearing that Kushurqing had something to ask of him, Xiao Feng's eyes narrowed. His weathered eyes contained a cunning insight into the mortal world. He took a sip of tea and said indifferently, "Shurqing, there's nothing to discuss about the Divine Mountain. Don't ask for it. Our Chong tribe has been passed down since ancient times. We can't be disrespectful to the gods, or we'll be punished by the heavens." That one sentence completely blocked Kushurqing's path of retreat. Although news was limited in Sichuan, Xiaofeng, as the chief of the tribe, still knew that Kushurqing was studying at Yanhuang College. In addition, San Bao, who claimed to be a servant of the Marquis of Yong'an, had just escaped from him a month ago. Today, Kushurqing, a student of the Marquis of Yong'an, had brought the chief of staff of the Protectorate to his door. How could he not guess Kushurqing's intentions? Haha. Chief Chow, don't speak too confidently. It's hard to say whether or not there are gods on that mountain. Gao Shilian, who was sitting to the left of Xiaofeng, finally spoke up. That's right. Grandpa Chow, that mountain is a mine, not a divine mountain. Previously, my Yamacho, the current Marquis of Yong, and sent people to take 2 pieces of stone from that mountain. Before I came, the Yamacho had already refined iron and vanadium from those 2 pieces of ore. That's why that mountain is filled with vanadium titanium magnetite, which contains a large amount of magnets. That's why it's so attractive to metal weapons. This is just the natural attraction of magnets to metal. It's definitely not the power of gods. Kushurqing hurriedly followed up on Gao Shilian's words. Magnetite? You're saying that the Divine Mountain is filled with magnetite? Xiaofeng frowned as he asked. Kushurqing took out a gray stone the size of a soccer ball from his bag and said, Grandpa Chow, this is absolutely true. Shurqing dares to guarantee it with his life. Look, this is the ore that was moved down from the mountain. In fact, the main component of this ore is the magnet. If an iron saber gets close to it, it will be strongly attracted to it. Kushurqing took out a dagger and handed it to Xiaofeng. Grandpa Chow, if you don't believe me, you can try using this dagger. Yes. Xiaofeng hesitated for a moment before taking the dagger with one hand. He pulled the dagger out of its scabbard and brought it to the magnetic ore that Kushurqing had taken out. Suddenly, an inexplicable force sucked the dagger over. The Chong people in the courtyard could not help but discuss. Aya! There really is a magnet inside this rock. No wonder. No wonder every time I get close to the mountain, the hoe in my hand will inexplicably fall down. It turns out that it's a magnet mountain. So it's not the power of an immortal, but the attraction of a magnet. In front of everyone's eyes, Xiaofeng had done the experiment himself, and the ore was indeed a rock from the Divine Mountain. The Chong people in the courtyard had no choice but to believe it. Xiaofeng put down his dagger and was silent for a while. After a moment of silence, he said, Brother Ku, how can you be sure that this rock contains a magnet and not divine power? In addition to the strange phenomenon of attracting soldiers, there was another strange phenomenon in this deep mountain. Every time there was a thunderstorm, there would be very little thunder and lightning in other places, but there would be frequent flashes of lightning and roars of thunder on this mountain, so much so that it would not rest for the entire night. Since ancient times, no one knew how many hunters had been struck to death on this mountain, so no one dared to go up the mountain on a rainy day. Tell me, if there's no divine power on that mountain, why would it attract lightning? Yes. The chief is right. When it rains, there's lightning and rumbling thunder on that mountain, and no one dares to go near it. That's a divine mountain, but when it rains, it becomes hell. As soon as Xiaofeng finished speaking, the Chong people in the courtyard all began to talk at once. Kushurqing's brows furrowed slightly, then relaxed. He smiled slightly and said, Grandpa Chow, the reason this mountain can attract lightning has nothing to do with divine power. It's because of the magnetic ore inside. Xiaofeng frowned and said, Shurqing, don't lie to me. This ore isn't iron, so how could it attract lightning? Gao Shilian also frowned. Although he didn't say anything, he didn't believe that magnetite could attract lightning either. Kushurqing smiled and said, Grandpa Chow, Shurqing isn't lying to you. The theory behind this can be completely explained with my knowledge of engineering from Yanhuang College. First of all, the magnetite in the mountain would produce a very strong magnetic field. These magnetic fields would have a strong attraction to the electric charges in the thunderclouds. Therefore, there would often be some thunderclouds with electric charges gathered above the mountain. Once someone entered, they would become a live target and be struck by lightning in an instant. You don't understand these theories from Yanhuang College's engineering, so you might not understand. However, all of Yanhuang College's theories can be proven through experiments. Right now we don't have the conditions here, so it's very difficult to simulate this scene. If Grandpa Chow doesn't believe me, you can send a few people to follow me back to Chang'an. Yamacho will definitely have a way to simulate this scene for everyone to see with their own eyes. First, Chow Feng was also confused. He didn't understand anything about magnetic fields or electric charges. However, after hearing Ke last few words, he couldn't hide his shock and said, "Shi, you're saying that the Marquis of Yong'an can simulate lightning? How is that possible?" The Chang people in the courtyard couldn't help but whisper among themselves. Wasn't simulating lightning the work of an immortal? Ke smiled slightly and said, "Grandpa Chow, what's impossible about this? Our Yamacho created electricity last year. And this year, we're planning to build a large power station in Lantian County. Although not many people know about this, it's definitely not a small number. Just send someone to ask around and you'll know." Cough cough. This official can testify to this. At this time, Gao Shirlian, who was sitting on the left, suddenly said, "Although this official is an official in the land of Shu, I've always been paying attention to news from Chang. The Marquis of Yong, and did create electricity last year, and used it on the battlefield. This year, the Marquis of Yong'an's telegraph machine made a great contribution to the rebellion of the aristocratic families in Hunan County." Gao Shirlian intentionally or unintentionally mentioned quelling the rebellion in Chang, and a few days earlier. Those who understood would naturally understand the deeper meaning behind it. Xiao Feng's eyes flashed imperceptibly, then he smiled and said, "Since Chief Gao has said so, then this Chow naturally won't have any doubts. It's said that the Marquis of Yong and is the descendant of our ancestors. Although I don't know whether it's true or not, just the ability to create lightning is unparalleled. Yes, the Marquis of Yong and is really capable. Amazing, amazing." The Chang people in the courtyard all exclaimed in amazement. Gao Shirlian had been an official in the land of Shu for more than a year, promoting irrigation, running schools, and getting rid of vulgar practices. He had a very high prestige among the people. Now that he was personally supporting Li Zishuan and Ke, they naturally believed him without a doubt. Ke saw that Xiao Feng was interested, so he struck while the iron was hot. "Grandpa Chow, even if there are gods watching over us, Shi can guarantee that there are no gods on this mountain. This is just an ordinary magnet mine. Not only do we have one here, but there are also mines in other places in the Tang Empire that can attract weapons and thunder. The only difference is that the mine near us contains an extremely rare and special material that our Yamacho greatly needs. If Grandpa Chow can convince your clansmen to allow our Yamacho to mine this magnetic iron mine, it will bring endless benefits to the tens of thousands of Chang people around us." "What benefits?" Xiao Feng asked after a moment of thought. Ke expression shook as he hurriedly said, "Naturally, there will be many benefits. Before coming here, the Yamacho already told me that the mining of this mine will all be done by the local Chang people. The wages will be 3 to 5 times that of other mines, roughly 50 to 100 copper coins a day for a miner. In addition, the Yamacho will pay to help our Chang people build roads, schools, and shops. In the future, we will be able to buy all the high-quality goods in Chang. Grandpa Chow, you must have never sat in the Strange Taste Pavilion's Don't Touch Me, eaten the Drunken Immortal's chicken, or drunk the Drunken Immortal's wine and delicacies in Chang'an, right? These things are in short supply in Chang'an, and the Shu lands are remote, so they naturally won't spread here. But once our roads are built, the Yamacho will call for merchants to open shops here. The fine goods that Chang and people can enjoy can also be enjoyed by us without leaving the Shu lands. In addition, the Yamacho will also spread the advanced planting techniques that they promoted in Lantian County to the Shu lands. Grandpa Chow, you should have heard of the curved plow, right? This type of plow that can be pulled by humans was created by the Yamacho. In addition, the Yamacho is also very knowledgeable in the field of farming. With their technology, We can guarantee that the fields of our tribe will be able to produce high yields every year. As Kushurqing spoke, the Chang people in the courtyard all widened their eyes, and their breathing quickened. By the time he finished, they were already whispering to each other and discussing spiritedly. What? The Marquis of Yong'an is willing to pay each miner 50 to 100 copper coins a day? Doesn't that mean that we can earn at least 2 strings of money every month just by working in the mines? It's not just the mines. The Marquis of Yong'an wants to build roads for us, so he must hire people to build roads, right? When the time comes, we can earn quite a bit of money. Hey, you guys are really short-sighted, only seeing these small benefits. Most importantly, the Marquis of Yong'an wants to build a school here. In that case, won't our children have the opportunity to learn immortal knowledge like the Ku family's Dalong and become successful? That's great. That's right. Didn't you guys hear what official Gao said? The Marquis of Yong'an is an immortal disciple, and he can even create lightning. How can his knowledge be lacking? Tisk tsk. Chang'an City's drunken immortal, the land of warmth, these are things that I heard people talking about when I went to Chengdu. It's hard to buy a cup of drunken immortal with money. I heard that the taste is so good that mortals will get drunk after drinking 2 cups. It's really a wine for immortals. It's that magical? Isn't that so? And this curved plow, the Ku family's Dalong was right. This thing was indeed made by the Marquis of Yong'an last year. Last year there was a drought near Chang'an, and the farmers couldn't plow the fields. In the end, they relied on this curved plow to make it in time for the spring plowing. Whoa! Then this is a good thing. Since this mountain is not a sacred mountain, then let the Marquis of Yong'an mine it. When the time comes, our tribesmen will also benefit from it, don't you guys think so? That's right. That's right. Since it's not a sacred mountain, what's there to worry about? In this world, there were very few hermits who didn't value profits. Most of them were mortals. As mortals, they had to work hard every day to find food, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. When Kushurqing spoke of the great benefits that this mine could bring to the Chang tribe, the Chang people in the courtyard were all tempted. After they were tempted, they all looked at Xiao Feng with hopeful eyes. They were only small leaders in the tribe, and the one who made the final decision was still Xiao Feng, the big leader. Xiao Feng was deep in thought and didn't say anything. He was probably still making the final decision in his heart. Seeing this, Gao Shilian smiled and said, "Ever since the Marquis of Yong'an took over Lantian County last year, the tens of thousands of households in Lantian County, although not all of them are wealthy, but at the very least, every household can afford to eat meat and wear clothes. Their children can even afford to study. This official is not making this up. The Marquis of Yong'an's achievements in governing Lantian County are obvious to all. Now that the Marquis of Yong'an's heart to benefit Shu, this official believes that this is a blessing for the people of Shu. In addition, the current emperor also attaches great importance to the development of Shu. Half a month ago, the emperor changed the title of his favorite, the King of Han, to the King of Shu. He also took the position of governor of the Yi Protectorate and was in charge of the affairs of the 36 provinces of Jiannan. The King of Shu also has another identity, and that is the student of the Marquis of Yong'an. He and Shurqing came from the same master, so when the King of Shu comes to Yi Protectorate in the future, the lives of the people of Shu will get better and better. Inexplicably, the topic of Li Er conferring Li Ku the title of Prince of Shu was brought up. Gao Shilian's secret warning to Xiao Feng was obvious. Although the imperial court had established the Yi Protectorate in the past, the position of governor had always been empty. Now that there was finally someone to take over the position, and this person was the King of Shu, Li Ku, who was the most favored by the second emperor. Even a fool could see the hidden meaning behind this. The imperial court was about to start governing Shu. If there was someone who was blind enough to go against the imperial court at this time, the consequences. Xiao Feng was not stupid. How could he not understand the meaning behind Gao Shilian's words? His eyes flashed, and after a long silence, he finally opened his mouth. Good. Since the Marquis of Yong'an has shown such great sincerity, and the emperor is so concerned about the people of Shu and Shurqing, you have also verified that the mountain is not a sacred mountain, then this old man will naturally not continue to obstruct you to the end. The Marquis of Yong'an only needs to send people to mine the mine, and no one in our tribe will stop you. Previously, this old man was not reasonable and accidentally injured the servants of the Marquis of Yong and Manor. Shiqing, please help this old man send the most sincere apologies to the Marquis of Yong. Gao Shilian's words were the last straw that broke Xiaofeng's back, allowing him to make the most correct choice. Hearing this, the Chong people in the courtyard all heaved a sigh of relief, and then began to cheer. Shiqing was also overjoyed and said, "Grandpa Ji is wise and righteous, Shiqing admires you. Shiqing will definitely pass on Grandpa Ji's apology to the Yamacho. Also Grandpa Ji, don't worry. The conditions that Shiqing mentioned before, such as building roads, schools and shops, will definitely be fulfilled one by one. Shiqing will stay here and accompany Grandpa Ji to witness the prosperity of our tribe." Chapter 1388. Your Majesty. Not good. Not good. The thousands of mu of farmland outside the city have all been trampled overnight. The wheat seedlings have all been trampled into the ground, and it looks like they won't survive. On the 24th day of the 4th month of the 2nd year of Xinguan, Liang Shidu had just come out of his bedroom when an old eunuch ran over and shouted. Liang Shidu's expression froze, and his face instantly darkened. He angrily said, "What? Thousands of mu of farmland have been trampled? Did you find out who did it?" The old eunuch hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, Wang Shaoqing has already brought people to investigate, but they only saw many messy horse hoofprints in the fields. They can conclude that someone rode a horse at night and trampled on the crops. They don't know anything else." Horse hoofprints? Has the Great Tang cavalry already arrived outside Shuafeng City? Liang Shidu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly had a bad premonition. With an ugly expression he said, "Have Exinlir immediately send scouts out of the city to see if there are any Tang soldiers hiding around Shuafeng City. Have Li Zhengbao increase the security of the city to prevent any Tang spies from entering the city to incite the people." This old servant obeys. The old eunuch also smelled a trace of something unusual and hurriedly left to carry out the order. Even though Liang Shidu had sent generals and soldiers to increase the patrols in the city, as the saying goes, preventing the mouths of the people was more important than preventing the river from flowing. Once the people's mouths were open because of something big, it could not be stopped. Furthermore, the Great Tang emissary had just left 2 days ago, and now thousands of mu of farmland outside the city had been trampled. For such a thing to happen at such a sensitive time, it was hard for the people not to think of the worst. The Tang army had cut off Daoyang's grain and was about to attack Shuafeng City. This kind of rumor spread everywhere in the city. There was no need for Lu Min to send spies into the city to fan the flames. After a morning, the news had already spread like wildfire. Those gentry and noble families who had good eyesight packed up their valuables and quickly escaped Shuafeng City before Liang Shidu closed the city gates. Liang Shidu saw that he could no longer control the public opinion, so he quickly ordered the city gates to be closed. No one was allowed to enter or leave. In the forest outside the city, in the tent of the Tang army, Yuqi Jingda said in a low voice, "According to the reports, Master Liang has sent out a large number of scouts to search for us outside the city. In order to prevent them from discovering the location of our main forces, General Shui, this chief steward orders you to take 2,000 cavalry and immediately move out to trample the crops. While you're at it, draw the attention of the scouts in Shuafeng City. Once a large army pursues from Shuafeng City, immediately retreat to the southeast and draw them away." The Tang army had a total of more than 80,000 people. Although they were hidden in the forest, it was still difficult to not be discovered by the Liang army with so many people. Therefore, Yuqi Jingda thought of this method. Shui Wanjun received the order and said, "This general obeys." Yuqi Jingda nodded and said, "Once all the crops outside the city have been trampled, we will dispatch troops to surround Shuafeng City. At that time, the spies inside the city will move out together. Without food and being surrounded by us on all sides, the officials and common people inside the city will definitely be alarmed. At that time, we will break through the city in one fell swoop." "Yes, Head Chief." Lantian County, Cloud Mountain Courtyard. Marquis, Boss Feng's fleet has returned. They are now nearing the Ba River Pier. When it was close to noon, Pang Feiji rushed into the house and reported to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan's spirit was lifted. He could not help but be overjoyed and said, "Really? That's great. Immediately go to Lantian County and find County Magistrate He. Tell him to send all the bailiffs in the county to the pier to transport the seeds. At that time, you will bring all the guards in the residence over as well. It was already the end of April. Logically speaking, it was a little late to plant cotton. However, if they wanted to plant it, they would definitely be able to do so. Moreover, the nutrient bowl method could also increase the survival rate of the seeds. Therefore, in general, if they immediately started planting now, they would still be able to catch the last bus. Pang Feiji clasped his fists and said, "Yes, Marquis." Li Zishuan nodded and immediately went out. He asked someone to bring Big White over. He rode alone on the white horse and galloped towards the pier downstream of the Ba River. When he arrived at the pier, Li Zishuan happened to see the Feng family's big boat approaching the pier. After waiting for the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the big boat docked. Feng Zhihua quickly jumped down from the big boat and cupped his hands towards Li Zishuan in a flattered manner. He said, "Marquis, what virtue and ability do I have to trouble you to personally welcome me?" Li Zishuan laughed and said, "Boss Feng, you have traveled thousands of miles to buy the white fold flower seeds for me. How can you not be worthy of me personally welcoming you? Boss Feng, you have worked hard on this journey." Feng Zhihua cupped his hands and said, "It's not hard at all. It's not hard at all. It's my honor to work for Marquis. Fortunately, I did not disappoint you on this trip south to Guangdong. I used the immortal mirror and colored glass items that Marquis gave me to exchange for a total of 16,000 caddies of white fold flower seeds. I have a balance of more than 3,200 strings of silver. If it weren't for the fact that the Nanyang Sea merchants are running out of seeds, I would have exchanged for even more white fold flower seeds for Marquis." Li Zishuan said in surprise, "You actually managed to exchange for so many flower seeds? And there's still a balance?" Back then, he had given Feng Zhihua 80,000 strings of cash worth of rare products from the workshop and asked him to bring them to Guangdong to exchange for 10,000 caddies of white fold flower seeds with the Nanyang Sea merchants. Although the merchants of small Nanyang countries loved the items in the immortal mirror and colored glass cups, and would give a lot of premium, Li Zishuan did not expect that there would be so much premium. After calculating, the 80,000 strings of cash worth of goods had been sold to the Nanyang merchants for almost 160,000 strings of cash. Feng Zhihua smiled slightly and said, "This is mainly due to the Nanyang Sea merchants. It's rare to see so many immortal mirrors and colored glass cups. The price they offer is usually about 50% higher than the market price in Chang'an. Moreover, Marquis, don't think that the white fold flower seeds in Chang'an City are expensive. That's because the barbarian merchants raised the price. In the Nanyang Sea merchants, 1 or 2 white fold flower seeds only cost 300 copper coins. Therefore, in the end, not only was I able to exchange for 16,000 caddies of seeds, but I also have a balance of more than 3,000 strings of cash." When Li Zishuan heard this, he could not help but secretly praise Feng Zhihua for his honesty. If Feng Zhihua did not take the initiative to say this, he would definitely not know. If Feng Zhihua really wanted to embezzle, he could have embezzled tens of thousands of strings of cash on this trip and not be discovered. However, Feng Zhihua did not do so. Li Zishuan said with a gratified and happy expression, "Good. Boss Feng, you've been running around all this time. Moreover, you've spent a lot of money hiring crew and repairing the ship. You don't have to give me the balance of more than 3,000 strings of cash. I can't let you come here for nothing and even pay for it, right?" Feng Zhihua hurriedly waved his hands and said, "No, no, no. Marquis, I've long become indifferent to money. I can't accept this money." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Haha, Boss Feng, you and I have already agreed before we left. Don't reject it anymore. This trip to the south, I owe you a favor. If you have any difficulties in the future, feel free to look for me. If I can help you, I'll definitely help you." Marquis, yo, I'm really lucky to have such a seed. This is really great. At this moment, County Magistrate He finally arrived at the harbor with a group of yamen runners. Seeing the large ship full of seeds, County Magistrate He could not help but exclaim in joy. Recently, it was not only Li Zishuan who was waiting anxiously for the seeds. He was also waiting anxiously. April was almost over. If they could not start planting now, they would not be able to plant in the future. If that happened, the land that the commoners had cleared would be for nothing. Feng Zhihua had met County Magistrate He before. At this moment, he hurriedly went forward to greet County Magistrate He. Li Zishuan looked at County Magistrate He and ordered, "County Magistrate He, there is a total of 16,000 caddies of white-fold seed. Immediately order the Yamen runners to send 3,000 caddies to the Imperial Palace. Bring 10,000 caddies back to the county office's warehouse. As for the remaining 3,000 caddies, I'll have people move them to Yunshan." Back then, Li Er wanted to promote the planting of white-fold seed in the imperial plantation. He also asked Li Zishuan to help him solve the problem of the seeds. Therefore, these 3,000 caddies of seeds were to be sent to Li Er. As for the other 3,000 caddies, he planned to give 1,500 caddies to his father-in-law and another 1,500 caddies to the Yi family in Nanyang. Previously, Yi Guozhong had mentioned to him that if he had any extra seeds, he should leave some for the Yi family. As a prominent family in Nanyang, the Yi family naturally had a lot of villages and land. In addition, Yi Fashion had also made a great contribution in suppressing the rebellion in the city. However, when it was time to reward him, Yi Fashion had already gone to the south to seek Dao. Li Er had no way to reward Yi Fashion himself. He could only add this reward to the Yi family in Nanyang. In total, he rewarded Yi Fashion's father, Yi Huiming, with a total of 400 villages. Therefore, the Yi family had the ability to digest these 1,500 caddies of seeds. "Yes, Marquis." County Magistrate He cupped his hands in response. Then he ordered the dozens of Yamen runners behind him. "Did you all hear that? Hurry up and help unload the goods on the ship." Yes, the group of Yamen runners accepted the order and left. Feng Zhihua was very perceptive and said, "Haha, I'll get the crew and the commoners to help. This way it will be faster." County Magistrate He could not help but laugh. "Then thank you, Boss Feng." He knew that the reason why Li Zishuan was able to get so many white stack seeds was mainly because of this businessman in front of him. Therefore, he did not dare to underestimate him. "County Magistrate, you're too polite." Feng Zhihua cupped his hands and smiled. At this moment Li Zishuan instructed, "County Magistrate He, remember to send someone to inform all the farmsteads in Lantian County. Tell all the farmsteads who signed up at the county office and reclaimed 1 mu of land to go to the county office tomorrow morning to sign the agreement and receive the flower seeds. As for the farming tools used to make the nutrient bowl, each household can use the agreement to receive 1 free of charge. If anyone feels that 1 is not enough, they can also go to the county town strange interest pavilion to buy 1. It only costs 80 copper coins." County Magistrate He cupped his hands and said, "Marquis is benevolent and righteous. I'll do as you say." Chapter 1389. Yo! Mengzi, you're so early today. Deshan, aren't you early too? Haha, speaking of which, if we're late, what if the white-fold flower seeds shine? Who am I going to cry to? Hey! Mengzi, what you said is wrong. Back then we all went to the county office to register. What kind of person is Marquis? Would he cheat on our seeds? Then why did you wake up so early? Isn't it because you're feeling uneasy? Hey, I'm different. I want to get the seeds earlier and start planting them immediately. It's already the end of April now. Planting 1 day earlier is 1 day earlier. I heard that the nutrition bowl that Marquis' family planted in Cloud Mountain has already sprouted and transplanted into the mountain. It's growing vigorously. If my white fold seed flower can grow as well, I'll be burning incense to thank the gods. I feel that as long as we use the method that Marquis taught us, the final growth will definitely not be bad. After all, we're using the same method. After I get the seeds today, I plan to go to Chitsu Pavilion to buy 2 alms making utensils. It's 80 copper coins for 1. If I buy 2 more, I can turn all these seeds into nutrition bowls 2 days earlier. Moreover, the utensils can be used next year. It's not a loss. Hey? Mengzi, your idea is not bad. After we get the seeds, I'll go with you to buy the utensils. When the time comes, my eldest child and my wife will make the nutrition bowls with me. We can plant all the seeds a few days earlier. Haha, that's right, that's right. That's the logic. Early in the morning of the second day, all the villagers of Lantian County woke up early and headed straight for the county seat of Lantian County. Along the way, the villagers had their arms around each other's shoulders as they talked and laughed. Their faces were filled with happiness. The news that the Lantian County government was going to distribute the white-fold flower seeds had been spread around yesterday evening. Even the farmers in other counties near Chang knew about it. Those farmers were naturally envious, because now that Li Zishuan had brought back tens of thousands of caddies of seeds, the farmers in Lantian County would be able to make a fortune with the white-fold flower seeds, even if they did nothing this year. As soon as the city gates opened, the villagers who were guarding the city gates swarmed towards the county yamen. The yamen runners and petty officials of the county yamen were all mobilized today. Some helped to verify the identity of the villagers, some guided them to sign the agreement, some weighed the seeds for the villagers, and some distributed the farming tools to the villagers. In any case, each of them had their own duties and were divided into several groups. They wanted to ensure that all the seeds and farming tools would be distributed before noon. Speaking of which, each household was given a set of alms bowls for free. In total, there were more than 10,000 sets of alms bowls. The cost was not low either. In the past 10 days or so, the workshop had been rushing the production with all its might. Only then could they rush out so many alms bowls. As for the majority of the farmers, after receiving the seeds and farming tools, they immediately went to Curious Pavilion. This was because the experienced farmers all knew that with an additional alms bowls, there would be one more person to help make the nutrient bowls when they returned. The white-fold flower seeds could also be planted a day earlier. It was already the end of April. If they did not plant the seeds earlier, they might not be able to make it in time. Moreover, the alms bowls from Curious Pavilion were not too expensive. One was only 80 copper coins. Most people could still afford it if they gritted their teeth. Speaking of which, if Li Zishuan had not opened a branch of Curious Pavilion in Lantian County, they would have had to travel all the way to Chang'an City to buy alms bowls today. Now, not only did they not have to go to Chang'an City to go to Curious Pavilion, some of the famous shops in Chang'an City had also opened branches in Lantian County. Anything that could be bought in Chang'an City could also be bought in Lantian County now. This was the convenience that Li Zishuan's arrival had brought to the people of Lantian County. Today, the Curious Pavilion in Lantian County did not disappoint the farmers. Cart after cart of alms bowls were placed in front of the open space in front of the door. The people could line up into more than 10 lines to buy alms bowls at the same time. This could be considered as saving a lot of time for the farmers. Reporting to my lord, all the registered farmers who have reclaimed the wasteland have all received their seeds and farming tools. At noon, it was already past lunchtime, but the 10,000 caddies of seeds had all been distributed. The county yamen runner cupped his fists and reported to county magistrate he, both physically and mentally exhausted. County magistrate he was also exhausted today. His throat was almost smoking from shouting at the side. Hearing this, he let out a sigh of relief and laughed. Ha ha! Good, good. Arrest her, son. Immediately get all the officials in the county yamen to pack up. In a while, we will go to the Drunken Immortal restaurant in the county to have a meal. Marquis said that everyone has worked hard and specially prepared a banquet at the Drunken Immortal restaurant to entertain us. Arrest her, son was pleasantly surprised. Marquis is benevolent. This subordinate will go and inform the brothers right away. The registration of the 10,000 farmers and the distribution of the 10,000 caddies of whitefold seed was not an easy task. The officials of Lantian County contributed a lot, and almost everyone worked hard. However, in the end, Li Zishuan's banquet reward made everyone feel that their recent hard work was completely worth it. Not only was the wine and food delicious, but the most important thing was that they received recognition from Li Zishuan. In the process, they also received recognition from the people of the county. They were willing to work for Li Zishuan wholeheartedly for the rest of their lives. The people who received the seeds began to make the nutrient bowls that afternoon. As for the fertile soil used for the nutrient bowls, they had already prepared it. The soil was filled with cow dung, chicken dung, and plant ash to be used as fertilizer. It was completely capable of ensuring the successful germination of the seeds. It was now the end of April. Even at night it would not be cold. Therefore, there was no need to specially store the nutrient bowls in a large shed. In this way, it saved the farmers a lot of effort. It was not only the farmers of Lantian County who were busy planting the whitefold seed. The farmers of the Cheng, Qin, Niu, and Yuqi families, as well as the farmers of the imperial farms, were all busy planting the whitefold seed. As Yuqi Jingde was currently leading the army on an expedition to Liangshi, the Yuqi family originally could not catch up with this wonderful matter. However, in the end, Yuqi Jingde's wife stepped forward. With the help of the Qin, Cheng, and Niu families as well as Li Zishuan, they also caught up with this last train of getting rich. Logically speaking, Li Zishuan's method of using the nutrient bowls to plant the whitefold seed was no secret. Not only did the people of Lantian County know about it, the people of Chang'an and the surrounding counties also knew about it. However, there were very few people who imitated it. Among the people, there were many who believed that Li Zishuan's method could obtain a better harvest and earn a lot of money. However, even if they wanted to imitate it, they did not have the capital to do so. According to the current market price of the whitefold seed, most people could not even buy a caddy of seeds even if they used all their savings. As for those wealthy families, although they had the capital, there were very few whitefold seed on the market. If they wanted to buy a large amount of seeds, they could only do what Li Zishuan did and send people to Guangdong to buy from the Nanyang Sea merchants. However, they were not willing to invest so much capital and energy to risk following behind Li Zishuan. In this world, those who were willing to be the first to eat crabs were always the brave ones, and they were also the minority. If more than 70% of these whitefold seed can survive, not to mention Lantian County, all the people around Chang, and will probably be able to wear winter clothes made of whitefold seed this year. Yanhuang College Yamacho Office. Yi Guozhong stood in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling glass window and looked at the people who were busy planting the whitefold seed at the foot of the mountain. He was full of smiles as he lamented, "I don't think it will be possible this year. At the very least, it will have to wait until next year." Li Zishuan stood behind Yi Guozhong and said faintly, "Just relying on these whitefold seed in Lantian County, it will be difficult to lower the price of the whitefold seed. When the time comes, the people of Lantian County will be able to wear winter clothes made of whitefold seed, but the people of other counties will definitely not be able to afford it. The extra whitefold seed will probably be bought by the merchants and sold to the officials and nobles. After all, who would like the warmth of this thing? However, when this batch of whitefold seed blossoms, we will be able to obtain hundreds of thousands of caddies of whitefold seed. When the time comes, we will really have the conditions to promote the planting of whitefold seed in all the counties around Chang. It all depends on whether His Majesty has this intention." Yi Guozhong nodded and said, "That's true. Relying on Lantian County alone, it's indeed impossible to suppress the price of the white stack tidbits. However, little Xian, you've truly benefited the people. Grandfather is very gratified. Your father and mother are also proud of you. Grandfather is too kind. Grandson just doesn't want to see so many people suffer." Li Zishuan said honestly. It wasn't that he was a saint, but that he really didn't like to see the people around him suffer. Although he was now a true marquis, if he couldn't lead the people in his fief to prosperity, then when he went out, he would only meet pitiful people who couldn't even afford to eat. Then what was the point of him being a high and mighty marquis? Yi Guozhong looked at Li Zishuan with appreciation. The more he looked at this grandson, the more he liked him. After a long time, Yi Guozhong sighed with emotion. "The Yi family has also benefited from you, little Xian. 1,500 caddies of seeds is enough for the Yi family's farmers to work hard. Last time when Guan City quelled the rebellion, Fashion received your help and made a great contribution. However, in the end, this child still insisted on going to the south to seek Tao. Sai, this old man doesn't know if it's good or bad to indulge Fashion like this. Obviously, Yi Fashion had made a great contribution in Guan City but gave up on receiving the reward. This had shaken Yi Guozhong's conviction that he had always held on to. He had always supported Yi Fashion's study of Tao. However, this time, Yi Fashion had given up on his official career to seek Tao. This made Yi Guozhong a little uncertain. After all, Yi Fashion now had a promising cousin like Li Zishuan to look after him in the imperial court. As long as Yi Fashion was willing to accept Li Zishuan's reward and enter the official career, his future achievements would not be bad. It seemed more reliable than pursuing the illusory Tao. Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Grandfather, you don't have to worry about personal gains and losses. Fashion is determined to seek Tao and has a pure heart. In the future, his achievements will not be worse than mine. Yi Guozhong smiled. He thought that Li Zixuan had chosen some nice words to comfort him. However, he did not know that Li Zixuan was stating the truth. Yamacho Li Shilang requests an audience. After sending Yi Guozhong off, Li Zixuan sat alone in his office and quietly began to draw. About half an hour later, Mo Zhong walked in and bowed to report. Li Zixuan usually did not like to be disturbed when he was seriously drawing or working. Therefore, whenever this time came, Mo Zhong would be very considerate to guard the door. Li Zixuan was stunned when he heard this and asked, "Assistant Minister Li? Which Assistant Minister Li?" Mo Zhong quickly explained, "Yamacho. It's the Minister of Imperial History, Li Daozhang." "Oh, so it's Daozhang Li. Why didn't you say so earlier? Quickly invite Daozhang Li in." Li Zixuan helplessly stared at Mo Zhong. He thought to himself, Daozhang Li is so nice, why did he have to call him Li Shilang? It's easy to miss here, okay? Li Chunfeng was considered a special existence in Yanhuang College. He was not a student of the college, nor was he a teacher or an employee of the college. He belonged to the Imperial History Bureau, but he often stayed in the Yanhuang College's faculty dormitory and often occupied the college's astronomical telescope. He was given such special treatment because Li Zixuan appreciated Li Chuanfeng's character and talent. That was why he was given such special treatment. Previously, Li Chunfeng overheard from Li Zixuan that the astronomical telescope could be modified and upgraded. Therefore, he often asked Mo Lingwei for help to upgrade the telescope. However, Mo Lingwei was busy with the generator and microscope at that time and did not care about Li Chunfeng. Li Zixuan thought that Li Chunfeng might have come to him today to upgrade the telescope. Mo Zhong answered pitifully and then went out to pass the order. After a while, Li Chunfeng pushed the door open and entered. Li Zixuan stood up to greet him warmly. Before they could exchange a few words, Li Chunfeng could not wait to get to the point. Marquee bad news. Last night when I was observing the sky at night in the academy, I discovered that Jupiter entered from the south gate of the Supreme Palace enclosure and exited from the east gate. Moreover, the Big Dipper was dim and lightless. All these signs are signs of a drought. Drought. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. According to history, there would be a drought this year in Tang Dynasty, but he did not expect Li Chunfeng to be able to predict this year's drought just by looking at the stars. It seemed like Li Chunfeng was really something to be able to create a divine book like the pushback chart. Oh, no, it was definitely not just something to be able to do, it should be many things. My master has done a lot of research on the study of astrology, but I'm ashamed to say that I haven't received half of his teachings in this aspect. The astrology that Taoist priest mentioned just now, is it really an omen of a great drought? Li Zixuan was stunned for a moment. He quickly hid the shock on his face and asked politely. Li Chunfeng nodded seriously and said, "It's absolutely true. Based on these stars, I can conclude that a drought is coming to Tang Dynasty. I plan to return to Chang'an and report this to His Majesty, so that His Majesty can be prepared." Chapter 1390. When people looked up at the sky, they saw glowing objects. Those were the stars. The stars were not isolated. People used their imagination and organized them into various shapes. That was how the image came to be. The Book of Changes said, "Images formed in the sky and on the earth. Changes can be seen." The changes in the sky were originally caused by the stars. When people looked up at the sky, observed the stars, and thought about their periodic changes, they would find that the sun rose in the east and set in the west every day. They would find that the moon was full and then full again. If they were in the northern hemisphere, they would find that the North Star was always shining and the other stars were moving around. If they were a persistent observer, they would find that the movement of the sun and the moon was related to the seasons, and the seasons were related to the harvest of agriculture. The distant celestial phenomena were not unrelated to the fate and production of human beings. However, when people looked at the stars, different people saw different worlds and gained different experiences. Some people strived for the accuracy of their observations and explained them mathematically. That was how astronomy was formed. Others used their imagination and explained it in words. That was how the myths of the stars were formed. These myths often evolved into legends, stories, and folk customs. In ancient China, astrology was the same as astronomy. It was an ancient and mystical knowledge. Astrology had a history of at least a few thousand years in China. In fact, its history might be even further back. In essence, astrology, along with Tai Chi, Hichu, Luoshu, Zhou, and Bagua, all originated from prehistoric civilization. The ancients believed that heaven and man are one, and heaven and man are one. They could predict what was going to happen to human beings from the changes in the sky. When people followed the heavens would show auspicious signs. The human world would have a bountiful harvest, good weather, and peace. If people went against the heavens and did bad things, the heavens would send bad omens. The human world would experience droughts, floods, rebellions, and so on. That was why the ancients attached great importance to the observation of celestial phenomena. During the Tang dynasty, the imperial court set up the Imperial Historian Bureau and the Imperial Astronomer. They were responsible for observing celestial phenomena and predicting good and bad luck. Li Zixuan had never come into contact with astrology before. His first reaction was disbelief. However, the person in front of him was Li Chunfeng, and the prophecy was exactly the same as history. Therefore, he could not help but admire and respect this knowledge. The study of astrology is extremely mysterious. I'm afraid that Your Majesty will find it hard to believe just based on the Taoist priest's words. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said. Li Chunfeng's eyes darkened. His Majesty will believe me. This is because according to my observations and calculations through the astronomical telescope, the heavenly dog will devour the sun in 3 days. According to ancient records, a solar eclipse in the first month would cause many people to fall sick. A solar eclipse in the second month would cause many deaths. A solar eclipse in the third month would cause floods. And a solar eclipse in the fourth and fifth month would cause a great drought and starvation. If Marquis and Your Majesty don't believe me, you can just wait for the heavenly dog to devour the sun in 2 days. Li Zixuan was shocked. A solar eclipse might seem like a normal astronomical phenomenon to modern people. But in the eyes of the ancient people, it was not normal at all. Most of the time, a solar eclipse was an omen of great misfortune. It indicated that there was a traitor in the country, a fatuous ruler, or a great disaster. If someone took the opportunity to mislead the people and cause trouble, it would be very easy for them to succeed. Li Zixuan looked at Li Chunfeng sternly and said, The heavenly dog devouring the sun is a very important matter. We must let Your Majesty prepare for it. Otherwise, Chang'an City will be in chaos if someone uses it to their advantage. Please go to the palace as soon as possible. Li Chunfeng nodded and saluted. Then I will go to the palace and request an audience with Your Majesty. I would like to thank Marquis for providing me with the astronomical telescope. If not, I would not be able to predict that the heavenly dog will devour the sun in 3 days. You are too kind. Li Zixuan saluted and smiled. Li Chunfeng saluted and turned to leave. Li Zixuan, who was in the office, suddenly looked serious. He turned to look out the window and looked at the busy farmers at the foot of the cloud mountain. He thought about how there would not be a single drop of rain in the next few months. After the drought, there would be a plague of locusts. His heart ached for the people who were working in the fields. He hesitated for a moment and then turned to leave. Yamacho, where are you going? Mo Zhong's voice came from outside the door. To the dam. Oh. In this era, there was no artificial rainfall and no water pumps for irrigation. The most direct and effective way to fight a drought was to use dams and water trucks. For example, the Dujianjian in Sichuan had protected and nourished the people of Sichuan for almost 1,000 years. It was also known as the Land of Abundance. The current Ba River Dam was built by Li Zixuan to protect the people of Lantian County. It had been more than 4 months since the construction of the Ba River Dam began. Tens of thousands of craftsmen and workers had been mobilized. After solving the critical problem of cutting off the river, the construction of the dam had progressed by leaps and bounds. However, Li Zixuan did not know how much progress had been made. Usually, he did not pay enough attention to dams. Li Zixuan came to the construction site of the dam next to Plum Village. He saw a wide dam that crossed the Ba River from north to south. It looked very majestic. Li Zixuan saw this scene and could not help but nod. Obviously, the main project of the dam was basically completed. All that was left was the details. Yamacho, you are here? As soon as Li Zishuan arrived at the construction site, a servant went to report to Mo Huai. When Mo Huai heard the news, he hurried over. His clothes were stained with a lot of mud and water. He looked completely different from the image of a cultured person like a professor of the academy. Li Zishuan nodded and asked, Mr. Mo, how is the construction of the dam now? Mo Zhong pointed to the dam on the river and smiled. Yamacho, look. The main body of the dam has been completed. Now, the main work is to prepare for the installation of the generator in the dam in the future. For example, the generator, the control room, various switches, gates, and so on. Li Zishuan nodded with satisfaction and said, Well, this speed is very good. I just don't know if the current dam can be lowered and the canal blocked to store water. As for the generator and the control room, can we store water while building them? Mo Zhong didn't know why Li Zishuan was so eager to store water, but since Li Zishuan suggested it, he had to consider the feasibility of this approach. After thinking for a while, Mo Zhong nodded and said, Store water first, and then build the generator-related parts. This is indeed feasible. But in this way, it will inevitably slow down the construction of the hydropower station. Li Zishuan smiled and waved his hand. It's okay. The hydropower station doesn't need to be in a hurry. As the saying goes, slow work produces fine work. Mo Zhong nodded and said, In that case, this Mo will order people to make the necessary preparations. By tomorrow morning at the latest, this dam will officially begin to store water. Only then did Li Zishuan notice the mud spots on Mo Zhong's body, and the pair of shoes that had long been soaked by the muddy water in the river. He couldn't help but feel touched, and then he cupped his hands and said, Mr. Mo has been working hard on the construction of the dam for the past few months, but because I was busy with mundane matters, I rarely came here to help. I'm really ashamed. The reason why the Ba River Dam can be built so quickly is definitely related to Mr. Mo's hard work day and night. On behalf of the tens of thousands of people in Lantian County, I would like to thank Mr. Mo. After saying that, Li Zishuan solemnly bowed to Mo Zhong. Hey, you can't. Yamacho, you can't. Mo Zhong was caught off guard by Li Zishuan's bow. After he reacted, he quickly stepped forward and helped Li Zishuan up. Yamacho, the Ba River Dam gathered your wisdom and the energy of tens of thousands of workers at the construction site. I only did what I should do, and I dare not take credit for it. Moreover, the Mo family's divine ancestor pitied the suffering of the people in the world. He wanted to use his talent in siege weapons to help the people to live a better life. I'm just fulfilling the divine ancestor's last wish. Once the Ba River Dam is built, it will definitely ensure that the people of Lantian County will no longer be afraid of drought. Therefore, I have to thank Yamacho for giving the Mo family a chance to use their knowledge to benefit the people. Otherwise, with the Mo family's gradual decline, it would be even more difficult to benefit the people of a county. After saying that, Mo Huai sincerely bowed to Li Zishuan. These words came from the bottom of his heart. Although Yanhuang Academy did not impart the school of Mo, but rather the school of engineering, its philosophy of helping the world was similar to that of the school of Mo. In Yanhuang Academy, under Li Zishuan's command, the disciples of the school of Mo were able to use what they had learned to practice Mo's philosophy of helping the world. It could be said that they had indirectly promoted the school of Mo. Without Li Zishuan's strong financial support, it would have been impossible for Mo Huai to participate in and complete such a huge project like the Ba River Dam that would benefit the people of a county. Mr. Mo, please get up. Li Zishuan quickly helped Mo Huai up and said respectfully, Mr. Mo has noble character and is wholeheartedly devoted to the people. Ziyuan admires you. The people of Lantian County will definitely remember Mr. Mo's contribution and great kindness. Sigh. To tell you the truth, just now Li Chunfeng, the official of the Imperial Historian Bureau, told me that he had observed the stars and predicted that our Tang Empire would soon suffer from a severe drought. That was why this marquis was so anxious to have Mr. Mo lower the dam gates and start storing water. What? There will really be a drought? Mo Huai's expression changed. No wonder, since the beginning of the year, the number of days of rain can be counted on one hand. I think that Li Shilong's prediction is very likely to be true. This won't do. I will ask the craftsmen and the people to speed up the progress. The Ba River Dam must be stored as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the weather gets hot, there won't be any water to store. After saying that, Mo Huai clasped his hands at Li Zishuan and turned to leave. Imperial Palace, Sweet Dew Hall. Li Er paced back and forth in the hall with a gloomy expression. Recalling Li Chuanfeng's words, his frown deepened and he would sigh from time to time. Inside the hall, Zhao Songjing dared not make any noise. She was afraid that she would disturb Li Er, who was in a bad mood. Thump, thump, thump. At this moment, there was a series of footsteps outside the hall. A moment later, Empress Zhongsun walked in with a few palace maids. Your Majesty, the weather is very hot. I have made ice mung bean soup for you. Would you like to try it? Empress Zhongsun took the plate from the palace maids behind her and walked to Li Er. Li Er waved his hand and said, Guanyin, put it down. I'm not in the mood to eat now. Empress Zhongsun's expression froze. After being husband and wife for so many years, how could she not see that Li Er was troubled at this moment? She turned and waved her hand. All of you leave. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone in the hall, including Zhao Song, left the hall. Empress Zhongsun stared at Li Er and asked softly, Your Majesty, are you troubled by something? Li Er sighed and hesitated for a moment before saying, Guanyin, Li Chunfeng from the Imperial Bureau of History came to me just now. He told me that last night, Jupiter entered from the south gate of the Supreme Palace enclosure and left from the east gate. Moreover, the Big Dipper was dim and dim, indicating that there will be an unprecedented drought in the Tang Empire. Also, he told me that in 3 days, there will be a heavenly dog eating the sun. Drought? A heavenly dog eating the sun? Empress Zhongsun opened her mouth in shock and said in a panic, Last year, Marquis Yong, and told Your Majesty that this year, there will not only be a drought, but also a plague of locusts. However, once the heavenly dog eating the sun appears, I'm afraid there will be rumors among the people? Li Er shook his head and said, I'm not worried about the rumors. Since I ascended the throne, I have always been diligent in government and love the people. The lives of the people in the Tang Empire have been improved significantly. What can mere rumors do to me? What I'm worried about is that the drought is really coming. Last year, Li Zishuan's prophecy made me feel a little lucky. However, now that even Li Chunfeng has said so, this year's drought will definitely appear. When that time comes after the drought, there will be a plague of locusts. The people in many places in the Guangzhou Empire will not be able to harvest a single grain. My heart hurts. If this is a punishment from the heavens for the Tang Empire, I'd rather bear it alone than let the millions of people suffer this unprecedented disaster. Your Majesty, you can't be so dejected. Empress Zhongsun saw Li Er frowning and couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Your Majesty, have you forgotten about Marquis Yong'an? From last year's reduction of taxes for raising chickens, to later urging the imperial fleet to go south to exchange for grain, and then to this year's construction of the Ba River Dam, although he knew that our Tang Empire would have a drought and a plague of locusts this year, he never gave up and has always been fighting against the natural disasters. He is the son of an immortal. With him, I believe that our Tang Empire will be able to survive this disaster. Your Majesty, please don't worry too much. This will hurt the dragon body. Li Er was stunned. Then he patted Empress Zhongsun's shoulder and sighed. Yes, how could I forget about that kid? With the Tang Empire's full granary, even if there is no harvest in the Guangzhou Empire, the Tang Empire will be able to resist this natural disaster. That kid is really the lucky star that the heavens have given to the Tang Empire. Chapter 1391. 2-in-1 chapter. The next day, the Datong Daily published an article written by Li Zishuan himself. It was called Overview of Astronomy. This was an article to popularize basic astronomical knowledge to the public. In the article, Li Zishuan formally introduced the concept of the solar system to the public. He pointed out that the sun was a star, and the earth under our feet was called the Earth. It was a planet in the solar system. Moreover, there were 5 planets in the solar system: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The planets in the solar system all revolved around the sun. At the same time, he also pointed out that it took about 365 days for the earth to revolve around the sun, which was what people often called a year. Therefore, people could feel the changes of the 4 seasons in a year. The moon was the Earth's satellite, and it would revolve around the earth. It took about 27 days for it to revolve around the Earth, which was about a month. Therefore, every month the moon would be waxing and waning. In addition, the Earth also rotated, and its rotation period was about a day. Therefore, people could see the sun rise and set every day. In addition, in this article, Li Zixuan also explained to the public the cause of the solar eclipse phenomenon. When the moon moved between the sun and the Earth, if the three of them were in a straight line, the moon would block the sun's light, and the shadow behind the moon would fall on the Earth. At that time, a solar eclipse would occur. In order to better let the readers understand the theory in the article, he also added some simple diagrams of the orbit of the stars. Basically, as long as the reader was literate, they would be able to understand the cause of the solar eclipse after reading it. Finally, Li Zixuan stated that the above content could be observed and verified with the telescopes of Yanhuang College. As for why he only mentioned the 6 planets in the solar system, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, and not the 8 planets, it was mainly because the other 2 planets, Uranus and Neptune, were relatively dim, orbiting slowly, and were at the edge of the solar system. Yanhuang College's telescopes couldn't observe them. Therefore, he could only tell people that there were 6 planets in the solar system. In fact, the ancient people mentioned several planets in the solar system in astrology. The most important content of astronomical observation was the 5 stars, 7 policies. The so-called 5 stars were 5 planets visible to the naked eye: Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, and Saturn. The so-called 7 policies were the addition of the sun and moon on the basis of the 5 stars. Therefore, the concept of the 6 planets in the solar system proposed by Li Zixuan was very easy to understand. With the telescopes of Yanhuang College as supporting evidence, the theory was even more convincing. Li Zixuan's intention in writing this article was to give the people a heads-up about the heavenly dog solar eclipse that would appear in 2 days. Since ancient times, whenever the solar eclipse phenomenon appeared, it was regarded as a sign of the king's muddle-headedness, a sign that the country was about to die. This made the people panic, and those with bad intentions would take the opportunity to cause trouble, or even encourage the people to rebel. Li Zixuan wanted to tell the people in advance that the solar eclipse was a normal astronomical phenomenon, and it had nothing to do with the king's muddle-headedness. Once this article was published by Datong Daily, it immediately caused a huge sensation. The world outside the Earth, such as the sky, the moon, and the sun, had always been very mysterious in the hearts of the people. Moreover, celestial bodies like the moon and the sun had special meanings in many ancient myths and legends. Now that Li Zixuan had unveiled the mystery of these celestial bodies and officially proposed the concept of the solar system, it was refreshing, and the people were shocked. What? The Earth under our feet is spherical? And it even orbits around the sun? Look at this picture, there are 5 other planets that also orbit around the sun just like the Earth? Nonsense. It's complete nonsense. How can the Earth under our feet be spherical? Also, how can the Earth under our feet revolve around the sun? Don't tell me the sun doesn't revolve around us? It's because of this that we can see day and night. You can't say that the Marquis of Yong and is spouting nonsense, because according to the Marquis of Yong and's point of view, we have 4 seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter every year. Far from the sun is winter, and close to the sun is summer. A year is a cycle, and it also happens to be a revolution cycle. Furthermore, the Marquis of Yong and's Earth can rotate view is very unique, because if the Earth's rotation cycle is a day, then it can explain why there is day and night on Earth. The Marquis of Yong and's point of view is hard to not believe. I heard that there is a scholar in the Imperial Bureau of History who uses astronomical telescopes to observe the celestial bodies in Yanhuang College. If there was no proof, the Marquis of Yong and would definitely not dare to say these points of view with such certainty. Now that he has said it, then it can definitely be proven with astronomical telescopes. That's right. That's right. The Marquis of Yong and is a knowledgeable person, and since he dares to say this, and has so much proof in his hands, it means that it is all true. I believe the Marquis of Yong and's words. I also believe it. And today I finally understand why there is a solar eclipse. It turns out that the moon is blocking the sunlight that shines on Earth. In the past, people thought that the solar eclipse was a bad omen, but looking at it now, it is so laughable. The people were discussing Li Zixuan's article. There were those who were suspicious of it, and those who were supportive. The main reason was that Li Zixuan's point of view was very sufficient, and it explained many problems that could not be explained in the past. Coupled with a few illustrations, it was very easy to convince people. At this time, Li Zixuan could not help but be thankful that he was an engineering student in his previous life, because engineering students paid the most attention to clear logic, sufficient evidence, and sufficient data. It was because of this rigorous academic quality that he was able to write a scientific article that was completely different from the style of this era, and yet was able to convince the majority of people. Besides, Li Zixuan had put on a "if you don't believe me, come to the Yanhuang Academy and see for yourself with your binoculars" posture. This strong confidence was even more convincing. Of course, Li Zixuan's lofty reputation among the people and the academic community also played a considerable role in this. Even if engineering had not been widely recognized and become a mainstream theory, there were already many scholars among the people who admired Li Zixuan very much. With the support of various reasons, there were many people who believed in Li Zixuan's solar system theory. Since then, the solar system theory had shown its first success in Tang Dynasty. In the palace, after Li Zixuan finished the morning assembly, Zhao Song handed over today's Datong Daily to Li Er. As he was present when Li Zixuan met the emperor yesterday, he immediately understood Li Zixuan's intention after seeing the article written by Li Zixuan today. In his opinion, Li Er would be happy to see this article. Solar system? Planet? Solar eclipse? Now that this kid mentioned it, a solar eclipse doesn't seem to be a bad thing. He's trying to reduce the impact of the solar eclipse on the people. It's really hard on this kid. After reading the solar system theory and Li Zixuan's explanation of the solar eclipse, Li Er also understood Li Zixuan's intention. He could not help but sigh in his heart. Order the Bureau of Imperial History, Li Chunfeng, to compile a draft of the results he observed with the telescope in Yanhuang College over the past 6 months. In the name of the Imperial Court, publish it on Datong Daily to let the people completely believe in Li Zixuan's solar system theory and explanation of the solar eclipse. After thinking for a moment, Li Er gave the order. Li Chunfeng had borrowed the telescope in Yanhuang College for so long, so naturally, he had discovered something. Regarding the orbit of the planets in the solar system, Li Chunfeng had already drawn a star map at the beginning of the year and secretly showed it to Li Er. Therefore, when Li Er saw Li Zixuan's theory now, he did not seem so surprised. Li Er was not afraid of the rumors during the solar eclipse, nor did he intend to make arrangements in advance to deal with it. However, now that Li Zixuan had helped him, he naturally did not mind going with the flow and providing Li Zixuan with official evidence to let more people believe in Li Zixuan's theory. Zhao Song understood and said, "Yes, Your Majesty. This old servant will go to the Bureau of Imperial History to pass on the decree." The impact of Li Zixuan's solar system theory was not small at all. After the news spread to the Japanese diplomatic corps, the king of the mountain back seriously read the overview of astronomy more than 10 times. In the end, he could not help but sigh. The Marquis of Yong'an is really a learned man. I have never heard of such a theory, but it is so reasonable and it is hard not to believe. While our people are still worrying about food and clothing, the Marquis of Yong'an has already set his sights on the world. Such knowledge and such breadth of mind, I am afraid that no one in the world can compare to him. If he can be used by our country, then our country will not have to worry about not being able to prosper and prosper. After sighing for a while, he looked at his subordinate and asked, "Ishikawa Joki, how is the training of our football team?" After Yoko Ono's death, he had one less person to serve him at all times. Now he was the head of his guards, taking over Yoko Ono's position. "Your Highness, the progress of the football team's training has been very good recently. We have learned the tactics of a few of the top-ranked teams in Tang, and now the cooperation between the team members is very good. A few days ago we had a private competition with a few Tang First Division teams, and we won all of them. This subordinate believes that we can fight against the best team in Great Tang and emerge victorious." Ishikawa Joki was a Japanese warrior in his 30s. Although he was not burly, his body seemed to be filled with strength, and no one dared to underestimate him. At this time, he was reporting to the king of the mountain back respectfully. The king of the mountain back said with satisfaction, "Good. When the Tang Football League is over, I will go to see the Emperor of Tang and request to compete with their best team. The Tang people are prideful, and the Emperor will definitely agree. If we win, maybe the Emperor of Tang will accept our conditions. In the future, the Japanese can send students to Yanhuang College to learn advanced knowledge. The term students originated from the cultural exchange between China and Japan during the Tang dynasty. It meant Japanese students who stayed in China to study after being sent back by the Tang dynasty. In modern times, it generally refers to students who stayed in foreign countries to study or do research. This guy really had a good plan. He had never given up on the engineering knowledge of Yanhuang College. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. While the Tang people were still fighting each other over Confucianism and engineering, the king of the mountain back, an outsider, had already seen through the fact that engineering was more practical than Confucianism. He even had a faint feeling that engineering could make a country invincible in the world. He very much hoped that one day Japan could surpass all the other countries in the world. Therefore, his obsession with Li Zixuan and Yanhuang College was very, very deep. However, in a country as powerful as Tang Dynasty, he did not dare to reveal the hidden ambition in his heart. He knew that the most important thing now was to keep a low profile, endure and develop. On this day, other than the heated discussion about the solar system theory, something else happened. The Ba River Dam finally began to fill up. Marquee. All the sluice gates have been closed. The current water level is 75 zhang. Marquee. 2 hours have passed. The water level has risen to 10 zhang. Marquee. 4 hours have passed. The water level has risen to 12 zhang. Marquee. 6 hours have passed. The water level has risen to 13 zhang. Starting from 9 in the morning, all the sluice gates of the dam were closed. The previously built aqueducts were all blocked. The water level in the upper reaches of the Ba River was constantly rising. Fortunately, there were no people living near the riverbed in the upper reaches. Otherwise, they would be in danger of being flooded. Listening to the craftsman's repeated reports, Li Zixuan's heart didn't completely relax. This was because the water level was getting more and more difficult to rise. A mere 100 feet of water wasn't enough to satisfy the needs of Lantian County. Yamacho, there should still be some time before the drought. You don't have to worry about it. During this period of time, as long as there is rain in the upper reaches of the river, the water level of the Ba River Dam will easily break through to more than 25 zhang. When that time comes, it should be enough for the people of Lantian County. Mo Huai saw Li Zixuan frowning and could not help but comfort him. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "We can only wait now. Mr. Mo, you go ahead with your work. I will go back and think of other ways." Oh! The next day, the Tang Dynasty Daily published another article on the theory of the solar system. What was different was that this article was signed by all the important officials of the Imperial Bureau of History. The article introduced in detail the results that Li Chunfeng, the Imperial Bureau of History's official, had observed with a telescope for the past 6 months. The conclusion was exactly the same as Li Zixuan's article yesterday. When this article came out, the public was in an uproar again. This was basically equivalent to the imperial court supporting Li Zixuan's solar system theory. Since then, the solar system theory had gained a firm foothold. The explanation of the cause of the solar eclipse could be considered as an early precaution for the solar eclipse in a day's time. Oh! Chapter 1392. The 3 days that Li Chunfeng had mentioned had passed very quickly. In these 3 days, Li Zixuan's solar system theory spread like wildfire. With Chang'an as the center, more and more people knew about it. Almost all the people within a few hundred miles knew what the solar system was, how many planets were there in the solar system, and what was the cause of the solar eclipse in the heavenly dog. This day seemed to be the same as usual. The sun still rose from the east in the early morning, emitting a golden light. When the sun rose, the people had already gone to work in the fields. The merchants had also entered the city. The officials were either attending court or on duty in the government office. Everything seemed so normal. Husband, it is said that the solar eclipse means that the world will be in chaos. Is that true? In the courtyard of Yunshan, the Li family, who had known that the solar eclipse would happen, did not go anywhere today. Han Yushi leaned on Li Zixuan in the backyard and asked softly. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Of course not. Didn't I say it before?" The solar eclipse is just an astronomical phenomenon caused by the movement of the stars. It has nothing to do with the world being in chaos or the prince being muddle-headed. Han Yushi frowned and said, "But these legends have been around since ancient times. It is hard for me to understand them in such a short time." Li Zixuan smiled and was about to speak when Peng Feiji suddenly walked in from outside and said, "Marquis, bad news. Priest Li insists on going to the courtyard of the Guanghua building of the academy. He wants to use the astronomical telescope to observe the solar eclipse. No one can stop him." Previously, Li Zixuan had not only introduced the cause of the solar eclipse in the article Overview of Astronomy, but also reminded the people not to directly stare at the sun for a long time when the solar eclipse was coming. Otherwise, it would hurt their eyes. Although he had mentioned this, not many people seemed to have noticed it. Because people were shocked by his solar system theory, who cared if it would hurt their eyes if they looked at the sun with the naked eye? Besides, no one would have thought that in just 2 short days, the heavenly dog eating the sun would really appear on the land of the Great Tang. However, Li Zixuan did not care whether the public noticed it or not. He could do what he had to do, and that was to seal off the atrium of Yanhuang College's Guanghua building and prohibit students and teachers from using telescopes during the solar eclipse. He did not expect that even though he had banned the students and teachers of the academy, he could not stop Li Chunfeng, who was obsessed with astronomy. Hearing this, he quickly stood up and said, "Is there such a thing? I'll go take a look." Then he greeted Han Yushi and left with Peng Feiji. Taoistly, the Yamacho said that no one is allowed to enter today. "I can't open the door for you." When Li Zixuan arrived at the courtyard on the 4th floor of Guanghua Tower, he heard Emo Zhong's helpless voice. "Commander Emo, please do me a favor. I have to use this telescope today because I have something very important to do. I'm willing to bear all the consequences," Li Chunfeng said stubbornly. "Ahem. Emo Zhong, you can go now." Seeing this, Li Zixuan coughed softly and walked out. Yes, when Emo Zhong saw that Li Zixuan had come personally, he could not help but let out a sigh of relief. Then, he cupped his fists in acknowledgement and slowly walked away. "Marquis." Seeing Li Zixuan, Li Chuanfeng's face suddenly showed a trace of awkwardness. Li Zixuan frowned and asked, "Taoistly, what is so important that you have to use the telescope today? I've told you before that when the heavenly dog eats the sun, it will hurt your eyes the most. If you use the telescope to observe the sun, you will most likely be blinded by the sunlight. Why do you insist on doing this?" Li Chunfeng said seriously, "Marquis, the sun is usually very bright. Whether it's with the naked eye or with the telescope, it's impossible to observe the sun directly. It's rare to see a heavenly dog eat the sun. When that time comes, the sun will be much dimmer. If I don't take this opportunity to observe it with my own eyes, I will not be satisfied. I hope that Marquis will allow me to do this. I will end my observation before the sun reappears. Should be fine. Even if there is an accident, I am willing to bear all the consequences without any regrets." Li Zixuan was speechless. He had only considered the issue of safety, but he had not considered the issue of humanity. He had not considered the fatal attraction of an astronomical spectacle like a solar eclipse to an amateur astronomer like Li Chunfeng. Even in modern times, whenever there was a solar eclipse, astronomy enthusiasts from all over the world would swarm over from thousands of miles away, set up professional equipment there in advance, and wait to observe the solar eclipse. However, according to Li Chuanfeng's prediction, today's solar eclipse should be a total solar eclipse. The sun was 400 times wider than the moon, but it was also 400 times further away from the Earth. Due to symmetry, the moon's shadow, which was the shadow that fell on the Earth's surface, was just wide enough to cover the entire sun. The sun's light sphere was completely covered by the moon, and the originally bright sun's disk was covered by the moon's shadow. At this time, a total solar eclipse would occur. Other than total solar eclipses, there were also partial solar eclipses, annular solar eclipses, and so on. However, relatively speaking, only during a total solar eclipse could people safely look at the sun with their naked eyes. During a total solar eclipse, almost all of the sun's light was blocked. Only the sun's corona could be seen, and the corona's light was only equivalent to the full moon. Therefore, the light at this time was acceptable. However, The light from a small part of the photosphere was enough to hurt our eyes. Therefore, it was better to have safety measures during a total solar eclipse. Li Zixuan thought of this and said to Li Chunfeng, "Since Taoist Master Li insists, I won't persuade you anymore. However, I have to add some color to the lens of this telescope." He then turned to Pang Feiji and said, "Feiji, get me some ink, a cup of water and a brush." Li Chunfeng looked at Li Chunfeng, who was both happy and confused at the same time. "Yes, Marquis." Pang Feiji took the order and left. After a while, Pang Feiji brought over all the ink, water, and writing brush that Li Zixuan asked for. Under the two's confused gaze, Li Zixuan first diluted the ink with water, then dipped the writing brush in the diluted ink. After that, he held the writing brush and painted the surface of the eyepiece and the objective lens of the telescope. "Hey, Marquis, it's fine if you don't want me to use this telescope, but why do you have to destroy it with ink? How can the binoculars be able to see clearly like this?" Li Chunfeng was heartbroken and tried to stop him. Li Zixuan did not stop. As he painted, he said, "Who said that I can't see clearly? This ink is diluted so it won't block too much sunlight. It's just right for Taoist Master Li to observe the solar eclipse. This way it can reduce the damage to your eyes." Strictly speaking, when observing a solar eclipse, it was necessary to use professional polarizing lenses, similar to sunglasses, to reduce the damage caused to the eyes by the sunlight. However, Li Zixuan couldn't make such lenses in a short time, so he thought of a simpler method, which was to use diluted ink to smear the lenses of the telescope. Although this method was simple, it was indeed effective. In modern times, many people use this method to observe solar eclipses. Other than that, they could also use exposed film, old floppy disks, protective lenses for welding, blackened glass, and so on to replace the professional polarized lenses. When Li Chunfeng heard this, he felt slightly relieved. After a few minutes, Li Zixuan finished painting both lenses of the telescope with diluted ink. He then said to Li Chunfeng, "All right, Taoist Master Li, you can do as you please. Although I've painted the lens with ink, please don't look directly at the sun for too long." "I know. Thank you so much, Marquis," Li Chunfeng said gratefully. Li Zixuan nodded, then turned around and left. After he left, Li Chunfeng immediately moved his eyes closer to the eyepiece of the binoculars. After a quick glance, he felt as if the whole world had been smeared with a thin layer of ink. The light was not as dazzling as before, and the clarity of the lens did not seem to be affected by the light. Because of this, Li Chunfeng was even more grateful to Li Zixuan. Ooh! Around noon, the farmers in the fields packed up their farming tools and prepared to go home for lunch. The pedestrians and peddlers on the streets also went home or went to the restaurants. Everything looked the same as before. But at this moment, the originally clear and cloudless sky suddenly darkened. The sun that was still shining brightly a moment ago seemed to be partially blocked by something. As time passed, the area where the sun was blocked became smaller and smaller. Before long, the sun was completely blocked, and the entire world suddenly became as dark as night. Panic. Faced with the sudden darkness, the citizens' first reaction was panic. After all, it was still noon a moment ago. Now the sky had turned completely dark. Many people had never experienced such a strange thing in their entire lives. How could they not panic when encountering such a strange thing? Inside and outside the city, the terrified screams of the commoners could be heard everywhere. The people outside hurriedly wanted to return home, but it was so dark that they couldn't even see their fingers clearly. How could they see the way home? The ghosts are here. All the evil spirits from hell must have come out. It's not evil spirits, it's the heavenly dog eating the sun. The heavenly dog is going to eat the sun. Everyone, take out your weapons and take out your gongs. If you don't have a gong, take out an iron basin. Let's scare the heavenly dog away together. What heavenly dog eating the sun? This is called a solar eclipse. According to Duke Yongan, the moon happened to be in between the earth and the sun. That's why the sky suddenly turned dark. There's no heavenly dog or evil spirit. Then when will the sky turn bright? Soon, in less than 15 minutes, the sky will return to normal. As the night fell, the people were in a state of panic. However, after the initial panic, the people began to think about the solar system theory that had been circulating for the past few days. Thinking that even the imperial court had acknowledged the validity of this theory, the people began to calm down. Although the faint sounds of gongs and drums could still be heard in the streets, it was far less noisy than during the days of the heavenly dog. Thus, it was obvious that the article Overview of Astronomy that Li Zixuan published on Datong Daily a few days ago had some effect. Ooh! At Yanhuang College, when the solar eclipse suddenly descended, the students were still in class. The sky suddenly turned dark, and the students were panicking at first. However, under the comfort of the teachers of the college, they quickly calmed down. Many bold students even walked out of the classroom, wanting to see what was going on. When they saw what was going on, they were instantly mesmerized by the wonderful scene in the sky. Wow! What a beautiful belt of light! That's the moon, right? The moon seems to be wearing a necklace. It's so beautiful! Someone exclaimed, and immediately, the students in the classroom ran out of the classroom to look up. During a total solar eclipse, the sun would gradually be blocked. At this time, not only would the sky turn dark, but it would also show strange colors. The temperature would drop by a few degrees, and the wind would blow. The birds would think that the sun had set and would prepare to rest. When the total solar eclipse began, the light from the sun's photosphere would continuously circle around the moon's edge until it surrounded the moon. At this time, the moon would look like it was wearing a necklace. The bright spots on the edge were called Bailey beads. It looked very beautiful. Everyone go into the classroom. Yamacho said that you can't look at the sun directly for too long. Otherwise, it will hurt your eyes. All students go back to the classroom now. Even though the teachers of Yanhuang College could not help but marvel at the magnificent view in the sky, they still remembered Li Zixuan's instructions. Therefore, the teachers walked out of the classroom and chased the students outside into the classroom. In the open-air courtyard on the 4th floor of Guanghua Building, Li Chunfeng was looking at the sky with a pair of binoculars. He had completely forgotten about Li Zixuan's instructions. Right now, he wanted to stick his eyeballs on the binoculars so that he could not miss a single second. The light doesn't look right. All of a sudden, Li Chunfeng exclaimed in bewilderment, and his expression turned solemn. At the same time, hundreds of miles away from Shuafang City, a group of Turkic cavalry was marching towards Shuafang City. There were about 20,000 of them. Even though the soldiers on the horses were not wearing heavy armor like the black armored troops, the aura they exuded was not any weaker than the black armored troops. This was an elite force, the world-renowned Turkic Wolf Cavalry. Speed up a bit more. We have to reach Shuafang City before the Tang army breaks through the city. The Turkic general who was leading the group turned around and shouted. Yes. The cavalry behind him replied loudly. Then the entire group of cavalry rushed towards Shuafang City at an even faster speed, leaving a trail of dust behind them. However, the leader of the Turkic Wolf Cavalry did not know that there were people waiting for him outside Shuafang City. Ooh! Chapter 1393. Reporting. General, the Turkic Wolf Cavalry is 20 miles away from the East City Gate. There are around 20,000 of them. 3 miles east of Shuafang City, in the bushes beside the official road, a cavalry galloped over. He quickly got off his horse and cupped his fists toward Chai Xiao. Chai Xiao was shocked and said excitedly, "Good. Shelly did not disappoint me. Did you recognize who the general is?" "General, the enemy general is Ashina Shirchu. A few years ago, the Turkic invaded our Tang border. I followed General Qin up north to fight the enemy and saw him." The soldier cupped his fists and replied. Ashina Shirchu, also known as Ashina Shirchu, was a Turkic noble. He was the second son of Chuluo Khan. When he was 11, he was famous for his courage and intelligence, and his archery skills were unparalleled. As such, he asked Tuoxia, the leader of the tribe, to build the ivory flag, a flag decorated with ivory as the symbol of a general or leader. Together with Sheli Khan's son, Yuguxia, he ruled the Chela, Hueha, Tongluo, and other tribes. Ashina Shirchu used a relaxed policy to raise the troops and raise the people. As an official, he did not collect taxes for 10 years. He once said, "Since the tribe is rich, I am satisfied." It's actually Ashina Shirchu? Good. Today I will help Shubao take revenge for that arrow. You quickly go and scout and report. Hearing that Sheli had sent such a heavyweight general like Ashina Shirchu to rescue Liang Shidu, Not only was Chai Xiao not afraid, he became even more excited. He hurriedly ordered the scout. In the 6th year of Wuda, the Turkic invaded the Tang border. Qin Xiong followed the Qin king Li Shimin up north to fight against the Turkic. In a battle, Qin Xiong fell into a trap and was surrounded. The Turkic general at that time was Ashina Shirchu, who was known for his courage and intelligence and unparalleled archery skills. Although he was surrounded, Qin Xiong naturally could not get off his horse and surrender. In the chaotic battle, Ashina Shirchu found a chance and shot an arrow at Qin Xiong's back. If not for Han Tianhu risking his life to save him, Qin Xiong might have died in battle in the 6th year of Wuda. Even so, one of Han Tianhu's legs was crippled because of the arrow. Hence, Chai Xiao was helping Qin Xiong take revenge for that arrow. But it was more like he was helping Han Tianhu. Yes, General. The soldier immediately accepted the order and left. Chai Xiao ordered his men. The Turkic reinforcements are here. Yes. The left and right. It had been 6 days since the army arrived outside Shuafang City. During these 6 days, many things had happened. First of all, the crops in the farmland outside Shuafang City had been completely trampled by the cavalry led by Xue Wanjun, leaving Liangshi badly battered and exhausted. If he sent out troops to deal with them, he was afraid that there was a large force of the Tang army behind him. But if he did not send out troops, he could only watch as the crops were destroyed in a mess. In the end, the people in the city panicked. After all, Shuafang City was now a dead city. Liangshidu had closed the gates, and the crops outside were all trampled. Being trapped in the city meant that they would starve to death sooner or later. Moreover, the Tang army was hiding outside the city. Although this matter had not been confirmed, it was a fact that everyone knew. Liangshidu saw that the people were becoming more and more restless. He could only send people to spread the news that the Great Liang reinforcements were about to arrive. At the same time, he sent soldiers out of the city to ask for help from Xieli Khan. Although Yuqi Jingda's men noticed the soldiers that Liangshidu sent out to ask for help, they did not stop them. This was because one of the goals of the imperial court was to lure the Turks to send troops. On the same afternoon that Liangshidu sent troops to ask for help, Yuqi Jingda led the main force and surrounded Shuafang City, so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Seeing the Tang army surrounding the city on all sides, the commoners, gentry, and officials in the city were even more terrified. At the same time, the hundreds of spies that Lu Min, the governor of Summer Province, had sent into the city suddenly worked together. All kinds of rumors and slanders immediately arose in the city. For example, Liangshidu's son had raped many women. Liangshidu had raped 10 palace maids in the palace after drinking, and afterwards those palace maids were all thrown into the snake pool to feed the snakes by the Empress. Liangshidu had raped the Tujue for his own glory and power. Liangshidu had raped the wives of officials, and so on. All sorts of rumors and slander, regardless of whether they were true or false, were spread like they were true. As a result, Liangshidu's reputation in the Great Liang fell again and again. Liangshidu also wanted to find the Tang spies who spread the rumors, but he did not have the energy to do so. This was because there were many violent incidents in the city where the people fought against the officials. More importantly, there were also mutinies in the army. Although those mutinies were all mercilessly suppressed, the morale of the army was shaken. At this time, if he was not careful, he would lose everything. Thus, Liangshidu did not dare to make any rash moves. He could only try to rope in some high-ranking generals, promising them high positions, wealth, and beauties. However, whether or not such roping could truly obtain their loyalty, only the heavens knew. Hiya! Pung pung pung. After waiting for about 2 hours, the place where Chai Xiao's army was hiding finally heard the sound of horse hooves in the distance. Chai Xiao's expression was extremely nervous. He ordered his men, "Send down the order. After the Turks enter our pocket formation, prepare the tripping ropes. Next, prepare the archers. Lastly, charge the cavalry." "Yes, General." The left and right generals received the order and left. Pung pung pung. The sound of horse hooves was getting closer and closer. The Tang soldiers lying in the bushes on both sides of the road could already faintly feel the earth trembling. 20 zhang, 15 zhang, 10 zhang, 5 zhang, 3 zhang. The Turkic wolf cavalry did not realize that anything was wrong. The entire army was still galloping at an extremely high speed. On the way here, They had already learned that Shuafeng City was surrounded by the Tang army. They had to reach Shuafeng City before it was breached, so they had to use their fastest speed. Rise! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Someone shouted, and dozens of tripping ropes suddenly appeared on both sides of the road. The Turkic army was caught off guard, and a third of the vanguard was instantly tripped. The cavalry at the back had no time to slow down and avoid the tripping ropes. Like dumplings being dropped into a pot, they fell into a pile of meat in front of them. Ambush! Ambush! Order the cavalry at the back to immediately slow down. Turkic Great General Ashine-Ashir had jumped down from his horse at this crucial moment, and now that he had stabilized himself, he hastily called out. But to completely slow down the Turkic wolf cavalry in this state was easier said than done. The powerful inertia caused batch after batch of cavalry to fall onto the soldiers who had tripped over them. Once all 4,000 of Ashine-Ashirchu's vanguard had fallen, the army finally came to a stop. Ashine-Ashirchu looked at the mountain of Turkic corpses in front of him, and although his heart ached, he knew that now was not the time to be sentimental. He hastily ordered the army to get back into formation. At this moment, several thousand Tang archers suddenly stood up from the bushes on the right side of the road. They knocked arrows and aimed at the Turkic army. Not good. Spread out the formation. Everyone get on your horses. Charge. Ashine-Ashirchu grimaced as he hastily ordered. There should have been no problem with his command, but it was a little too late. Chai Shao had waved his hand, and a dense rain of arrows immediately began to rain down on the Turkic army. Thwish thwish thwish. Squelch. The sound of arrows being fired and the sound of arrows piercing flesh rang out incessantly. Countless Turkic soldiers began to wail in agony. Charge. Get rid of their archers. Ashine-Ashirchu waved his saber to deflect the arrows flying towards him. At the same time, he led the cavalry around him and charged towards the Tang archers. He knew that at this distance, if he tried to escape, he would definitely be shot in the back by the Tang army. He could only brace himself and break through the Tang archers. Only then would he have a chance to fight the Tang army head-on and have a chance of survival. At this moment, the ferocity in the bones of the Turkic people was on full display. Although many of the Turkic soldiers still had arrows in their bodies, they still fearlessly followed Ashine-Ashirchu and charged at the Tang army. Even if their clothes were stained with blood, they still did not care. The Turkic wolf cavalry was indeed a world-renowned elite cavalry force, and their reputation was well-deserved. Chai Shao's eyes darkened. Even as an opponent, he could not help but admire this cavalry. He stretched out his right hand and was about to order the cavalry behind the Tang army to charge when a strange scene that no one had expected appeared. A moment ago the sun was still high in the sky, but at this moment the sky suddenly darkened. Soon it was so dark that one could not even see one's own fingers. Faced with this bizarre scene, not only were the Turkic cavalry panicking, even the Tang army began to stir. Everyone was at a loss for what to do. The attack of the Turks paused for a moment, and the military order that Chai Shao wanted to give also paused for a moment. Don't panic, the heavens are helping our great Tang. Archers, listen to my order. Aim at the Turkic people and shoot with all your might. The rest of the soldiers, prepare the tripping ropes and make the Turkic people fall from their horses. Although the weather was bizarre, Chai Shao quickly calmed down at this crucial moment. He suddenly thought of a plan and circulated his internal energy as he shouted. His shout was not only heard by the Tang army, but also by the Turkic people on the road. Chai Shao's idea was very simple. Since the sky had suddenly turned completely dark and his army could not see, the Turkic cavalry could not see either. With his shout, the Turks wouldn't be able to see their surroundings in the pitch-black environment. They would definitely be afraid of the tripwires on the ground and wouldn't dare to charge in this direction. At this time, the archers would be able to take this opportunity to shoot a few more volleys in the direction the Turks had originally come from. Otherwise, if the Tang cavalry charged forward in this pitch-black environment, there was a high chance that they would accidentally injure their own men, and the outcome would be very difficult to predict. The gains would not make up for the losses. As expected in this pitch-black environment, the moment Chai Shao said that there were tripping ropes on the ground, the Turkic wolf cavalry immediately slowed down. After all, the tripping ropes had already caused the Turkic army to lose 3,000 to 4,000 men. Although the Turks had slowed down their horses, the Tang archers did not slow down at all. Although they did not know when Chai Shao had hidden the tripwires by the side of the road, at this time, they only cared about obeying orders and firing in the direction of the Turk cavalrymen. In truth, the Tang army's tripping ropes were all on the road. There was not a single one on either side of the road. Chai Shao was completely tricking the Turkic people. Even though they could not see anyone, they still remembered the general direction and only needed to shoot in that direction. In any case, there were many Turkic people, so they would definitely be able to hit them. Thwish 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 thwish. In the darkness, countless arrows were fired at the Turkic army. At this time, the Turkic people had tripping ropes in front of them, preventing them from charging at full speed. But if they turned around and fled, they would definitely crash into their comrades in this darkness. Moreover, their backs would likely be turned into a beehive by the Tang army. They were in a dilemma. At this time, the Turkic army was truly in a dilemma. Retreat. All soldiers retreat. The rear army will become the front army, and the front army will become the rear army. Everyone retreat. The Tang army had closed their eyes. After several volleys of arrows, the Turkic army could be said to have suffered disastrous losses. Why did he say that they had closed their eyes? Because it was pitch black right now. Wouldn't those archers be shooting arrows with their eyes closed? Ashina Shirchu knew that in this situation, the Turkic army had no way of fighting the Tang army. He did not know what kind of witchcraft the Tang army had used to make the sky suddenly turn dark, but even if the sky was bright again, he would still not be able to defeat the Tang army with these defeated soldiers. It was better to make a prompt decision and decisively give the order to retreat. This way, he could preserve some of his strength and make a comeback after returning. Naturally, a messenger passed down Ashina Shirchu's order. The Turkic army immediately changed their formation, leaving behind a trail of corpses. Then, relying on their memories, they fled toward the road. Hearing that the Turkic army was about to escape, Chai Shao panicked. Arrows had a range. If the Turkic army escaped the range, he would be completely helpless. But in this dark environment, if he rashly ordered the cavalry to give chase, not only would they not be able to catch up, the cavalry might even trip over themselves because they could not see the road clearly. At this moment, a miraculous scene appeared. A corner of the sun suddenly appeared in the sky. Soon, the exposed part of the sun grew larger and larger, and soon the sky was bright again. The sudden change from night to day made it difficult for everyone to get used to this intense sunlight. Chai Shao covered his eyes for a moment, and after getting used to the intense sunlight, he roared, "All soldiers, hear my order. Get on your horses. Pursue." "Yes." The Tang soldiers replied loudly, and not long after, Chai Shao led 30,000 elites in pursuit of Ashina Shirchu. It was said that a cornered enemy should not be pursued, but today, he had to pursue these defeated Turkic soldiers. Ooh! Chapter 1394. While Chai Shao and Ashina Shir were fiercely fighting, a major event was taking place in Shuafang City, a major event that could affect the war. Although Liang Shidu had predicted that there would be Tang soldiers outside Shuafang City, he had thought that they would only be soldiers from the Summer Province, and there wouldn't be too many of them. Who could have imagined that there would be tens of thousands of elites brought by Yuqi Jingda from Chang'an? Thus, even when Yuqi Jingda had led his army to besiege the city, Liang Shidu's mind was still in a daze. He simply couldn't understand. The Tang emissary had clearly only left 2 days ago, so how could Yuqi Jingda have arrived outside Shuafang City? The only explanation was that the Tang emissary had come with the main force of the Tang army. But this also didn't make sense. Wasn't the Tang known as the Celestial Empire? A land of etiquette and propriety? How could the officials of the Great Tang Imperial Court allow Li Heir to bring an army to persuade them to surrender so rudely? In any case, the Great Tang's strategy of diplomacy before force had caught Liang Shidu off guard. Upon learning that the Tang army was besieging the city, the price of food in the city immediately soared, and the price grew more and more exaggerated with each passing day. On the second day of the siege, many of the grain stores in the city had been plundered. It was now the 6th day of the siege, and many of the common people and officials had no food to eat. In the desperate situation of starvation and near death, obedient people would also become mobs. In the past few days, there had been dozens of cases of mobs robbing the rich in Shuafang City. What was even more serious was that just yesterday, there had been a case of mobs attacking the county government and robbing the official storehouse. Although it had been suppressed, the rest of the citizens had already begun to stir. There was a fine line between mobs and obedient people. Now that someone had made a good start, the rest of the citizens would be able to follow suit. All of this seemed like an invisible hand was secretly adding fuel to the fire, causing the Shuafang city that had been stable for 10-some years to be on the verge of collapse in just a few days. Of course, what made Liang Shi even more anxious was the army. In the past few days, there had been cases of generals leading soldiers to mutiny. The walls of Shuafang city were indeed impregnable, but the inside was shaky and could not withstand a single blow. When it was close to noon, in a courtyard near the imperial palace of Shuafang city, a middle-aged man dressed in rough clothes was anxiously pacing back and forth in the courtyard. His expression was very ugly. "Your Highness, General Exine has already come out from the palace." Just at this moment, a soldier came before the man and bowed. The man hurriedly asked, "How is it? Did my brother agree?" The soldier shook his head and replied, "Your Highness, His Majesty did not agree. It is said that he even scolded General Exine. He said that as the ruler of Daliang, he would rather die than surrender." It turned out that this man in rough clothes was Liang Shido's younger cousin, the Prince of Daliang Liang Luren. This brother did not have any other skills, but he could eat a lot. It was not an exaggeration to call him a glutton. Shuafang city was now surrounded on all sides, and the crops outside the city had been trampled. Even if the Tang army retreated, Daliang would face a shortage of food this year. As a glutton, how could Liang Luren endure this? Thus, among the high-ranking officials of Daliang, Liang Luren was the one who wanted to surrender to Daliang the most. After all, if he followed Daliang, he would not lack food and drink, right? However, although he had this thought, Liang Luren did not dare to reveal it. This fellow had always been timid, so he encouraged the generals close to him to persuade Liang Shido to surrender. At this moment, after learning that Liang Shido was unwilling to surrender to Daliang, Liang Luren's face was filled with displeasure. After a moment of hesitation, he viciously said, "Humph, my good big brother, since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame me." What a glutton was most afraid of was not having anything to eat. Whoever did not give him food to eat, he would take that person's life. At this time, even the most timid person would take the risk when forced into a corner. The heavenly dog is eating the sun. The heavenly dog is eating the sun. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and the cries of the commoners could be heard from outside the mansion. Your Highness, this heavenly dog eating the sun has always been seen as the omen of a country's demise. Now that it has appeared in Daliang, I'm afraid that Daliang is not far from its demise." At this moment, the soldier beside Liang Luren said with a face full of fear, "Humph, Daliang should have been destroyed long ago. Unfortunately, some people are still stubbornly holding on." Liang Luren coldly snorted and said a rebellious sentence. The soldier next to him kept quiet out of fear, not daring to say anything. A quarter of an hour later, the solar eclipse was over, and the world was bright again. Liang Luren said, "Now that the celestial phenomenon has appeared, it means that Daliang's fate has come to an end. Quickly prepare a horse. This king wants to see General Exine." "Yes. Reporting." Reporting to the chief steward, General Chai encountered the Tujue wolf cavalry at the east gate. After a battle, the Tujue were defeated, leaving behind thousands of corpses as they retreated in defeat. Now General Chai is leading the army in pursuit of the enemy. South of Shuafang City, Tang Army's central tent. A soldier rushed in and cupped his fists at Yuqi Jingda. The Tujue retreated in defeat? Good job, Sikhang. Hearing the good news, Yuqi Jingda laughed loudly and said, "Quickly tell this chief steward about the battle." The soldier quickly began to explain. Reporting to the chief steward, General Chai set up a pocket formation on the official road 3 li from the east gate. The soldier roughly explained the battle between General Chai and the Tujue to Yuqi Jingda. Yuqi Jingda nodded as he listened. In the end, he came back to his senses and quickly ordered, "Quickly ride a fast horse and catch up to General Chai. Tell him not to chase too deep and accidentally get surrounded by the enemy. Ashin Tujue is not easy to deal with." "Yes, The soldier cupped his fists and left. Just as Yuchi Jingda was about to breathe a sigh of relief, another soldier walked in and cupped his fists. Reporting to the chief steward, the south gate of Shuafeng City has been opened. Liang Shidu's younger brother, Liang Luren, personally carried Liang Shidu's head and led hundreds of officials out of the city, saying that he wants to surrender to the Great Tang. The moment these words were said, all the officials in the tent were stunned. Although these old generals were not experienced in hundreds of battles, they had still fought dozens of wars. But now, before they even launched an attack, the enemy directly delivered the head of the enemy to admit defeat. They had never encountered such a battle before. Could this be a trick that Liang Shidu deliberately came up with? His goal is to deceive us and make us lower our guard? Summer Province's Governor Lu Min could not help but ask. Having been in Summer Province and having interacted with Liang Shidu for many years, he subconsciously thought that Liang Shidu was using a scheme to trick them into surrendering. Xue Wanjun shook his head and said, "It shouldn't be. Opening the city gates and letting the officials out of the city would make it easy for our army to seize control of the city gates. At that time, the situation in Shuafeng City would be at our mercy. Liang Shidu shouldn't be so stupid as to think of such a stupid move." The soldier cupped his fists and said, "Reporting to the generals, this general has already sent people to personally check. That head is indeed Liang Shidu's head. Furthermore, according to the spies in the city, Liang Luren had just killed Liang Shidu in the palace. Together with great generals Xinliar, Li Zhengbao and Feng Duan, they took control of the situation in the court. Then they brought hundreds of officials out of the city to surrender." Yuchi Jingda laughed and said, Good. Since Liang Shidu is already dead and the generals in Shuafeng City have surrendered without a fight, then we have taken down Shuafeng City without shedding a drop of blood. Let's go. Generals, follow this old man into the city." "Yes, sir." The atmosphere in the central tent instantly surged. All the generals cupped their fists and agreed, their faces filled with joy. After all, to be able to take down Shuafeng City without shedding a drop of blood was the most ideal result. Ooh! Chang'an City. The solar eclipse only lasted for a quarter of an hour before the world regained its light. The commoners discovered an interesting thing. In the past, when the heavenly dog ate the sun, everyone needed to beat drums and gongs. They used this loud noise to scare the heavenly dog away and save the sun. However, because Li Zishuan's solar system theory had been widely spread, only a small portion of the citizens went to beat the drums and gongs during the heavenly dog devouring the sun. After the initial panic, Chang'an City became quiet. However, in the end the sun still came out. This meant that the legend of the heavenly dog was a lie. There was no heavenly dog at all. Of course, this also meant that Li Zishuan's solar system theory was correct. Therefore, after the solar eclipse, the citizens regained their peace faster than usual. Those who were eating went back to eating and those who were going home went home. However, most of them lamented that the heavenly dog devouring the sun was because the moon had blocked the sun. "Your Majesty, after the heavenly dog devouring the sun, the citizens quickly returned to normal. No one spread rumors and no one panicked. Now the citizens believe what the Marquis of Yong and said on Datong Daily. Royal Palace, Ganlu Hall. Li Er had personally witnessed the solar eclipse. At this moment, after he returned to the palace, Zhao Song came in to report to Li Er. Since ancient times, the county kings had placed great importance on the heavenly dog devouring the sun. Therefore, after the solar eclipse, Zhao Song sent people out of the palace to investigate the citizens' customs. When Li Er heard this, he smiled and said, "Good. This way I can rest assured. After all, if someone took the opportunity to mislead the people, although the imperial court has the ability to quell the rebellion, in the end, the people will be the ones to suffer. Send the Minister of War to commend Li Zishuan on my behalf." This small matter was not enough to confer Li Zishuan an official title, but it was still necessary to commend him. Zhao Song smiled and said, "This old servant obeys." Ooh! Cloud Mountain Yanhuang Courtyard. Li Zishuan, who had just finished admiring the solar eclipse, was sunbathing in the courtyard. At the same time, he was thinking about the situation in Shuzhong and the front line of Shuafeng City. That's right, when the solar eclipse came, he was seriously admiring this rare astronomical spectacle. This guy used 2 lenses covered in ink as sunglasses to admire the solar corona during the solar eclipse. In his previous life, he had also experienced a total solar eclipse, but at that time, he was highly myopic and did not have the chance to look carefully. In this life, because of his cultivation of inner chi, his eyesight was excellent. Naturally, he did not want to miss such a good opportunity. Marquis, I just saw an incredible phenomenon. Ouch! At this moment, Li Chunfeng ran into the courtyard excitedly and said excitedly, "Master, you've been waiting for a long time." However, just as he ran into the courtyard, he accidentally tripped on a bamboo stick on the ground and fell to the ground like a wild goose falling from the sand. The Li family's courtyard was full of cement. Li Chunfeng was already running very fast, so the fall was not light. His palms and arms were bleeding on the ground. Li Zixuan was far away, and Li Chuanfeng's fall was too sudden, so he could not react in time. He could only watch as Li Chunfeng fell to the ground. "Master Li, are you okay?" "Xiaohe, quickly bring gauze, water and medicine." Li Zixuan only reacted when Li Chunfeng cried out in pain. He quickly walked to Li Chunfeng and pulled him up from the ground. He then shouted at Xiaohe, who was in the courtyard. "Yes, master." Xiaohe quickly went to carry out the order. Li Chunfeng immediately waved his hand and said, no need. I just didn't see the road clearly and accidentally tripped. It's just a small injury. It's not worth mentioning. I've embarrassed myself in front of you, Marquis. I'm here because I have something important to discuss with Marquis." "Didn't see the road clearly?" Li Zixuan looked at Li Chunfeng suspiciously. Although his eyes were a little sluggish, they were not as rigid as those of a blind person. He could not help but let out a sigh of relief and asked, "Master Li, were you the one who was observing the entire solar eclipse?" Li Chuanfeng's face froze. He then smiled embarrassedly and said, I was fascinated by it so you've completely forgotten what this Marquis told you before? It's a miracle that you're not blind," Li Zixuan said angrily. Although the eyepiece and objective lens of the astronomical telescope were smeared with ink, this method could only slightly reduce the damage done to the eyes by the light in the corona. It could not completely eliminate the damage. That was why Li Zixuan reminded Li Chunfeng not to use the telescope for too long when they were in the academy. He did not expect this guy to be so daring as to forsake his own eyes. Now Li Chuanfeng's eyes were not completely blind. That was definitely a blessing. "Ahem. Marquis, this is all my fault, but I don't regret it. Because during my observation just now, I discovered a very extraordinary phenomenon." Li Chunfeng apologized embarrassedly and then said excitedly, "I'm sorry." Li Zixuan saw that Li Chunfeng kept saying that he had discovered something incredible. He could not help but ask curiously, "Master Li, what did you see just now?" "It moved. I saw the stars move." Li Chuanfeng's words shocked Li Zixuan to the core. "Ooh." Chapter 1395. "Are you saying that you saw the stars move? How is that possible?" Cloud Mountain Villa. Li Zixuan frowned when he heard Li Chunfeng say that he saw the stars move. The stars that Li Chunfeng saw should be the stars outside of the solar system. The reason why stars were called stars was not because they did not move. However, the movement of stars could not be seen with the naked eye for a short period of time. There was no celestial body in the universe that was immobile. All celestial bodies were moving at different speeds. Not only did stars move, but they also moved at the speed of the universe. Take the sun for example. It was spinning around the center of the Milky Way at a speed of 250 kilometers per second. The other stars moved at the same speed as well. The reason why stars did not move was because they were too far away from us. We could not see their movement in a short period of time. Therefore, they were called stars. Only after tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years would the position of stars change. That was why Li Zixuan did not believe Li Chunfeng when he said that he saw the stars move. It's true. It's true. Seeing Li Zixuan's disbelief, Li Chunfeng hurriedly explained. When the sky was completely dark, I saw a cluster of galaxies around the sun's silhouette with my telescope. I observed this cluster of galaxies last year and even drew a star map. However, during the total solar eclipse today, the positions of some of the stars in the cluster of galaxies seem to have changed. Isn't this the movement of the stars? It's not that the stars are moving. It's that the direction of light has changed. When Li Zixuan heard this, he quickly recalled some things from his previous life. He couldn't help but be shocked. Good heavens! This Li Chunfeng inadvertently discovered something incredible. In his previous world, Newton stood on the shoulders of giants and saw a falling apple. That was when he realized the gravitational force between all things. Einstein stood on the shoulders of his predecessors and proposed the general theory of relativity in 1915. He believed that gravitational force was the representation of the curvature of spacetime. One of the major differences between Newton and Einstein's views on time and space was the influence of gravity on light. Although classical dynamics predicted that the gravitational force of a star could deflect the path of a photon, Einstein believed that this prediction was only a rough approximation of the actual situation. It was not the gravitational force of a star that pulled the photon, but the star curved the structure of space. This was like a person standing on a trampoline bending the surface. The photon was like a small ball rolling across the trampoline, moving along the curved structure. From the perspective of a photon, it always travels in a straight line, and the distortion of spacetime causes the photon to be deflected. Therefore, gravity was a manifestation of the curvature of space. Since the Sun is the most massive object in our solar system, the resulting spacetime curvature will be the most obvious. But to test general relativity, astronomers must study the positions of background stars near the edge of the Sun to determine the angle at which light is deflected as it passes near the Sun. The deflection predicted by general relativity is twice as large as Newtonian mechanics. However, the Sun was very bright, and it was impossible to see the background stars at the edge of the Sun unless the sunlight was blocked. A total solar eclipse. During a total solar eclipse, the Moon moved between the Sun and the Earth, completely blocking the Sun's disk. In 1917, Einstein's little fan Dyson conceived an experiment. During a total solar eclipse, the positions of the background stars near the edge of the Sun were plotted, and then compared with the normal positions of these stars in the night sky, the spacetime distortion effect could be observed. This experiment was verified in 1919, proving the validity of Einstein's general theory of relativity. Now Li Chunfeng saw the shift of the stars during a total solar eclipse. Didn't this prove Einstein's general theory of relativity? Massive stars would cause spacetime to be bent, and light would be deflected as it traveled through it. It was equivalent to passing through a gravitational lens, so people would mistakenly think that the positions of the stars had changed, but in fact the positions of the stars had not changed. This Li Chunfeng was a physicist who had been delayed by metaphysics. The direction of light transmission has changed? Marquis, I don't understand. Doesn't light travel in a straight line? Is it possible that it will be bent? Li Chunfeng heard Li Zixuan's mumbling and could not help but be puzzled. He had stayed in Yanhuang College for more than half a year, and he often communicated with Mo Huai, Mo Chui, and other professors in the physics department. He knew some basic physics knowledge. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment, then slowly said, Taoistly, under normal circumstances, light does travel in a straight line. However, there are some special cases where light doesn't travel in a straight line. For example, when light passes through ice or water, it will be deflected. That's why when we use a harpoon to spear fish, we have to stab the fish a few inches deeper into the fish's body. Because the fish we see at that time are not real fish, it's just an illusion. Li Chunfeng heard this and nodded slightly. He had heard these theories from Mo Huai and Mo Chui, so it was not difficult to understand. However, Marquis, I understand what you said, but the light emitted by the stars in the sky only passes through the vast space in the process of transmission. It doesn't pass through ice or water. According to what you said in the textbook of physics, if the refractive index of the transmission medium doesn't change, then the transmission direction of the light won't change. Why do you say that the transmission direction of the light has changed? Li Chunfeng was puzzled. Li Zixuan heard this and could not help but think that Li Chunfeng was quite knowledgeable about the physics of Yanhuang College. He smiled and said, Master Li, there is one thing that I can tell you clearly. The stars in the sky do not move in a short period of time. Only after tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years will you be able to see the changes in their positions. Therefore, the only explanation for the movement of the stars you saw just now is that the light emitted by the stars was deflected when it passed near the Sun. It was as if the light passed through a lens. As for why this strange phenomenon occurred, you will have to figure it out yourself. However, I can provide you with a hypothesis. The Sun is a star, and its weight is much heavier than the Earth. The space near the Sun is different from the space in other places. When the light passes by, it may be deflected or absorbed by the Sun. As for the specific reason, you will have to figure it out yourself. As the most famous quack in the Tang dynasty, Li Chuanfeng's life was undoubtedly very glorious. He even left a deep mark in the history of Chinese civilization. Li Zixuan wanted to drag Li Chunfeng into the pit of physics. He wanted to see what kind of sparks would be created when a metaphysician collided with physics. In the 21st century, there was a popular saying that the end of science was metaphysics. When a scientist climbed to the top of the mountain, a metaphysical or Buddhist master would have been waiting for him for a long time. Einstein once said, "Religion without science is lame, and science without religion is blind." Space, time, and matter are all illusions of human cognition. Metaphysics was the study of the universe itself. It mainly studied the origin of Tao, which was opened, passed down, and developed by the ancestor of humanity, Fu Xi, the Yellow Emperor, King Wan, Laozi, and Zhuangzi. The origin of Qi was a concept of the universe with a strict logic system. It was the core value of Chinese civilization. If one looked at it carefully, some parts of metaphysics actually had the shadow of science. It was very interesting to let a senior metaphysician study science. Perhaps Li Chunfeng could become a big name in science in the future. Even more awesome than Newton and Einstein. This was definitely not impossible. After listening to Li Zixuan's words, Li Chuanfeng's face gradually became serious. After a moment of silence, he muttered to himself, "This star can change the direction of light transmission. This is unbelievable." In the past, he boasted that he was proficient in metaphysics and could see through everything in the world. However, after talking to Li Zixuan, he suddenly felt small and insignificant. He felt that the knowledge in his mind compared to Li Zixuan was like a firefly competing with the bright moon. For the first time, he felt that Li Zixuan was unfathomable and unfathomable. Li Zixuan smiled. "This is not unbelievable. The physics taught in Yanhuang College is still relatively basic. It does not involve the movement of celestial bodies. In the later advanced physics classes, students will be introduced to a force called gravity. The heavier an object was, the stronger the gravitational force it produced. The heavier a star was, the stronger the gravitational force it produced. It was difficult for mortals to estimate its weight, and the stronger the gravitational force it produced. Perhaps there is a type of star that is infinitely heavy and has an infinitely strong gravitational force. It can swallow everything, even the light around it. Who knows?" The thing that he mentioned that could swallow everything was a black hole. Li Chuanfeng's expression changed when he heard that. If there really is such a celestial body, won't all living beings in this world experience a world-ending catastrophe? He asked in horror. Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "All living things have their own destiny. As a Taoist, how can you not see this point clearly? How vast is the universe? How vast are the stars in the sky? Who can be sure that there is such a star that can swallow everything that I mentioned? Even if there is, it might not be near Earth because the universe is so vast that Earth is equivalent to a speck of dust. In terms of pure probability, the probability of us being swallowed is very small." I've lost my composure. The Marquis's words are reasonable. Li Chunfeng looked ashamed. He put his hands together and bowed to Li Zixuan. After pondering for a while, he said seriously, "Marquis, I have a presumptuous request. I hope that Marquis will allow it." Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said politely, "Taoist Master Li, feel free to speak your mind. I will do my best to help." "Thank you, Marquis." Li Chunfeng thanked him first and then said, "Marquis, please forgive me. I want to stay in the Yanhuang Academy. I have always felt that Lord Marquis's work seems to contain the supreme mystery of Taoist metaphysics. If I can understand it, I may be able to successfully deduce the fate of the Tang Empire for the next hundreds or even thousands of years. This is my life's wish." The pushback diagram. After listening to Li Chunfeng, Li Zixuan subconsciously thought of the number 1 book of Chinese Taoist prophecy, the pushback diagram. Legend has it that Li Shimin ordered 2 famous Taoist masters, Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, to write it in order to predict the future of Tang. It combined the study of astronomy, poetry, riddles and pictures into one. Now Yuan Tiangang had not yet entered the imperial court, and Li Chunfeng was only in his 20s. Naturally, no one could write the pushback diagram. When Li Chunfeng was proficient in physics and truly recognized the universe, what would the pushback diagram be like? Li Zixuan was looking forward to it. Although you and I don't study under the same teacher, we are both from the same school of Taoism. I have no reason to reject your request. However, the knowledge of Yanhuang College can only be known by the students and teachers of Yanhuang College. Taoist Master Li, you were able to learn some knowledge about physics from Mr. Mo, which is considered a violation of the rules of the college. Yanhuang College has been implementing a comprehensive confidentiality policy since a while ago. From now on, no one from Yanhuang College will be able to learn the knowledge of Yanhuang College. This is my decision, and it is also His Majesty's decision. Taoist Master Li, you are now working in the Bureau of History. You are not part of Yanhuang College. According to the confidentiality policy, you cannot stay in Yanhuang College to study engineering. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and shook his head. It was true that he wanted to pull Li Chunfeng into the big pit of physics, but the confidentiality rules of the Yanhuang Academy could not be violated by anyone. In the past, Li Chunfeng was able to learn some physics knowledge from Mo Huai and Mo Chue, because the academy had not fully implemented the confidentiality rules. Now that they had started to implement confidentiality management, he had to abide by the rules. If Li Chunfeng wanted to stay in the academy, he had to solve the problem of his identity first. Li Chunfeng was silent for a while. Then he cupped his hands and said, I see. I was too impulsive when I tried to learn engineering from the college. I apologized to Marquis. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Taoist Master Li, you don't have to apologize. It was the college's fault for not having a complete system. Li Chunfeng's eyes suddenly lit up and said, Since only people from Yanhuang College can learn engineering, I wonder if Marquis is willing to accept me as his student? I am willing to resign from my position in the Bureau of History on behalf of His Majesty. Li Chunfeng wanted to be a student in Yanhuang College? Li Zixuan almost laughed when he heard that. Li Chunfeng's son, Li Yan, was studying in Yanhuang College. Wouldn't that mean that father and son would be in the same college? No. Li Zixuan paused for a moment and quickly said, Taoist Master Li's knowledge is more than enough to be a teacher in the college. How can you be a student? Also, Taoist Master Li is very talented and is highly valued by the Emperor. How about this? Taoist Master Li can ask the Emperor if you can be a teacher in Yanhuang College while being a teacher in the Bureau of History. Li Chunfeng was very tempted. He cupped his hands and said, If that's the case, thank you very much, Marquis. I will return to Chong, and report to the Emperor. Go. Li Zixuan did not show it on his face, but on the inside, he was overjoyed. He had accidentally tricked the most famous conman of Tang Dynasty into becoming a teacher in the college. This was a great deal. As for what kind of chemical reaction Li Chunfeng would have with engineering, only God knew. However, Li Zixuan was looking forward to it. Chapter 1396. What's wrong, Your Majesty? Are you still worried about the drought? In the evening, Empress Zhongsun came to the sweet nectar hall with a bowl of porridge. She saw Li Er sitting on the dragon couch with one hand supporting his chin. His brows were furrowed, and he had an appearance of great bitterness and hatred. Clearly, his mood was not good. Thus, she carefully walked forward and asked softly. Li Er snorted and said with a disgruntled expression, Humph, Li Chunfeng came to see me just now. He said that he wanted to work as a teacher in Yanhuang College, and hoped that I would allow it. If I didn't allow it, he would resign from his position in the Imperial Historian Bureau. Guanyin maid, don't you think this is infuriating? Don't tell me that the position I gave him is not as good as a teacher in Yanhuang College? Empress Zhongsun couldn't help but smile and asked, Did Your Majesty allow it? Li Er was even more annoyed. Can I not allow it? Li Chunfeng is so young, and he is already proficient in the 5 arts of Taoism. As long as he is trained, he will be the best candidate for the position of Imperial Historian. If I don't allow it, won't I lose a talent and look like I have no tolerance? Li Er was the only one who could do that. If it were any other emperor in the future, They would definitely order Li Chunfeng to be fired if Li Chunfeng made such demands and conditions in front of them. It had to be said that Li Er was very tolerant towards those who were truly capable and capable. For example, Li Zishuan. Although he had made many mistakes, Li Er never gave him any substantial punishment. Empress Zhongsun smiled and came to Li Er's side. She gently massaged Li Er's temples and said with a smile, "Your Majesty, there is no need to be angry. Whether it is the Imperial Historian Bureau or Yanhuang College, they all belong to Your Majesty. Now that Li Chunfeng is willing to work as two people, it proves that he wants to double his loyalty to Your Majesty. Your Majesty, why don't you accept it?" Li Er was stunned and then laughed. "Haha, Guanyin maid is right. Both the Yanhuang Academy and the Taisher Bureau belong to me. Li Chuanfeng's action is also a show of loyalty to me. Guanyin maid, you are really smart." "Haha. What? Father? Are you saying that you will stay in the academy as a teacher in the future?" There was a small shop in Yanhuang College. After school, Li Chunfeng called his son, Li Yan, over for a quick meal at Gu Xiaomao's tavern. He also told Li Yan about his preparation to join Yanhuang College. Li Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Li Chunfeng took a sip of wine and chuckled. That was right. Marquis no Yamacho, he has promised me. Tomorrow I can officially join Yanhuang College and become a teacher. In the future, I will have more time to stay in Yanhuang College." Li Yan was silent for a long time before he finally accepted the news. After a pause, he asked, "Father, what about your job at the Taisher Bureau? Did you resign from your position in the imperial court?" Li Chunfeng smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about this proverb. His Majesty has given me permission to work in the Imperial Historian Bureau and teach in the academy, so I still have my official position, but I will have to travel between Chang'an and the academy in the future." Although Li Chunfeng could give up his position in order to pursue the truth, it did not mean that he did not like being an official. Especially with his current position in the Taisher Bureau, the Yamen was a place for him to use his knowledge. On the other hand, Yanhuang College was a place where he could continue to recharge. The two did not conflict at all. Instead, they complemented each other. Li Yan was surprised. "His Majesty is really generous and righteous. I didn't expect him to agree to your suggestion. That's great. However, Father, the reason I came to Yanhuang College was to find out the depth of Yamacho's destined one. Why are you here now?" In the end, Li Yan was a little depressed and confused. In his impression, his father was determined to be a top Taoist metaphysical sorcerer, who could predict good and bad luck, and deduce the fate of the country. Why would he be interested in teaching at Yanhuang Academy now? Li Chunfeng was silent for a long time and said gloomily in his heart, "Can your father say that I was wrong? I only saw that Li Zishuan was the destined one, but I didn't see that his knowledge was as vast as the sea, unfathomable and admirable." Ahem. As the saying goes, what Mountain Elder has learned is rather complicated, but the supreme profoundness seems to have some kind of connection with the 5 arts of Taoism. Thinking of how Mountain Elder used to be spiritual master Ling Su's disciple, this point is not difficult to explain. Perhaps spiritual master Ling Su's Tao is very different from my master's Tao. But in the end, they all lead to the same destination. Therefore, if I want to improve my 5 arts of Taoism, I must stay in Yanhuang College and study Yamacho's Tao. Li Chunfeng was silent for a moment and whispered to Li Yan. Li Yan was shocked and said, "I see. However, forgive me for being slow, but I still can't see the connection between Yamacho's knowledge and the 5 arts of Taoism." Li Chunfeng smiled and said, "Haha, no rush, no rush. You will slowly discover the proverb in the future. Come, let's eat. In the future, you and I will be father and son as well as teacher and student. It will be a good story." Yanhuang College had a new teacher, and he was an official in the imperial court. This was new. Many of the teachers in Yanhuang College had been officials before, and their positions were not low. For example, Li Gang and Yan Silu were not only officials, but also first-rank officials. They had a high reputation in the imperial court and among the scholars. However, that was the glory of the past. Before this, no official in the imperial court came to Yanhuang College to be a teacher. Li Chunfeng had set a precedent, of course. Li Zishuan was an exception. The fact that Li Chunfeng was able to hold two important positions at the same time was enough to show how much the emperor valued him. In the first month, Li Zishuan did not assign any teaching tasks to Li Chunfeng. Firstly, Li Chunfeng needed to pass the college's secret exam and study the college's physics textbook. Secondly, Li Chunfeng had to balance his work with the Bureau of Imperial History. He needed time to get used to it. That's right. Li Zishuan planned to arrange for Li Chunfeng to teach the subject of physics. Although Li Chunfeng's current level of physics was not as good as Mo Huai and Mo Chue's, his mathematical ability was definitely the best among all the physics teachers. Elementary physics might not require a strong mathematical ability, but advanced physics required a high mathematical ability. The world's top physicists like Newton, Einstein, and Maxwell had another identity, and that was mathematicians. Therefore, Li Zishuan had a long-term plan when he assigned Li Chunfeng to the physics department. 3 days later early in the morning, Li Zishuan had just finished his breakfast when Pang Feiji rushed into the courtyard with a letter in his hands. Marquis, someone in Sichuan has sent you a letter. Sichuan? Could it be a letter from Shiqing? Quick, let me see it. Li Zishuan was shocked. He quickly took the letter from Pang Feiji's hands, opened the envelope, took out the letter, and began to read it carefully. Pang Feiji secretly observed Li Zishuan's facial expression. Seeing that Li Zishuan was getting more and more excited, he could not help but feel happy as well. After about 20 breaths, Li Zishuan finally finished reading the letter. He smiled happily and said, Shiqing did not disappoint. The vanadium mine in Sichuan is finally ready to be mined. Li Zishuan waved at San Bao, who was in the courtyard, and said, San Bao, come here. Young master. San Bao thought that something good had happened to him. He quickly ran over and bowed to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and said, San Bao, I want you to go to Sichuan again. Ah, young master. San Bao hasn't done anything wrong recently. Please don't send San Bao to die in Sichuan again. San Bao instantly put on a long face and said with a wronged expression, the last time he went to Sichuan he almost lost his life there. How would he dare to go there again? Wasn't that seeking his own death? Li Zishuan was taken aback. He immediately understood that this fellow had misunderstood his meaning. Thus he slapped the back of San Bao's head in exasperation and said, What are you talking about? Why would I send you to die? Don't worry, the leader of the Chong people in Sichuan has already agreed to let us mine there. This time, not only will they not make things difficult for you, they will also treat you with respect. The governor of Izhou will also take care of you. San Bao was stunned. He said with surprise, Young master, is that true? The leader of the Chong people really won't chase after San Bao anymore? Li Zishuan snorted and said, Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? San Bao, I'm sending you to the center of Sichuan to take charge of the mining. You'll be in charge of the allocation of money, grain, and manpower. I'll send 2 accountants and a team of guards to follow you to the center of Sichuan. You must send back a few batches of vanadium, or as soon as possible. San Bao was flattered when he heard that. He said, Young master. San Bao can run errands, but I don't have the ability to be in charge of the mining of the vanadium. Li Zishuan smiled and said, You little brat, I gave you such an important task and you didn't accept it. But you don't have to worry. There will be a student from the academy there to help you. He is familiar with the local Chong people and the local government. You just have to help me take care of the money. Shiqing said in the letter that he wanted to wait until the vanadium was completely mined, and the road in Sichuan was completed before returning to the academy. Li Zishuan thought about it and did not object. This child's dream was to benefit the people in his hometown. This time he would treat it as an off-campus practice. San Bao was relieved and said, Then no problem. San Bao will pack up and go to Sichuan again. Li Zishuan nodded and sent someone to find Wang Zhong. He transferred 50,000 strings of coins from his family to start the mining and road construction. He was going to send the guards to escort San Bao to Sichuan. Speaking of which, the use of the Tang Yuan was not popular in Sichuan yet. In the letter, Shiqing said that Gao Shirlian hoped that Li Zishuan could open the Yanhuang Bank in Sichuan. so that the people and merchants there could start to use this currency that was 100 times more convenient than copper coins. Li Zishuan naturally had no reason to disagree. After all, in history, the first place to use paper money on a large scale was in Sichuan. This time, he was not just sending people to Sichuan to mine the vanadium. He wanted to bring the bank, the Chiziu Pavilion, the Chiziu culture, the Datong Daily Office, these new things, as well as some famous shops in Chang'an City. Bashu had always had the reputation of being a land of abundance. Its grain output was astonishing, and during the struggle for supremacy between Chu and Han, the grain from Bashu alone was enough to feed Liu Bang's hundreds of thousands of soldiers. If they could revitalize Bashu's transportation and economy, it would be of great benefit to the Great Tang. Hence, after arranging the initial funds for the mining and road construction, Li Zishuan invited a few members of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, the managers of the Chiziu Pavilion and Chiziu Culture, Ma Zhou from the Datong Daily Editorial Department, and the current king of Shu Li Ku, to discuss setting up a bank, shops and newspapers in Sichuan. Everyone contributed funds, manpower. In the end, they formed a huge army to assist Sichuan. They were prepared to follow Sanbao to Sichuan the next day. Of course, the Yanhuang Bank was now a state-owned property. If they wanted to set up a branch in Sichuan, they would have to inform Li Er. Even though they knew that Li Er would not object, they still had to report to him. This was a matter of principle. Hence, around 5 p.m., Li Zishuan rode his horse down the mountain and prepared to meet Li Er in the palace. Just as he entered Chang'an City, Li Zishuan heard the sound of horses galloping behind him, following which he heard someone shouting, "Great victory! General Yuqi has achieved a great victory in Shuafang City, killed more than 10,000 Turkic wolf cavalry soldiers. Liang Shi was killed by his subordinates. The officials in Shuafang City have surrendered." As soon as he finished speaking, a soldier rode past Li Zishuan on his horse. As he ran, he continued to shout, "Victory! General Yuqi has achieved a great victory in Shuafang City, killed more than 10,000 Turkic wolf cavalry soldiers. Liang Shi was killed by his subordinates. The officials in Shuafang City have surrendered." When the commoners heard this, they instantly became lively. "The imperial court has achieved a great victory again? Heh, that's great. That Liang Shi stole from our Great Tang prefecture, and even sided with the Turkic people. He should have met with such a fate long ago. That's right. General Yuqi has done well. This kind of traitor who betrayed the Han people should be cut into pieces. Yes. The front line has achieved a great victory. No matter what, we have to drink a few cups tonight." When the commoners heard this news, they naturally cheered. They were overjoyed that they were able to live in such a prosperous dynasty. However, Li Zishuan heard another meaning from the news. He muttered to himself, "Killed more than 10,000 Turkic wolf cavalry soldiers? The Turkic people have indeed sent out their troops. Looks like the war between our Great Tang and the Turkic people is about to begin." Hiya! After regaining his senses, Li Zishuan hurriedly urged Dabai to gallop toward the imperial city. Chapter 1397. 2 in 1 chapter. 4th month, 22nd day, General Yuqi led 50,000 elites and joined forces with the 30,000 Summer Province House Army. On the same day, they entered the forest outside Shuafang City. Xin Fa and Zhongchang, the two Taichung temple officials, went to Shuafang City to persuade Liang Shidu to surrender, but to no avail. Seeing this, General Yuqi ordered Summer Province Governor Lu Min to send spies into the city. He also sent General Xue to lead cavalry and trample all the crops outside the city. When Liang Shidu heard the news, he guessed that the Great Tang army was outside the city. The next day, he locked down the city gates, not allowing anyone to enter or leave. In the next few days, General Xue led his cavalry to trample the crops outside the city. After all the crops were trampled on the 25th day of the 4th month, General Yuqi led his army to surround Shuafang City, surrounding it but not attacking. At this time, due to the lack of food, the people in Shuafang City were panicking. Rioters rose up and the army mutinied. In order to get out of this situation as quickly as possible, Liang Shidu sent many cavalry to break out of the encirclement and seek help from the Turks. On the 27th day of the 4th month, Turkic General Ashina Shirchuan led 20,000 Turkic wolf cavalry to assist Liang Shidu. However, he did not know that General Chai had already set up a pocket formation in the wilderness. Caught off guard, the Turkic army suffered heavy losses in the first clash. The day after, when the sun began to eat, General Chai took advantage of the darkness to rain arrows on Ashina Shirchuan. When the sun rose, the Turkic army threw away their armor and fled. In this battle, General Chai killed 10,000 Turkic wolf cavalry at the price of less than 100 casualties. On the other side of Shuafang City, Liang Shidu was killed by his cousin Liang Luren. Liang Luren then led all the officials and generals of Shuafang City to surrender. Only then was Shuafang City taken without bloodshed. Within the Sweet Dew Hall, the messenger soldier from the front lines reported the details of the battle to Li Er. When Li Er heard this, he could not help but smile. Haha, good, good. This battle was well fought. You can go and rest first. When the army returns to court, we will reward you according to your merits. Yes, Your Majesty. This general will take his leave. The soldier cupped his fists and hurriedly left. Li Er was in a great mood and was preparing to head to the inner palace to share this good news with Empress Zhongsun when another eunuch walked in and said, Your Majesty, the Marquis of Yong and requests an audience. Li Er was stunned and stopped in his tracks. He sat back down and said, Let him in. Here. Not long after, Li Zishuan came in from outside the hall and greeted Li Er. This subject pays his respects to Your Majesty. Congratulations to Your Majesty for the great victory on the front lines and the recovery of the north. Now our great Tang has finally unified the Central Plains. Just now, when the messenger soldier was reporting the results of the battle to Li Zishuan was waiting outside the hall for his summons. His hearing was sharp and naturally he heard every word. Li Er was amused when he heard that and said, Get up. Brat, you're rather well informed. Not only has the imperial court recovered Shuafang City, the Turks have also sent troops because of Liang Shidu. This way, the Great Tang will have a good reason to send troops to the Turks in the future. The plan you formulated back then has all been realized. No matter how you look at it, this can be considered a great merit. Whatever reward you want, just tell us. One could see that Li Er was in an extremely good mood. The main reason was that this battle had been fought too beautifully. Not only had they recovered the north that had been isolated for 10-some years, they had even lured Sheli Khan to send troops. It was simply too perfect. And all of this was thanks to Li Zishuan's strategy of using peaceful means before resorting to force. Li Zishuan hurriedly bowed and said, Your Majesty, this subject did not personally enter the battlefield, nor did I kill a single enemy. I only moved my lips, so how can I claim credit? Those soldiers who shed their blood on the battlefield should be rewarded. These words were not out of modesty, but from the bottom of his heart. Even without his suggestion, Li Er's powerful think tank would have come up with the best strategy. This was because in history, Liang Shidu had never caused much trouble for Li Er. Li Er was taken aback. Then, as if he had just met Li Zishuan, he sized up Li Zishuan from head to toe. Then he chuckled and said, Haha! It seems like after spending so much time with Li Gang and Yen Silu in Yanhuang College, your personality has become more and more stable. Not bad. Not bad. What business do you have with us today? Li Zishuan smiled and replied, Your Majesty, the people this subject sent to Sichuan have replied. They said that the local Chong people have agreed to allow this subject to mine the mine. Although Sichuan's agriculture industry is very developed, due to the lack of transportation, it is inconvenient to communicate with the outside world. This is not conducive to the development of local trade. Therefore, this subject not only plans to send people to mine the mine, but also wants to build roads in Sichuan and bring famous shops from Chang'an to Sichuan. At the same time, I want to open a bank there and promote the replacement of copper coins with Tangyuan. I hope that Your Majesty will allow this. Hearing this, Li Er nodded and said, For you to have such thoughts, this subject is very gratifying. Sichuan is very important to our Tang Empire. If we can connect Sichuan to the Central Plains, it is equivalent to Tang Empire having a very stable rear guard. In the past, Sichuan was able to support hundreds of thousands of Liu Bang's Han army. From this one can see how good this land is. Therefore, building roads, opening shops, and opening a bank, this subject is approved by this subject. In the next 2 days, submit a proposal to this subject. The imperial court will allocate a sum of money to help build roads in Sichuan. Li Zishuan happily cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, Your Majesty." Speaking of which, building bridges and paving roads for the people's livelihood was best done by the imperial court. It was not that Li Zishuan was unwilling to spend the money, but if this matter was done by him, it would be unjustifiable. He might even be accused of buying the people's hearts and arouse the suspicion of the emperor. Now that Li Er was willing to let the imperial court allocate the money, it was naturally the best. Li Er thought for a moment and suddenly smiled. Establishing the Yanhuang Bank is the best decision this subject has made in these 2 years. A few days ago, I heard from Kerr that in the past half a year since the bank was established, not only did it solve the shortage of money, but it also made the business activities of the Tang Empire more frequent and prosperous. This month, Kerr introduced an interest-bearing deposit business to the people in the Yanhuang Bank. Every day, he took in countless copper coins from the people, merchants, and the people. He then used these savings to lend to the merchants. It is said that the monthly interest added up to tens of thousands of strings of coins. And this is just the beginning. It really surprised me. Li Zishuan heard this and was not surprised. He cupped his hands and smiled. His Highness King of Shu is naturally intelligent and can often draw inferences from one example. Now that he is training in the Yanhuang Bank, it is all because of Your Majesty's guidance that he can achieve such results. Haha, you brat. Li Er was amused when he heard this. He pointed at Li Zishuan and said with a smile, "We are usually busy with state affairs. How would we have the time to teach Ku? Are you praising yourself by saying this? Actually, you don't need to say it. This subject knows that Ker's ideas must have been given by you. In short, I am very happy that Ker can learn such knowledge in the academy." Li Zishuan smiled and did not reply. "Oh, that's right," Li Er suddenly said. "A few days ago, Li Chunfeng came to me and said that he wanted to be a teacher in Yanhuang College. You brat, tell me, what kind of magic potion did you feed him to make him so obsessed with Yanhuang College?" Although Empress Zhongsun had solved the knot in Li Er's heart that day, Li Er still could not figure it out. Logically speaking, the only thing that attracted Li Chunfeng in Yanhuang College was the astronomical telescope. Moreover, Li Chunfeng already had the right to use it. So why did that guy still want to be a teacher in Yanhuang College? Li Zishuan recalled the scene of him tricking Li Chunfeng that day, and could not help but want to laugh. He coughed softly and said with a straight face, "Your Majesty, Priestley is very knowledgeable and talented in physics. He is about to understand the mystery of the universe and stars. It is very likely that he will become the greatest physicist in the whole Tang Empire, or even the whole world. Yanhuang College is the place that can fulfill his dreams. I believe that he decided to be a teacher in Yanhuang College after careful consideration. Your Majesty's permission is enough to show that Your Majesty is broad-minded. You can be called a wise emperor. The mystery of the universe and stars? The greatest physicist?" Li Er could not help but mutter. Then he said angrily, "You brat, don't flatter me. This subject is warning you. Don't have any ideas about the officials in the imperial court. Not only do you have a lot of things to do in the academy, but the imperial court is also very busy. If all the talents that I have carefully groomed are tricked into the academy by you, then who will handle the affairs in the 3 provinces and 6 departments? Won't the imperial court be in a mess?" Li Zishuan was speechless. He muttered gloomily, "What do you mean by tricking? What I did was called tricking with skills." "What?" Li Zishuan's voice was too soft, so Li Er did not hear it clearly. However, he knew that Li Zishuan did not say anything good, so he raised his voice by an octave. Nothing. I just said that I won't dare to do it again. If Your Majesty has no other orders, then I will take my leave." Li Zishuan quickly changed his words. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan suspiciously and said, "That's all, you can go back." Li Zishuan heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty, I will take my leave." Then he turned around and was about to leave the hall. Unexpectedly, Li Er's voice came from behind him. Wait." Li Zishuan was speechless. He thought to himself, "Old Li, are you messing with me? If you make me angry, I will. Your Majesty, do you have any other orders? He had no choice, he was under someone else's roof, he had to lower his head. Li Zishuan turned around and walked in front of Li Er with a smile on his face. Li Er said with a serious face, "There is something that I want you to do. If you do it well, I will reward you handsomely." Li Zishuan clasped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, please speak. If it is within my power, I will do my best." Actually, this fellow did not think much of it. This was because he knew that with his current title and official position, he was already in an awkward position where he could not be promoted. There was no other way. Who asked him to be the one and only Marquis of Great Tang at such a young age? If he were to be promoted any further, where would the faces of those who contributed to the founding of the country be? Li Er nodded with satisfaction and then said, "Yesterday, the envoy of the Wu Nation, who is the current crown prince of the Wu Nation, came to me and wanted to make a bet with me. He said that the football league held by the Tang Empire Football Association had ended. He was very interested in the football of the Tang Empire, so he set up his own team and wanted to compete with the best team of the Tang Empire. If he won, he hoped that I could allow the Wu Nation to send students to study in the Yanhuang Academy in the future. If they lost, he was willing to give 40,000 kilograms of brass to the Tang Empire." Li Zishuan's heart tightened and he quickly asked, "Your Majesty, did you agree to the request of the Crown Prince of Wu?" At this time he was secretly cursing in his heart. Sure enough, the imperialists still want to destroy us. This damn Crown Prince of Wu has always coveted the advanced engineering knowledge of Yanhuang College. Last time he failed to bribe me with beautiful women, so he wants to find an opportunity from Li Er. How hateful. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan strangely and said, "The Tang Empire is the most powerful country in the Celestial Empire, while the Wu Nation is just a small foreign country. How can I not accept their challenge? Wouldn't that be degrading the prestige of the Tang Empire? Besides, this football comes from Tang football. I don't believe that Tang football's team can't beat Wu's team. Since the Crown Prince of Wu is willing to give me 40,000 kilograms of brass, how can I not accept it?" When Li Zishuan heard this, he was so angry that he almost died. He thought, "Old Li, you are too deceitful, aren't you? Even when I was facing the Princess of Wu, I was still calm. Wasn't it to protect the knowledge of Yanhuang College from being controlled by foreigners? But you actually accepted such a deceitful bet. What do you want me to do? Your Majesty, forgive me for offending you, but you really shouldn't have accepted this bet. The Crown Prince of Wu covets the engineering knowledge of Yanhuang College, and it has been clear for a long time. Even if we are sure to win the competition, it's better to be safe than sorry. If they really win, Your Majesty, do you really want to allow them to send students to Yanhuang College?" Li Zishuan was angry and cupped his hands to Li Er. There were many disrespectful words in his words, and they were all because he was angry with old Li. Hearing this, Li Er did not get angry. He chuckled and said, "What you have said, Zhen is very clear about it. But Zhen is the emperor of the Great Tang Empire. How can Zhen refuse a challenge from a small foreign country? If this spread out, the reputation of Tang football's imperial court among the people will definitely fall. Won't it be considered as falling into the Wu's trap? So instead of avoiding it, it's better to fight head-on and win. Of course, to be on the safe side, I order you to select a group of top players from the top teams of Tang football. After training them well, they will participate in this competition. You are the founder of Tang football, so you are most familiar with the rules of football. If you are to select and train the players, I don't believe that the Wu team can win." "Great. You really think highly of me." Li Zishuan smiled bitterly in his heart and felt an inexplicable pressure. This courage was related to the honor of Tang football, and whether the knowledge of Yanhuang College would be leaked. It was not up to him not to take responsibility. After thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, "In that case, I will accept this task. I just don't know when Your Majesty will be competing with the Wu team?" Ooh. Chapter 1398. The date of the game is set for half a month later. You can choose an existing team, or you can choose several excellent players from several teams to form a new team. I have sent people to secretly inquire about the team formed by the Prince of Neon. The cooperation between the players is very good. They have secretly defeated several Tang First League teams. Don't underestimate them. In the Sweet Dew Palace, Li Er stood up and looked at Li Zixuan with his hands behind his back. Li Zixuan cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, please rest assured. I will do my best to win this game." To be honest, Li Zixuan didn't take the Neon team seriously. Good cooperation? How good could a team that had only been in contact with football for a few months cooperate? Although he didn't play football in his previous life, he had watched a lot of football games. He didn't believe that the Neon team could win if he just gave them some tactics to practice. In the past, Li Zixuan didn't want to do these things because he didn't want to break the rules. As the president of the Tang Football Association, how could he set up a team himself? After all, how could he be both a referee and a player? What's more, if he were to use the training methods of modern football clubs, which team would be his opponent? This would make the game lose its suspense and seem very boring. But it was different now. The Neon team took the initiative to ask for a beating. If they lost this game, Yanhuang College would have to accept students from Neon. That couldn't be done. Therefore, Li Zixuan had to choose to come out of retirement at this time. Oh, the king of Jiangxia is also very interested in this matter. You can go and find him later. Maybe he can help you with something. At this time, Li Er suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Zixuan nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and bowed to Li Er, saying, "Your Majesty, the Neon people are the best at forbearance. Beneath their humble appearance, they often hide wild ambitions. This subject earnestly requests that Your Majesty not be fooled by their appearance when interacting with the Neon people in the future, because once they learn your way of governing and the advanced production technology of the Tang Empire, not only will they not be grateful, they will even bite us back. Those who are not of our kind will definitely have different intentions. A wolf cub will never mature." What he said was not polite at all, and he even faintly blamed Li Er. The reason why he took the risk to say those words was mainly to remind Li Er not to be soft-hearted and give the Neon people chances in the future. He might be able to help in the Sino-Japanese football rivalry this time, but he might not be able to do so next time. After all, he was not omnipotent. Moreover, what he said was not alarmist talk. In terms of forbearance, the Neon people were probably the most forbearing people in the world. Before the Ming dynasty, the Neon people were weak, and they endured as the underlings of China. However, after the Middle and Late Ming dynasty, there was a phenomenon of a vicious dog biting its master, and the Neon people began to frequently invade the coastal areas of China. Later, the Neon people became the Neon people and gradually expanded. They started the Second World War, and even conquered more than half of China's territory. However, the Neon people were defeated in the end. Many people would say that the Neon people were a loyal dog that would be obedient as long as they were afraid of being beaten. Look at how obedient they were to the United States. However, would a loyal dog bite its master? After the Second World War, the United States began to support the Neon people's economic development. The Neon people kept a low profile and their economy developed rapidly. Soon they surpassed the old strong countries such as England and France. In the 1980s, the Neon people's forbearance finally paid off. The Neon people's GDP finally exceeded half of the United States GDP. As a result, the Neon people's self-confidence began to soar. They declared that they could buy the entire United States of America. The United States of America saw that the Neon people who had been hiding for so many years had finally revealed their true colors. Not long after, the United States of America held a public meeting and announced economic sanctions against the Neon people. They wanted to teach the Neon people how to behave. After that, the Neon people's biggest economic bubble started, and a huge economic empire collapsed. After that, the Neon people immediately expressed their loyalty to the United States of America, hoping that they would forgive them. From these incidents, you could tell that the Neon people knew how to be patient. They were smart and could bow their heads. However, they were also conceited. You could also call them untrained wolf cubs. Li Zixuan felt that since he was reborn, and he had a certain amount of authority in the Tang dynasty in this life, he must not let the Neon people take advantage of him. If he had the chance, he would make sure that the Neon people would never be able to rise again. He would make sure that the Neon people were completely wiped out. You could say that he was a nationalistic youth, but no one could stop him from being a nationalistic youth. After listening to Li Zixuan's merciless words, Li Er's eyes narrowed. However, he did not fly into a rage on the spot. This was because he had already been trained by Wei Zheng. Normally, the words that Wei Zheng said to him were 100 times worse than what Li Zishuan had just said. After so many years, Li Er had already been trained to have a strong heart. You seem to hate the Neon people very much? After a moment of silence, just when Li Zishuan thought that Li Er was going to fly into a rage, Li Er spat out a few words with neither joy nor anger. Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then cupped his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I don't hate the Neon people. What I hate is all the foreigners who covet our Wuxia." Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, "And I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I will pay attention to the Neon people in the future. I will not let them threaten the future of my descendants." Li Zishuan secretly heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Your Majesty is wise. Then I will take my leave." Li Er smiled and said, "Go. When the Sichuan Vanadium ore is transported back, you have to hurry up and forge equipment for the Black Armored Army. The war between the Tang Empire and the Turks is not far away." Li Zishuan was shocked. He cupped his hands and said seriously, "Your Majesty, don't worry, I will do it as soon as possible." After leaving the palace, Li Zishuan immediately rode back to Yunshan. After making the final arrangements for his trip to Sichuan, he sent someone to inform the bosses of the 20 Tang League First Division teams to have a meeting at the workshop's office building the next day. It was already the beginning of May, and the Tang Football Association's league tournament had already ended. The 20 top teams had officially been promoted to Tang League First Division teams. The First Division League tournament was being held in Lantian County, and the 3 worst Division League teams would be demoted to Division League First Division teams. Therefore, all the teams were very serious in the recent matches, and the fans were naturally very satisfied. Early the next morning, Li Zishuan's reinforcements set off with the troops sent by the imperial court toward the territory. This time, the imperial court had allocated 20,000 strings of coins to Sichuan to build roads. This was the limit of what Old Li could give. Because of this, Xiao Yu complained to Li Er that he was poor. He said that there were already rats in the national treasury, so how could he have any money to squander? In addition, it was worth mentioning that the white stack seed distributed in Lantian County had not only been made into nutrient pots, but all of them had also sprouted. The people were now busy transplanting the nutrient pots into the mountains. Moreover, in terms of drought resistance, cotton's drought resistance was much higher than rice and wheat. This made Li Zishuan quite pleased, because there was destined to be less rain this year. After sending off the team, Li Zishuan went directly to the workshop. Yesterday, he had sent someone to inform all the bosses of the Tang League First Division teams to come. For the game against the Japanese, he planned to use the existing players to form a new team. This was a bit like the modern national team. When there were no important games, the players would serve in their respective clubs. Once there was a national game, the national players would have to return to receive training and participate in the game. In the future, as football became more and more popular, other countries would gradually start to have football competitions. When that time came, it would be inevitable to have wars between countries. Therefore, Li Zishuan wanted to take this opportunity to form a national football team for Tang League First Division. As soon as he walked into the office building in the front yard of the workshop, Li Zishuan heard a commotion. He saw a group of well-dressed men of all ages, and there were a few familiar faces among them. When they saw Li Zishuan come in, they quickly bowed and saluted. "Greetings, Marquis." Li Zishuan smiled kindly and said, "You don't have to be so polite. Today, I gathered you here because I have something to trouble you with. It's about the football team." "Haha, Xiaoxian, how can I not be involved in the football team?" Before anyone could answer, Li Daozong's hearty laughter came from outside the hall. Li Zishuan quickly turned around and saw Li Daozong walking over. He went forward and saluted. "Greetings, Your Highness." "Haha, you don't have to be so polite." Li Daozong waved his hand and said, "The Japanese crown prince has overestimated himself and declared war on Tang League in football. I heard about this yesterday. You gathered everyone here today for this matter, right?" Li Zishuan nodded and said, "I can't hide anything from Your Highness. Today I gathered everyone here for this matter. Your Highness, let's go in first." Li Daozong nodded in agreement. Thus, Li Zixuan led everyone to a large conference room on the first floor. After everyone was seated, Li Zixuan said in a deep voice, "Everyone present, the teams under your command have been promoted to League 1 teams of Tang Empire. Here I congratulate all of you. However, there is a very urgent matter that needs your help. I hope you won't refuse." Zheng Qianjun, who was sitting below, quickly said, "Marquis, you don't have to be so polite. If you need our help, just say it." Yes. Marquis, if you have any orders, just say it." Everyone chimed in one after another. Not to mention that Li Zixuan was the first Marquis of Tang League. Li Zixuan was now the president of the Tang Football Association, so they had to give him face. Li Zixuan nodded and said slowly, "Just the day before yesterday, the Japanese Crown Prince asked His Majesty to have a match with the strongest team of Tang League. His Majesty agreed. The time is set for half a month later. The victory or defeat of this match is related to the face of Tang League. So, I gathered you here today to inform you in advance, because I plan to set up a national team of Tang League. This team is not only for the sake of dealing with the Neon people. It will exist forever. The players in the team are all selected from various teams. They will usually help your team play matches, but when the Tang Empire is in a competition with other countries, these players must come to report and participate in the training organized by me. They will also win glory for the Tang Empire. Therefore, in the next few days, I will be selecting outstanding players from your teams. You are not allowed to obstruct any of the selected players in any way. Furthermore, you must support them in all aspects. This is because their selection is not only their personal glory, but also the collective glory of your teams. Do you have any objections?" Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Obviously, they all knew that if their team's players were selected, it would inevitably affect the team's performance in the league. But this matter was proposed by Li Zixuan. Even if they wanted to refuse, they didn't have the courage to do so. Ahem. I have something to say. At this moment, Li Daozong, who was sitting to the left of Li Zixuan, suddenly stood up. He looked at the team owner sitting below him and said with a serious face, "My words might not be pleasant to hear, but even if they are unpleasant to hear, you must still listen. The Marquis of Yong, and established the national team for the Imperial Court, to protect the glory of Tang League. Football rose from Tang League, and if Tang League can't beat a small country like Japan in the future, how will you have the face to establish a team to play football? Without the Marquis of Yong and's painstaking efforts to create this environment, how can you have the Tang League, a team that is envied by tens of thousands of people today? I know that most of you here are businessmen. Usually, I won't say anything when you focus on profits. After all, it's natural for businessmen to focus on profits. But in this kind of confrontation between countries, if you still only think about your own profits, then even if the Marquis of Yong spares you, I will definitely not spare you." The purpose of Li Daozong's visit today was mainly to support Li Zixuan. He had not said anything before, but at this critical moment, he had to stand up for Li Zixuan and give the team owners a deterrent. "We will definitely follow your Highness's instructions and Marquis of Yong'an's orders." Hearing this, everyone's heart trembled. They quickly stood up and cupped their hands. Li Daozong nodded his head in satisfaction and sat back down. Li Zixuan looked at Li Daozong gratefully. Just as he was about to speak, there was a sudden sound of footsteps at the door. It was Peng Feiji hurriedly walking in. Later, he saw that there were many people in the room, so he whispered a few words in Li Zixuan's ear. After Li Zixuan heard it, his expression changed slightly. He turned around and said to the crowd, "The situation has changed. The football match with the Japanese in half a month is cancelled, but I will still form the Tang national team. Today I will stop here. Everyone, please help yourselves. I still have something important to do, so I will leave first." After that, ignoring the stunned expressions of the crowd, Li Zixuan excused himself from Li Daozong and left in a hurry. Hey, little Xian, what exactly happened? Why is this competition cancelled out of the blue?" Li Daozong came back to his senses and quickly chased after him and asked. Li Zixuan squatted down and waited for Li Daozong to come to his side. He whispered, "Your Highness, the Queen of Japan has passed away, so this match can't be played. Now the Crown Prince of Japan is in Yunshan. He said that he wanted to say goodbye to me, so I went to see him." Li Daozong was stunned and then said in surprise, "Oh, I see. Then you go. I will go back first." Chapter 1399. Coming out of the workshop, Li Zishuan walked towards Yunshan. He was as depressed as he could be. After all, he had planned to set up a national team to have a good match with Neon. However, the Empress had suddenly passed away. The match had not even started, but it had ended without a result. It was really disappointing. To be honest, the big brother Wang on the mountain back was more depressed than Li Zishuan. He had spent a lot of effort to set up a team and had carefully studied the tactics of the Tang team. Just when he felt that his team would definitely win and had issued a letter of challenge to the Emperor of Tang, the Neon suddenly sent a letter saying that the Empress had passed away. At this time, he could only rush back to Neon immediately to inherit the throne of the Emperor. How could he continue to stay in Tang and compete with Li Zishuan in football? More than 15 minutes later, Li Zishuan returned to Yunshan. At the gate of Yanhuang College, he met the big brother Wang on the mountain back. The big brother Wang on the mountain back was looking at Yanhuang College with a yearning face, but he did not enter. It was not that he did not want to, but that he could not. He knew very well that Li Zishuan's people would not let him enter the college. "Your Highness, the Marquis of Yong'an is here." The guard behind the big brother Wang on the mountain back saw Li Zishuan coming over and hurriedly reported in a low voice. Hearing this, the big brother Wang on the mountain back turned around and greeted him. He cupped his hands and said, "Marquis of Yong'an, long time no see. How have you been?" Li Zishuan said expressionlessly, "Of course I am well. However, I heard that the Empress of your country has passed away. I am very sorry. Your Highness should be leaving for Neon today, right?" The big brother Wang on the mountain back said with a sorrowful face, "Marquis of Yong'an is right. I do plan to leave today. Before Her Majesty passed away, she left a will for me to return to Neon as soon as possible to inherit the throne and restore the court. I have no choice but to obey. Unfortunately, I originally had an appointment with the Emperor of Tang to have a football match half a month later. However, because of this incident, the match can only be cancelled. I'm very sorry for making the Marquis of Yong'an waste of time." Li Zishuan widened his eyes and said, "Working for nothing?" His efforts were not in vain. This Marquis had originally intended to form a new team to help Great Tang sweep away the surrounding countries. This time, I was just casually following the pretext of this matter. It won't take much effort. The big brother king on the mountain's back narrowed his eyes and said meaningfully, "Oh? Marquis Yong'an is so confident that he can beat the Japanese team?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course. Our Great Tang Empire is vast and has abundant resources. Isn't it easy to find a dozen good soccer players and form a top team?" The big brother king on the mountain's back was silent for a moment. After a while, he said with a complicated expression, "Marquis is right. Great Tang Empire is indeed vast and has abundant resources. If you want any kind of talent, as long as you put in the effort, you will definitely be able to find it. Unlike our Japan, actually, sometimes this Marquis envies the people of Great Tang Empire. To be able to be born in such a powerful country like Great Tang. Forget it, let's not talk about this anymore." However, the previous match was still effective. After this Marquis of Great Tang Empire's affairs, this Marquis will definitely lead the team to Great Tang Empire to learn a thing or two. I hope that at that time the Marquis of Yong'an will still be so confident. Li Zishuan said lightly, "Haha, I'll accompany you any time." The big brother king on the mountain's back looked deeply at Li Zishuan and said, "Marquis Yong'an, you are a very special person. You have the ability to reach the heavens, but you only want to live in seclusion in the mountains, travel with your wife as your companion, and teach students at the same time. People call you a person who enters the world, but you do things in seclusion. However, it is not entirely correct to call you a person who enters the world, because you have always been concerned about the state affairs. Once Great Tang is in trouble, you will not hesitate to step forward. This Marquis Yong'an really can't see through you." Li Zishuan said with a fake smile, "I am the Crown Prince of Japan, and also the future King of Japan. As for this Marquis, I am the Marquis of Great Tang. Your Highness, you don't need to see through me. You just need to see through your officials and subordinates." After being stung by Li Zishuan, The big brother king on the mountain's back was not annoyed. He smiled and then said seriously, "This one knows that the Marquis of Eternal Peace has always been very wary of this one, but this one does not know why. This one feels sincere respect and reverence for the Great Tang, and this one has never disrespected or schemed against it. If this one has truly done something wrong, this one asks that the Marquis of Eternal Peace speak, and this one will definitely correct his mistakes." This was a clear statement. The big brother king on the mountain's back had stayed in Great Tang for several months. He had repeatedly expressed his goodwill to Li Zishuan, but he had been mercilessly rejected by Li Zishuan. Of course he did not understand. Now that he was about to leave Great Tang, he might as well make it clear. Otherwise, he would not be willing to return to Japan. Li Zishuan's eyes flashed. After a moment he said, "It doesn't matter whether it's right or wrong. It's just that our standpoints are different. In my eyes, the interests of Great Tang will always be the first." The big brother king on the mountain's back seemed to understand. He nodded and clasped his hands. "I understand. But no matter what, it is my honor to come to Great Tang and meet such a capable person like Marquis Yong. If Marquis Yong goes to Japan in the future, I will definitely treat you as a national hero. However, you people of the Central Plains have a saying, when the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked. When the birds are gone, the bow is put away. When the enemy's country is destroyed, the strategists die. In the past, your Emperor Gaozu of Han Lu Bang killed Han Xian and executed Ing Bu after he obtained hegemony. The people who had followed him in his quest for hegemony either died or retreated, making him a loner. Marquis Yong, you are so young, but you already have such a high position. If you make another contribution in the future, who can guarantee that you won't be suspected and follow in Han Xian's footsteps? If that day really comes, as long as Marquis Yong is willing to submit to Japan, I am willing to rule the world with you for all eternity. I will never suspect you." Enough! Hearing the elder brother's words getting more and more ridiculous, Li Zishuan finally couldn't help but say coldly, "You should give up. I, Li Zishuan, was born as a person of Great Tang, and even if I die, I will still be a soul of Great Tang. Even if the monarch suspects me, I will not betray my ancestors and flee to Japan. If you say such words again, don't blame me for sending people to chase you down the Cloud Mountain." In truth, Li Zishuan had also considered the problem of being overshadowed by the monarch. He was currently living in seclusion in the Cloud Mountain residence and rarely returned to his home in Chang. He wanted to maintain a half-official, half-hidden state and reduce his presence. But no matter what, even if there was a day when Li Zishuan suspected him, he would at most bring his family to Nanyang to live overseas. He would definitely not sell his life to the Japanese. The elder brother stopped talking and cupped his hands. "What I said just now was sincere. If I have offended you in any way, I hope Marquis Yong can forgive me. I will take my leave. We will definitely meet again in the future." After he finished speaking, he smiled and left with the group of guards. Li Zishuan narrowed his eyes and looked at the back of the elder brother on the mountain. He did not say a word. Peng Feiji said, "Marquis, the Japanese crown prince is so rude. He dares to sow discord between you and the emperor. Who in the world doesn't know that the emperor treats you like—" "Enough," Li Zishuan said unhappily. "Just pretend you didn't hear what I said just now. You should know that trouble comes from careless talk." Although he had a clear conscience, he was afraid that some things would be spread wrongly. In the end, even if nothing happened, it would become a problem. Peng Feiji's heart skipped a beat. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Yes, Marquis, I know what to do." Li Zishuan nodded. After a while, he suddenly smiled and said, "After the Japanese delegation leaves, you and Shemu will get married. Although you can't do it with great fanfare, you should treat some of your good friends to a meal. My wife and I will also go to the wedding. In the next few days, you can go down the mountain to prepare for the wedding. You don't have to wait here at Yunshan every day." Peng Feiji's face lit up with joy when he heard this. He solemnly bowed to Li Zishuan and said, "Thank you, Marquis." Although he was full of gratitude to Li Zishuan at this moment, it was as if his throat was blocked. He could only say these 4 words. Perhaps this was a great kindness that could not be thanked with words. He could only remember it in his heart, and find a chance to repay it in the future. Li Zishuan patted Peng Feiji's shoulder and said with a smile, "Live a good life. Those who follow me will eventually live a good life. This is what you deserve." After that, he turned and left with a smile. Peng Feiji stared at Li Zishuan's back and said to himself in his heart, "Marquis's kindness to me is as deep as the sea. If I can't repay him in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to forgive myself." 3 days later, Li Er led the civil and military officials out of the city to welcome Yuqi Jingda's victorious army. At about 5 in the morning, when the sun was shining on people's bodies, they could faintly feel a trace of heat. Finally, on the official road in front of them, there were fluttering banners and a black mass of mighty soldiers. Not long after, Yuqi Jingda led more than 50,000 soldiers of the Chang and left guard and finally arrived in front of the city gate. When the three armies were still some distance away from the gate, they all dismounted. At this moment, tens of thousands of people bowed to Li Er and said, "Your Majesty." Their voices were like thunder, shaking the city walls. Their words carried the joy of winning the battle and returning alive. After all, before going to the north, no one knew if they could come back alive. "All soldiers rise." Li Er was excited. He raised his hands and said loudly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." The soldiers gave their thanks and straightened their backs. Yuqi Jingda stepped forward and said, "Your Majesty, this old subject led the army to the north and fortunately did not fail, taking back Shuafang City. Liang Shidu was stubborn and was killed by his subordinates. The Turkic Khagan Sheli wanted to send soldiers to help Liang Shidu, but they were also routed by our army. Now, the mountains and rivers of the Central Plains have finally been unified by Your Majesty. This subject congratulates Your Majesty." "This subject congratulates Your Majesty." Chai Shao, Shui Wanjun, Lu Min, and the other important generals also bowed along with Yuqi Jingda. Li Er was overjoyed. "Haha, good. This battle was well fought. Generals with minimal casualties, not only did you take down Shuafang City, you also forced the Turkic wolf cavalry to flee, raising the prestige of my great Tang. You should be rewarded for your contributions. Let's go. Set a carriage to Taiji Palace. We will reward you according to your contributions." Although the Great Tang had taken down Shuafang City without shedding a drop of blood and repelled the Turkic reinforcements, luck and coincidence played a large role, but this battle's bountiful results were definitely enough to be recorded in the annals of history. Under the lead of Li Er, the civil and military officials, as well as the soldiers of the three armies, entered the city one after another. When the people in the city heard that the army that had pacified the northern army was returning today, they had long been waiting on both sides of the road to welcome them. Some of the passionate women even gave handkerchiefs to some of the handsome soldiers. The hidden meaning of their actions was beyond words. Regarding this, Li Er, Yuqi Jingda, and the others didn't really care. In their eyes, after winning a battle, it should be this lively. This glory was earned by the soldiers of the three armies fighting with their lives on the battlefield. No one could find fault with it. "TSK, didn't we just chase away 20,000 Turkic soldiers? Look at how proud Yuqi Old Hay is. Back then, Old Chung even fought 70 to 80,000 Turkic wolf cavalry. As the commander-in-chief of the three armies this time, Yuqi Jingda had the right to accompany Li Er. Chung Yaojin, on the other hand, did not have this fate. Old Chung rode his horse and followed behind. Looking at the high-spirited Yuqi Jingda, he could not help but say sourly. Hearing this, Qin Chong was stunned and could not help but roll his eyes. Then, he slapped his horse and pulled away from Chung Yaojin. Obviously, he did not want to bother with this shameless old man. "Haha, Uncle Chung, why are you envious? Last month, when you returned to Chang'an from Hunan, didn't you also enjoy this treatment?" Li Zishuan was riding his horse alongside Chung Yaojin. At this moment, he was a little amused. Chung Yaojin's personality was similar to the old urchin in the legend of the Condor heroes. The more he lived, the younger he became, the more childish he became. After interacting with him for a long time, Li Zishuan actually quite liked this personality of his. "Hey, little Xian, you're right. Oh, no. Who envies charcoal? I, Old Chung, am not envious at all," Chung Yaojin said insincerely. Then he said, "Hey, that's right. Little Xian. It has already been 2 to 3 months since it rained. Looks like your prediction back then was not wrong. This year is indeed a year of great drought. This old man heard from the steward that many of the wheat seedlings in the farmstead are about to die. Many of the farmers are carrying water from the Feng River to water their fields. But this is not a solution. Little Xian, you built a dam on the Ba River this year. With that dam, even if there is a great drought, it should be able to ensure that the farmlands in Lantian County have water to irrigate. But what about the farmlands in our Cheng family's farmstead? Little Xian, you have many ideas. Help your Uncle Cheng come up with some ideas? Hearing Cheng Yaojin mention this, Qin Xiong slowed down his horse and came to Li Zishuan's side. He said, Little Xian, Jijie is right. If you have a good idea, then save those farmers. The Qin family and Cheng family do not lack that bit of rent, but we can't watch the farmers starve to death without any harvest. Yes. Little Xian, you have to help think of a way. At this time, Niu Jinda also joined in. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Uncles, this nephew has also noticed the problem of this year's drought. For now, other than hoping for rain from the heavens, we have to rely on ourselves to send people to build water wheels and clear the canals. Chapter 1400. Water Wheel. When Cheng Yaojin heard Li Zishuan say that he wanted to build a water wheel, he couldn't help but look confused. After thinking for a moment, he couldn't help but say, Xiao Xian, you're right. A water wheel should be a rollover, right? Hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Zishuan realized that he had said something wrong. According to his memory, there was no such thing as a water wheel. In most situations, people called it a rollover, so he quickly corrected himself. Yes, Uncle Cheng, it's a rollover. According to folklore, the earliest water-drawing tool used by the ancient people was a tangerine. Simply put, it was a strong wooden pole with a wooden bucket hanging on one end and a heavy object similar to weights hanging on the other end. It used the lever principle that Chinese people had discovered many years earlier than foreigners to achieve the goal of saving the energy needed to draw water. The water wheel in China's official written records was only created in the Eastern Han Dynasty. At the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, Emperor Ling of Han ordered Bai Lan to build a rollover, which already had basic equipment such as wheels, axles, grooves, and plates. It was also said that during the Three Kingdoms period, the people of Wei and Ma also made rollover. The Wei Lu said, Ma Jun lived in the capital. He had land for a garden, but there was no water to fill it. It was a rollover, so the children turned to fill it with water. However, at that time the water wheel was only a basic concept and some basic structures derived from it, and its driving method was relatively backward. This was the first stage of the development of the water wheel in China, and it was also the most primitive stage. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but shake his head and say, Xiao Xian, the rollover can be used to water a small number of fields, but for thousands of acres of land, it's not as convenient as using manpower to carry water. Qin Xiong nodded and said, Jijie is right. This water wheel is indeed not suitable for large-scale irrigation. It's time-consuming and laborious. Instead of that, it's better to carry water. Li Zishuan thought for a moment and knew that Cheng Yaojin and Qin Xiong must have misunderstood, so he smiled and said, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, the rollover I'm talking about is different from the previous ones. It doesn't need to be driven by human power, but directly depends on the flow of water. Its speed is also much faster than the previous rollovers. It can run day and night, so instead of calling it a rollover, I'm more used to calling it a water wheel. Hearing this, Cheng Yaojin's eyes widened to the size of a copper bell. He said in surprise, There is such a water wheel that relies on the flow of water to move? Little Xian, are you trying to trick this old man? Qin Xiong and Niu Jinda were also in disbelief. Li Zishuan smiled and said, How would I dare to deceive you? After the morning assembly, I will return to Yunshan and draw the blueprint. In a few days, the workshop will be able to build the water wheel I mentioned. The water wheel that he was talking about that could use the flow of water to move on its own was known as the roller wheel in history. It first originated at the end of the Tang dynasty and flourished during the Song dynasty. The rollover wheel was invented during the Eastern Han dynasty and the Three Kingdoms era. It had been stagnant at the stage of human power until the appearance of the roller wheel. This situation was then broken. It used water power and animal power to move the wheels, freeing human power from the pedals of the rollover wheel. The roller wheel not only had a better irrigation efficiency than the previous rollover wheel, but it also saved manpower and material resources. It was loved by the later generations of emperors and was popularized in daily life. Li Zishuan didn't plan to copy the roller wheel from history. He would optimize and modify the original foundation, adding gears, bearings, and other transmission mechanisms to further optimize the operation efficiency and friction loss of the water wheel. Now, his workshop definitely had the technology and ability to do so. At this time, Li Zishuan couldn't help but admire his own foresight. When he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, the first thing he did was to establish the Strange Taste Pavilion workshop. Now, most of his glory and disgrace were related to this workshop. Haha, good. When the time comes, little Xian, when you make this kind of water wheel, you must tell me. This old man has lived for more than half of his life, but I have never seen a water wheel that can move on its own, haha. Cheng Yaojin laughed excitedly. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Of course, of course. They chatted and laughed along the way and soon arrived at the palace. The 50,000 soldiers of the left guard naturally couldn't enter the palace. When they were at Vermilion Bird Avenue, they had already turned to the main camp. As for the important generals in the army, they followed Li Er into the palace to receive their rewards. Li Zishuan didn't have anything to do with this. He just stood there and dozed off. He faintly heard that Yuqi Jingde, Chai Shao, and the others were being rewarded with money, silk, satin, and food. Then he quickly fell asleep. Yes, he fell asleep standing up. After being in the imperial court for so long, Li Zishuan had long mastered the skill of sleeping while standing up. Speaking of this skill, he had learned it from Cheng Yaojin. Old Cheng had been in the imperial court for more than a decade, so he was much better at this than Li Zishuan. Reporting to your majesty, Left Minister Wei has returned to the capital. He is now outside Taiji Palace. In the midst of his drowsiness, a sharp voice came from inside the palace, waking Li Zishuan up from his sleep. When he came back to his senses, he couldn't help but say in his heart, Wei Zheng is back. No, I can't sleep anymore. If Wei Yaojin sees this, he will definitely accuse this young master. Li Zishuan hurriedly wiped the corner of his mouth and pretended to be full of energy as he stood up straight. It was said that dozing off in the imperial court was something that almost every official had done before. Thus, when everyone saw it, they would turn a blind eye to it. However, Wei Zheng, who couldn't tolerate sand in his eyes, was different. If it was light, he would wake you up. If it was heavy, he would scold you for being disrespectful in front of the emperor. Li Zishuan's position in the imperial court was very close to Wei Zheng. There were only two people in between them. He didn't know if Li Er had purposely arranged this position for him or not, but he didn't allow him to change positions without permission. Thus, when he heard that Wei Yaojin was back, Li Zishuan's sleepiness immediately disappeared. Oh, beloved Minister Wei is back? Quickly invite him in. Li Er, who was sitting high up, said with a face full of joy. However, no one knew what old Li was thinking. After all, Wei Yaojin was back and often pressured Li Er. Whenever old Li did something wrong, Wei Yaojin would immediately scold him. Understood. The eunuch cupped his hands and left. After a while, Wei Zheng strode in with a travel-worn face. He bowed to Li Er and said, Your Majesty, I Wei Zheng greet you. To be honest, ever since he left Chang, and in the first month and went to Hunan province, Wei Zheng had missed Li Er a little. This was not a gay relationship, but a relationship between an emperor and an official. Old Wei respected and loved old Li from the bottom of his heart. He hoped that old Li could become a famous emperor. Especially after the rebellion in Hunan province and the narrow escape, Wei Zheng was even more eager to return to the imperial court. Thus, once the matter in Hunan province was settled, he rushed back without stopping. Beloved Minister Wei, you may rise. Thank you for your hard work in Hunan province. Li Er hurriedly said, emotionally. Although he was annoyed by Wei Zheng's scolding in the past, Li Er felt a little uncomfortable after Wei Zheng was away from the imperial court for so long. Now that Wei Zheng was back, Li Er didn't know why, but he actually heaved a sigh of relief. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wei Zheng stood up and said, Your Majesty, during the first month, I was ordered to send Cui Junchuo back to Zhengzhou and to rectify the illegal activities of the Cui family over the years. During this time, Cui Junchuo didn't want her family members to be investigated by me, So she secretly rebelled with the Cui family of Bowling and the Zheng family of Xingyang. I escaped death with the help of Lu Rengui, who was in charge of the army in Bianzhou. After that, Your Majesty sent the army to Guan City to quell the rebellion. After the rebels were executed, I stayed in Hunan province to pacify the people and investigate the officials who colluded with the Cui family. A total of 33 officials were found, and all the evidence was conclusive. These people have now been detained in the Supreme Court's prison and await Your Majesty's judgment. I was fortunate to have completed my mission in Hunan province, and I'm here today to present the imperial edict. At the end of his speech, Wei Zheng bowed and cupped his hands. Li Er nodded and said in a deep voice, Minister Wei's journey was extremely difficult and dangerous. In order to clean up the Hunan province, you risked your life many times. I'm very touched. Thanks to your efforts, Hunan province can be restored to its former glory. I've decided to confer you the title of Junior Guardian of the Crown Prince, Jinziguang Lu Daifu, and grant you 300 households. Wei Zheng bowed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. However, when I was on my way back, I saw that many farmlands had encountered a very serious drought. Many people were carrying water from the river to irrigate the land. I'm sure Your Majesty will order the Ministry of Revenue to transfer money, and the Ministry of Works to send craftsmen to help the people dredge the ditches and alleviate the drought. When Li Er heard this, he frowned and said, I have long known about this matter. In a few days, the imperial court will allocate manpower, material and financial resources to order the local government to help the people dredge the ditches and ensure that the low-lying farmland can be irrigated by the river. Wei Zheng heaved a sigh of relief and cupped his hands. Your Majesty is wise. In this way, the drought can be alleviated to the greatest extent and the losses of the people can be reduced. Obviously, Wei Zheng also understood that with the current level of drought, it was impossible to take care of all the farmlands. Some of the farmlands that could not be reached by the ditches could only rely on the people to carry water themselves. Who said that the farmlands on higher ground can't be irrigated? From what I know, the Marquis of Yong knows how to build a self-moving overturned cart to carry water from the lower ground to the higher ground. Cheng Yaojin couldn't help but show off at this time. Today's morning court was all about other people being rewarded. Cheng Yaojin already felt that it was quite boring. Now that he finally found such an opportunity to show off, how could he miss it? In the early days of the Tang Empire, the imperial court was still relatively free. Cheng Yaojin said something without any reason, and no one blamed him. Instead, everyone looked at him with shining eyes. Old Cheng had jumped from a roll of soy sauce in today's morning court to the main character. Li Zishuan couldn't help but cover his face. In his heart, he thought that old Cheng was really impatient. The water wheel hasn't even been built yet, and you're already bragging about it. Isn't it a little too early to brag? Hi Duke Lu, is what you said true? Is there really such a thing as a self-moving overturned cart that can carry water? Wei Zheng looked at Cheng Yaojin excitedly and asked. Although Cheng Yaojin always bickered with him on normal days, Wei Zheng still knew to put aside those personal feelings when it came to matters of right and wrong. Pfft. Cheng Yaojin sneered and said proudly, I, old Cheng, speak with every word. Do you think I'll deceive you, Wei Xuanqing? If you don't believe me, you can ask the Marquis of Yong'an. This attitude, it was as if he was the one who wanted to build the water wheel. Wei Zheng couldn't be bothered to bicker with this old fellow. He quickly turned his gaze to Li Zishuan. At this moment, Li Er finally couldn't help but ask, Marquis Yong'an, is what Chang Jija said just now true? Li Zishuan knew that he couldn't continue to keep a low profile. He walked out of the group of civil officials and bowed. Your Majesty, there is indeed such a thing. This subject calls this overturned cart a water wheel. It doesn't need a person to step on the pedals. It relies completely on water power to move. However, these are just some ideas in this subject's mind. It hasn't been built yet. Your Majesty, please give this subject a few days. By then, we will know if this method is feasible. Hearing Li Zishuan say it with such certainty, all the officials couldn't help but be shocked. Wei Zheng was so excited that his entire body trembled. He muttered, There's hope. There's hope for the commoners now. Li Er was also shocked. He looked at Li Zishuan with a burning gaze and said, Water wheel? Good. In the next few days, I order you to focus on developing this water wheel. If you do well, I will reward you handsomely. This subject obeys the decree. Li Zishuan bowed and said. After saying this, he couldn't help but look at Chang Yaojin with hidden bitterness. He had only casually mentioned the improved water wheel in the morning. Whether it could be built successfully, even he didn't know. However, now that Chang Yaojin had done this, the entire court knew about it. No matter what, he had to build the water wheel and build it successfully. After the morning court, he came out of the palace. He didn't have time to chat with Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and the other elders. Wei Zheng urged Li Zishuan to quickly go back and develop the water wheel. Marquis Yong'an, the drought is like fire. Please, for the sake of the commoners, quickly build the water wheel you mentioned. Otherwise, who knows how many commoners will have no harvest this year. This old man's heart hurts to see it. Although Wei Zheng didn't explicitly urge Li Zishuan to scram back to Yun Mountain, his resentful gaze still made Li Zishuan feel uncomfortable. Therefore, Li Zishuan quickly cupped his hands in response and immediately rode back to Yun Mountain. Although Wei Zheng sometimes liked to be stubborn, this old man was thinking of the commoners from the bottom of his heart. It was also because of this that Li Zishuan respected Wei Zheng. Husband, you're back? Han Yushi saw that Li Zishuan had returned and hurriedly went up to him and said, Wife, your husband has some things to do. I won't be eating lunch. Don't let anyone disturb me in the study. Li Zishuan said to his wife and hurriedly went to the study. He had to quickly draw up the blueprint of the improved water wheel. Not only did Wei Zheng know that the drought was like fire, he also knew. Chapter 1401. The water wheel is actually like a big turntable. You can use a wooden pole as the turntable's skeleton, or you can use steel. The edge of the turntable is equipped with a scraper and a water bucket. When the water hits the scraper, it drives the turntable to rotate. When the turntable rotates, the water bucket fills with water and is lifted up section by section with the rotation of the water wheel. When it reaches the top of the water wheel, the water bucket rotates due to gravity, and the water in it will be poured into the water trough above the water wheel. This cycle completes the process of filling and transporting water. Among them, the direction of the water bucket is very important. It must be against the direction of the water flow. Only in this way can the water be filled and lifted to a high place. In addition, in the main wheel of the water wheel, we have to use our workshop's unique roller bearings to reduce the friction and increase the efficiency of transporting water. Of course, for the stagnant water that doesn't flow, we can add a gear transmission mechanism and use animal power to drive the wheel. In short, no matter what method, it's much more convenient than the previous manual overturning of the water wheel. That afternoon, Li Zishuan brought the completed drawings to the workshop of the Strange Taste Pavilion. Yan Xiaoning, Faubert, Mo Huai, and Mo Chui all rushed over when they heard the news. Li Zishuan spread out the drawings and explained the structure and operating principle of the water wheel in detail to everyone. Wonderful work of art. It's really a wonderful work of art. In this way, as long as there's water in the river, the water wheel can carry the water to the bank day and night. Moreover, if there are a few of these water wheels side by side on a section of the river, the speed of carrying water is definitely enough to irrigate thousands of acres of fertile land in a short period of time. After listening, Mo Huai imagined the scene of the water wheel operating in his mind. In the end, he couldn't help but stroke his beard and exclaim in admiration. That's right. Compared to the manual overturning of the water wheel in the past, this water wheel can automatically carry water, as long as it's placed on the river surface. Not only is it convenient and labor-saving, but it can also produce a lot of water. We can use this to transport the water to the ditch. In this way, we won't have to be afraid of drought anymore. Faubert couldn't help but nod in agreement. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Everyone is right. With this water wheel in the ditch, we can water the farmland on a large scale. Tomorrow, I will ask County Magistrate He to hurry up and use cement to renovate all the canals in Lantian County. Lantian County has a dam as a guarantee, so we can directly release water from the reservoir into the canals. As for the villages in the north of Lantian County, because the terrain is much higher than here, we can use water wheels to carry the water over. The topography of Lantian County was that the north side was higher than the south side, and the west side was higher than the east side. The Ba River was a river that flowed from the northwest direction into the southeast direction of the Yellow River. Plum Village and the Han family manor, which were close to the Ba River, could directly draw a canal from the vicinity of the dam to ensure that all of the farmland could be irrigated. However, for a manor like the Yu family manor, which was close to the north, wanting to use a canal to draw the water from the Ba River was tantamount to wishful thinking. They could only rely on a water wheel to carry the water from the south side of the canal to the north. Using cement to repair the ditch? Little Xian, did I hear wrongly? When Yin Xiaoning heard this, he couldn't help but widen his eyes in disbelief. At this time, Faubert, Mo Huai, and Mo Chui were also looking at Li Zishuan in surprise. They guessed that Li Zishuan had accidentally said something wrong just now. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes, that's right. It's to use cement to renovate the ditch. Firstly, this kind of ditch built with cement can reduce the loss of water during the process of water flow. Secondly, compared to the previous mud ditches, cement ditches are more convenient to maintain. There's no need to dredge them every year. This saves manpower and material resources. Compared to the little bit of cement used, it can be said that it's too cost-effective." Yin Xiaoning nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's true, but such a luxurious method can only be used in Lantian County. When building canals in other places, they only needed to hire some workers to do some work. It wasn't like Li Zishuan, who not only had to pay for the wages, but also the cement materials. All these efforts are definitely worth it," Li Zishuan said with a smile, then looked at Faubert and said, "Faubert, you've seen this blueprint. Are there any difficulties in the process?" Faubert thought for a while, then shook his head and said, "There's no difficulty. Some of the techniques used in it are ready-made in the workshop. If I can't make it even after looking at the blueprint, then I'll have no place to show my face. Young master, don't worry. The workshop will make the water wheel as soon as possible, and then we can immediately test it." Li Zishuan nodded. With the workshop's current level of technology, making the water wheel was indeed not difficult. He smiled and said, "That's good. It's been hard on you guys recently. The drought is like fire. The sooner we make the water wheel, the less the people will suffer. Young master Yamacho, don't worry. We'll do our best." Faubert, Mo Huai, and Yin Xiaoning all knew the severity of the matter, so they cupped their fists and said solemnly. Li Zishuan nodded, said goodbye to everyone, and left the workshop. It was already evening when they left the workshop. Outside, people were still watering the fields. In this era, water projects were far less developed than in his previous life. If there were no officials from the county government presiding over a major project like the renovation of canals, no one would do it. Those abandoned canals, under the erosion of rain over the years, would collapse and become blocked again. It was very troublesome to clean them up. It was basically the same amount of work as digging a new canal. This was one of the reasons why Li Zishuan insisted on renovating all the canals in Lantian County with cement. "Yo, it's young master." Coincidentally, not long after they left the workshop, they bumped into Hu Hanyun, who was carrying a bucket of water. Ever since Han Lijing became the landlord in Lan Province, Hu Hanyun became the new village chief of the Han family manor. Old Hu was a man who valued friendship. When the world was in chaos, he fled to the Han family manor with his wife. Many of the villagers in the manor helped him. Now that he was the village chief of the Han family manor, he was even more cautious and conscientious. He didn't dare to slack off for even a day. Whenever a family in the manor encountered a problem, he was always the first to solve it. Naturally, the villagers in the Han family manor had a good impression of Hu Hanyun. "Uncle Hu, did you just come back from watering the canals?" Li Zishuan asked with a smile. Hu Hanyun wiped his sweat and said with a grin, "Isn't that so? The weather has been dry recently, and the nutrient bowl in the ground has just been planted. If I don't water it, the white pile seeds won't survive even if they germinate. This thing is very precious." It wasn't just old Hu. Recently, all the citizens of Lantian County were busy watering the freshly planted white fold seed flowers. Li Zishuan had spent a lot of money to buy these flowers, so no one paid any attention to them. It could be said that the white fold seed flowers in this one mu of land were more valuable than all the crops in each household. If they could get a good harvest, they wouldn't have to worry about food for a whole year. Li Zixuan understood. He thought for a while and said, Uncle Hu, later tell the villagers that the canals in our county will be dredged soon. When the time comes, they won't have to carry water from so far away to water the fields. Hu Hanyun's eyes widened in surprise and said, Young master, is what you said true? The county is going to help us dredge the canals? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Of course it's true. In a few days, the county government will organize the workers to start the construction. When the time comes, if the farmers are free, they can help. Not only can they speed up the progress, they can also get a salary. Old Hu quickly waved his hand and said, Hey, young master, what do you mean by wages? In any case, they're helping us to build our own canals, so it's only right for us to contribute. Don't worry, when the time comes, you don't have to tell them. As long as the farmers have the motivation, they will go and help. We don't have other things, but we still have the strength. The people in ancient times were simple and honest. As long as the officials were willing to organize everyone to dredge the canals, they would be willing to do it even if they didn't want to be paid. Besides, the ordinary people in ancient times usually had corvée labor. If they did these things, they could reduce part of their labor and help water their own fields. Why not? Li Zixuan smiled and said, Uncle Hu, there will be some salary, but it won't be too much. After all, the amount of money that the county yamen can give in advance is limited. However, at the very least, there will be food. When the time comes, you can have the farmers call for those half-grown children who can carry shovels and eat a lot. After helping out, they will be able to eat their fill, right? What he was doing was not considered child labor. In ancient times, 13 or 14 years old was considered an adult. Moreover, at this time, the children of ordinary families were generally not fat. This was because it was impossible for them to eat until they burped every meal. It was not a bad idea to let them take advantage of the opportunity to eat until they were full for a few more days. Hu Hanyun grinned and said, Yes, yes, yes. Those little bastards, they just squat in the manor every day and don't do anything serious. Let them come and help out. It'll be a good way to temper their temperament. Li Zixuan smiled non-committally and chatted with Hu Hanyun for a while before taking his leave. It was already late, so he didn't plan to go to the county town. He went straight back to Yunshan. The next morning, after Li Zixuan finished his practice and breakfast, he went down the mountain and headed to Lantian County. Peng Feiji had to prepare for his wedding, so Li Zixuan gave him a few days of leave. So he didn't come with him today. Now the two brothers beside Li Zixuan were Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Li Zixuan was now the marquis of 10,000 households, so he had to have guards following him when he went out. It wasn't for safety reasons, but it was also for the sake of his reputation. Speaking of which, these two brothers were from the Imperial Guard. They were originally sent by Li Zixuan to help Li Zixuan search for ores, and to be his personal guards. However, Li Zixuan was busy with the vanadium mine, the dam, and the drought. He didn't know what ores to mine next, so he didn't give them any missions to search for ores. So they became temporary guards. After entering Lantian County, Li Zixuan went straight to the county government. When he passed by another street beside the county government, Li Zixuan inadvertently saw a luxurious mansion with the words Marquis of Yong unwritten on it. He couldn't help but be startled. Then, he realized that this should be his new mansion in Lantian County. Speaking of which, he was ashamed. Previously, he had heard from County Magistrate He that the new mansion had been built, but until now, he had not had the time to go in and take a look. After that, the decorations and furniture in the new mansion were all handled by his parents. Apart from paying for it, it could be said that he had not made any contribution to the new mansion at all. However, just by looking at it from the outside, this new mansion was much more imposing than the one in Chang'an. At the very least, the two stone lions at the entrance were very imposing. Li Zixuan liked it very much. Yunshan Villa was a small building with a modern style. It was suitable for a short stay for a vacation. This mansion in Lantian County could be considered an official marquis mansion. This had a symbolic meaning. It symbolized that the owner of Lantian County lived here. Therefore, the architectural style of this mansion was authentic Tang-style architecture. After living in Yunshan Villa for half a year, it might be nice to change back to a Tang Dynasty-style mansion, Li Zixuan thought to himself. After he finished explaining things to the county government, He should go to the new mansion to take a look. He didn't aspire to be a virtuous person like you the Great. He couldn't do something like passing by the house 3 times without entering it. Speaking of which, if this luxurious mansion was placed in modern times, it would be worth at least a few billion, right? However, Li Zishuan only spent less than 10,000 strings of coins to build such a luxurious mansion. Just thinking about it made him feel like he was dreaming. Even so, there would probably be people who would say that he was extravagant. However, to Li Zishuan, he had earned so much money. Couldn't he enjoy it and let his family live better? Moreover, he wasn't the kind of person who was heartless. He had used his own money to make the people rich. He couldn't even count how many examples he had. Marquis, why don't we go in and have a seat? Old master and old madam should be awake by now. Lu Feng suggested after seeing Li Zishuan staring at the mansion for a long time. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and shook his head. Business is more important. Let's go to the county government first. After saying that, he urged Big White to go to the county government. When they arrived at the county government, Li Zishuan didn't ask anyone to announce his arrival. Instead, he went straight to the back office. County magistrate, he happened to be going through official documents at the back office. Seeing Li Zishuan suddenly arrive, he was shocked. Could it be that he had done something wrong recently? Could it be that Li Zishuan had come to question him personally? Suppressing the doubts in his heart, County Magistrate, he hurriedly came forward and greeted. Greetings, Marquis. Li Zishuan nodded and walked into the hall. Then he asked, County Magistrate, the weather has been dry recently. Many crops in the fields have withered. Do you know about this? County Magistrate, he was shocked. Only now did he understand Li Zishuan's intentions. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Marquis, I already know about this. 2 days ago, I had already discussed a solution with the county deputy and official registrar. We have decided to gather all the villagers and dredge the ditches. Then we will divert the water from the dam that you built. I had planned to look for you today to discuss this matter, but I didn't expect you to come to the county government so soon. Chapter 1402. Although only the first signs of the Guangzhong drought had appeared, the county yamen of Lantian County still had not come up with a response policy. This made Li Zishuan somewhat dissatisfied. No matter what was said, the officials of the county yamen were definitely lazy in their work. Li Zishuan had personally come to the Lantian County yamen today with the intention of denouncing them. However, when he heard county magistrate he say that the yamen was already preparing for the drought, his expression softened. Building the canals and opening up the reservoirs is a must. It's best for the yamen to start recruiting workers in the next 2 days, and use cement to refurbish all the main canals in the county. As for the branch canals, they only need to be cleared. The wages paid to the commoners will be allocated by the county government, and the cement required will be distributed by the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. Using cement to refurbish the canals? County magistrate, he was shocked when he heard this. He asked doubtfully, Marquis, isn't this a little too extravagant? Also, there's no need for this. Li Zishuan frowned and said, Why is there no need for this? Now that there's a shortage of water, the cement canals can reduce the loss of water during the flow of water. Also, it'll be easier to clean them up every year. Don't tell me you want to mobilize the workers to clean the canals every year? County magistrate, he swallowed his saliva and said, No, I don't want to. Marquis is wise. Although he understood that Li Zishuan was speaking the truth, he still couldn't accept such an extravagant matter from the bottom of his heart. After all, the cement produced by the workshop was still a priceless item. Merchants outside couldn't buy it even if they wanted to. Li Zishuan seemed to have seen through county magistrate his thoughts. He said, The cement produced by the workshop hasn't been sold, so we've accumulated a lot of stock in the past half a year. County magistrate, you don't have to worry about the problem of insufficient cement. After the drought is resolved, the yamen can organize people to refurbish the roads in Lantian County. Since we plan to make Lantian County a commercial city second only to Chang'an City, we can't lose our dignity. Right now we are only repairing the roads. In the future, when the number of people in the city increases, we will have to expand this county. But that's all for later. The most important thing now is to repair the cement ditch as soon as possible. The roads in Lantian County were all bluestone roads. However, even though they were both bluestone roads, the roads in Lantian County were not as smooth as the roads in Chang'an City. Li Zishuan had been dissatisfied with this for a long time. As the saying goes, if you want to be rich, you have to first fix the roads. He was able to fix the cement road from Yunshan to Chang'an City. Of course, he had to fix the roads in Lantian County. County magistrate, he was shocked by Li Zishuan's plans to repair roads and expand the city. But at the same time, he was also fascinated. If he could really turn Lantian County into a commercial city second only to Chang'an, then he, the county magistrate, would be famous all over the world. How could he be an exception to this rule? Gulp. County magistrate, he swallowed his saliva and said, "Marquis is right. I will do my best to assist Marquis." Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. He asked again, "How is the scale of business in our city compared to the past?" Speaking of this, county magistrate, he was suddenly energized. He said excitedly, "It's flourishing. Marquis, the business in Lantian County is flourishing. Where there are people, there are business opportunities." In these few months, the Football League not only attracted a large number of spectators, it also attracted a large number of businessmen to open shops, tea houses, inns, and pubs in Lantian County. The number of shops and pubs is 3 times more than before. The business tax collected by the county government every month is almost 5 to 10 times of the previous years. In the long run, the business tax in our county will exceed the land tax. That's just around the corner. These are all within expectations. What I want to ask is, the business in Lantian County is developing so rapidly. Are there any new problems in the middle? Li Zishuan nodded and asked. Football was one of the most charming sports. Lantian County was hosting a portion of the Football League this time. To be able to attract so many businessmen was within Li Zishuan's expectations. However, this method could be described as pulling up seedlings to help them grow. It was inevitable that there would be hidden dangers in the middle. Hearing Li Zishuan's question, county magistrate, his face showed a hint of difficulty. After hesitating for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Marquis, if you want to talk about problems, it's not that there aren't any. The most prominent problem is that as the number of shops in our county increases, there are more and more hooligans who seek protection fees from the businessmen. Many merchants would report to the county yamen after being blackmailed. The yamen's constables would arrest the ruffians, but the merchants who reported to the yamen would often be retaliated against. The most serious case was a silk shop that suddenly caught fire one night. After this matter spread, very few of the merchants came to report it to the authorities." Li Zishuan heard this and his face turned cold. He said sternly, "There was such a thing? Why didn't you tell me before?" This county magistrate, he opened his mouth to say something, but in the end, he lowered his head and didn't say anything. Li Zishuan said angrily, "This is county magistrate, he's dereliction of duty. Those hooligans want to use these little tricks to instill fear in the hearts of the businessmen, so as to achieve their goal of extorting protection fees. If the county government doesn't do anything, won't it encourage those hooligans' arrogance? In the long run, our Lantian County's business environment will get worse and worse, and our reputation will even spread far and wide. Now there is the Football League to help us attract businessmen, but what about after the Football League ends? What do you plan to use to keep them?" This was the first time county magistrate he saw Li Zishuan lose his temper. His face couldn't help but turn pale. After Li Zishuan finished speaking, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Marquis is right. I will do my best to clean up this bunch of hooligans in the city in the future. However, those people will run away as soon as they see the wind blowing and the grass blowing. If we want to catch them, we will need a lot of manpower. Our county government's 3 groups of bailiffs only add up to about 50 people. If you don't have enough manpower, then go and recruit more. Lantian County is no longer the small county it used to be. County magistrate, you have to broaden your horizons. The 3 groups of bailiffs in the county government must have at least 100 people. You must ensure the safety of the city, and resolutely protect the safety of the people and the businessmen." Li Zishuan mercilessly interrupted county magistrate and said, "The bailiffs were different from the army. If Li Zishuan wanted to recruit more people, he could do so. He didn't have to worry about anyone impeaching him. Yes, yes, yes. I will do as you say in a moment. County magistrate, he hurriedly cupped his hands and said, Yes. Li Zishuan turned around and clasped his hands behind his back and said, In addition, this marquis also intends to set up a department of commerce in the county government. It will specialize in dealing with the tax collection of the businessmen and ordinary disputes. This marquis' purpose in setting up the Department of Commerce is to tell those businessmen that they can enjoy the same treatment as ordinary people in Lantian County. They will not be discriminated against. From now on, Lantian County would only be divided into the ranks of soldiers and commoners. Although the children of businessmen can't participate in the imperial examinations, they can still attend the county school in the county. In the future, they can even enter Yanhuang College. Before this, the businessmen of Lantian County were helplessly bullied by the local ruffians. However, county magistrate, he didn't do his best to help. The reason for this was because of the low status of the businessmen in this era. The reason why the businessmen didn't dare to report to the officials, other than being afraid of being retaliated by the local ruffians, another important reason was that they felt that even if they reported to the officials wouldn't take their matter to heart. They might as well spend money to avoid disaster. Li Zishuan wanted to change this situation. However, he didn't radically raise the status of the businessmen to a very high level. At least it wasn't as high as it was in the modern era. He only wanted to divide the businessmen into commoners. This way, the opposition he received would be much smaller. County magistrate, his eyes widened when he heard this. He couldn't help but say, Marquis, you can't do this. I'm afraid this is very inappropriate. What's inappropriate about it? This marquis respects the rights of the scholars and didn't give any special treatment to the businessmen. I only unified the businessmen and craftsmen in Lantian County into commoners. Who would object? This Department of Commerce, you first send someone to take care of it. If your people don't do a good job, then this marquis will personally send someone to take care of it. However, when the time comes, this Department of Commerce won't listen to you. Li Zishuan said very unyieldingly. If a superior always treated his subordinates with a pleasant countenance, then it would cause the subordinates to lose respect and slack off on their own work. County magistrate, he was like this now. Li Zishuan wanted to take this opportunity to give him a good beating. Seeing Li Zishuan being so firm and decisive, county magistrate, he couldn't refute. He could only cup his hands and say, This official obeys and will do my best to help Marquis manage this Department of Commerce. Li Zishuan's expression cleared up a little. He nodded and said, In this world there are gains and losses. The businessmen have a good and stable business environment, so they have to pay the corresponding taxes to the officials. In the past, the business tax ratio of 1 out of 30 was not acceptable. After the Department of Commerce is established, all the shops in Lantian County must report their profits every month to the Department of Commerce. They will pay 1 out of 6 of the profits for the month. The Department of Commerce will regularly check the projects of the shops in the city. Those who falsify accounts, underreport tax, or even evade taxes will be severely punished. Li Zishuan felt more than once that the business tax ratio in the ancient times was too low. 1 out of 30. In the modern times, the business tax would be at least 17%, right? No matter what, the agricultural tax was higher than the business tax. This was definitely an abnormal phenomenon. Why did those poor farmers have to pay more taxes than the rich merchants? This was not fair. In the past, Li Zishuan wasn't in his position and didn't meddle in politics. Now that he was given a county, he naturally had the ability and the obligation to meddle in this matter. When county magistrate he heard 1 out of 6, he instantly lost his calm. This was equivalent to raising the business tax by 5 times. How could this be tolerated? He quickly said, Marquis, you must not. With such a heavy business tax, how would those merchants be willing to do business in Lantian County? Li Zishuan said decisively, This hasn't been tried yet. How do you know that the merchants won't be willing, county magistrate he? The protection fees they pay to the local ruffians every month is definitely much higher than this amount. As long as the county can help them get rid of these local ruffians and ensure that they have a stable business environment, they will definitely be willing to accept this business tax ratio. All in all, if they do business in Lantian County, not only will they be treated like normal people, They will also not be harassed by the local ruffians. Moreover, their children will be able to receive good education from the county's schools. These benefits are definitely not something they can enjoy in other counties, right? Apart from that, the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce's goods will be given priority to the merchants in Lantian County. As such, I don't believe that there will be merchants who won't be willing to accept this tax ratio. Hearing Li Zishuan's analysis, county magistrate he couldn't help but feel a little moved. In all fairness, if he was a merchant himself, he might also be willing to do business in Lantian County. It couldn't be said that the business tax was high, but it could only be said that the business tax in the past was too low. Even if it was increased by 5 times, it still wasn't much. Compared to the many benefits he would receive, it was completely worth it. Marquis's words are reasonable. Then this official will quickly recruit the citizens to repair the canals and establish a department of commerce. We will also severely punish the local ruffians in the city and create a good business environment for the merchants. After thinking for a moment, county magistrate he cupped his hands and said. Li Zishuan nodded and said, the matter of repairing the canals must be done quickly. It would be best if it can be started within the next 2 days. After the canals are completed, the dam will be open to release the water. As for the village in the north of Lantian County, this Marquis will think of a way to move the water there. Yes, Marquis. Although county magistrate he didn't know how Li Zishuan would move the water to the north, but since Li Zishuan didn't say anything, he didn't dare to take the initiative to ask. He could only bow his hands and say yes. When Li Zishuan saw that he had explained everything, he turned around and was about to leave. Before he left, he lightly instructed. The local ruffians in the city are the cancer of Lantian County. You must be merciless when dealing with them. If there are any ruffians who openly resist the authorities, you just need to send someone to inform me. This Marquis will bring people to destroy them. Although it was a light sentence, it was full of murderous intent. County magistrate his heart trembled. Only then did he remember that this fair-skinned, scholarly young man in front of him was a ruthless person who started a massacre at Snake Spirit Mountain. He couldn't help but silently mourn for the ruffians in the city. He thought to himself, you'd better obediently surrender. Otherwise, what awaits you is complete destruction. After leaving the county office, Li Zishuan directly went to the new Marquis mansion in the east. The Marquis mansion and the county office were not far apart. They were only separated by a square, so Li Zishuan quickly arrived at the Marquis mansion. Oh, that's right. What's the name of the square where the Marquis mansion is located? Walking to the door, Li Zishuan suddenly had a question in his heart and couldn't help but ask. Since he was going to move back in the future, he should at least know his home address, right? He naturally asked the 2 brothers behind him, Lu Feng and Lu Yun. Hearing this, Lu Feng couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Marquis, this square was originally called Yunfu Square, but I heard that county magistrate he changed the name of this square a month ago. It should be called Yong'an Square now. Oh, there's such a thing? Li Zishuan couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Although he didn't like his subordinates to flatter him, he had to say that county magistrate his flattery was good. It was simply a slap to his heart. This name was changed well. Yunfu Square Maternity Square, haha. Yong'an Square sounds better than Yunfu Square. Li Zishuan smiled and then walked towards the Marquis mansion. Chapter 1403. Hey, stop right there. This is the Marquis Yong and Marquis mansion. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter without permission. If you are looking for my family's Marquis, please go to Cloud Mountain, Lantian County, Yong'an Lane, in front of the Marquis's mansion. Just as Li Zishuan was about to step into the mansion, a manservant suddenly appeared from the side of the porch and stopped him. That manservant had good eyesight. He saw that although Li Zishuan's clothes were not extremely luxurious, his extraordinary aura was clearly not something an ordinary family's young master could possess. Therefore, he was more courteous in his words. Li Zishuan saw that this manservant was unfamiliar, and knew that he should be a new manservant that his parents had hired. Speaking of which, this Marquis's mansion occupied 5 to 6 times the size of the original mansion in Chang'an City. To take care of such a large house, they definitely had to hire more servants. Haha. Manservant, as a servant of the Marquis's mansion, Don't you recognize our family's marquis? You really don't know who the real god is." Before Li Zishuan could speak, Lu Feng behind him could not help but laugh. He also took into account that this manservant's words were more courteous, so he did not speak harshly. "Ah? You are marquis." That manservant was not stupid. He did not think that anyone would dare to impersonate a marquis in front of the marquis's mansion. After all, Li Zishuan's parents and many servants of the original Li mansion of Chang and City were still living in this mansion. If someone were to impersonate Li Zishuan here, wouldn't they be exposed immediately? Therefore, after hearing Lu Feng's words, he could not help but widen his eyes. He was very frightened and hurriedly bowed to Li Zishuan. "Marquis, please forgive me. I am also new here and did not recognize the real marquis. I deserve to die." Li Zishuan wouldn't be so petty as to argue with a servant in his residence. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine. As the saying goes, the ignorant are not guilty. Besides, you didn't do anything wrong just now. By the way, what's your name?" When the servant saw that Li Zishuan wasn't angry, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He stood up and said, "Marquis, my name is Wang Bail. I'm the 9th in my family, so everyone calls me Wang Jiu. Marquis, you can also call me that in the future." Li Zishuan nodded, then patted Wang Bail's shoulder and said, Bai Lu, do your best. Don't think that being a concierge means that you will be useless for your whole life. Being a concierge is very knowledgeable. The previous 2 concierges in the Ho residence can now help me take charge. They are your role models." Li Zishuan was talking about San Bao and Ah Fu. These 2 were originally concierges in the Li residence. Now one was helping Li Zishuan open a mine in the Shu lands, and the other was assisting Faubert in the workshop. They were the role models of the entire Li residence. Cough cough. However, the servants in the Ho residence were most envious of Xiao He and Xiao Shi. After all, although these 2 were also servants, they could serve Li Zishuan all day long. It was really enviable. However, this was only the envy of the maids in the residence. The servants were still envious of San Bao and Ah Fu. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wang Bail's heart almost jumped out. He felt that the blood in his body was already burning. He bowed excitedly and said, "Thank you, Marquis, for your advice. This little one will definitely do my best and become someone useful to Marquis like Brother San Bao and Brother Ah Fu." Li Zishuan nodded and did not say anything else. He walked straight in. "Xin'er, I heard that the servant guarding the residence stopped you just now?" The new Marquis residence occupied a larger area, and its interior was more luxurious. Among them there were artificial mountains, ponds, pavilions, terraces, and pagodas that complemented each other. Now that it was the middle of summer, the residence's garden was full of flowers and lush trees. It was very beautiful. After taking a tour around the residence, Li Zishuan accompanied the elders of the family to a pavilion in the garden as they sipped divine tea and chatted. "Mother, this is just a small matter. How can you worry about it? There are many new servants in the residence. It's normal that they don't know me. They'll know me after a few more times." Li Zishuan was embarrassed when he heard this and quickly said. Speaking of which, he was stopped by his own servants when he returned home. If this were to spread, he would probably be laughed at. Madame Li looked at her son reproachfully and said with a smile, You still have the nerve to say that? Isn't it because you're busy with work? The new residence has been built for so long, but you don't even come back to take a look. The new residence is several times bigger than the previous one. Naturally, it needs more servants. Who can you blame if those new servants don't know you? Mother is right. Your son will definitely come back and stay here more often in the future. Li Zishuan quickly said. Madame Li shook her head and said, I don't mean to force you. Yinhuang College is where you put all your effort into. It's natural for you to stay here and take care of it. You just have to find time to come back and take a look. My son's ambition is to benefit the tens of thousands of people in Lantian County. As your mother, I can't be your stumbling block. Although Li Zishuan was moved by his mother's understanding, he could not bear to see the two elders guarding this huge but empty residence all day long. What was the difference between them and those old people who had empty nests? So he quickly said, Mother, look at what you're saying. Yunshan is only half an hour away from Lantian County. Your son can stay here and take care of Yanhuang College. When I'm done with my work, your son and Yushi will move back here. He was now not only the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, but also the master of tens of thousands of people in Lantian County. He had to consider not only Yanhuang College, but also the livelihood of these tens of thousands of people. For example, the drought this time and the sudden growth of merchants in the city attracted local ruffians. He needed to deal with them personally. His subordinates did not have the courage to do so, so staying in the city and commanding was the long-term plan. Madame Li was pleasantly surprised when she heard this. She said, "Xian'er, is what you said true?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course it's true. Oh, that's right. Mother, where did you buy all the new servants in the residence from? Are they reliable?" Li Zishuan didn't have the heart to harm others, but he had to be on guard against others. Li Zishuan didn't have the heart to harm others, but he had to be on guard against so many new servants. After all, his current status was special. It was hard to guarantee that there wouldn't be some people with ulterior motives mixed in. There were too many secrets in the Li residence that outsiders wanted to know. When Madame Li heard this, she replied, "These servants were naturally bought from a broker house. Mother doesn't dare to use servants sent by other families. Xian, don't worry, these servants are all clean. Furthermore, they've all been inspected by your father and grandfather. Xian'a, you should trust their judgment of people, right?" Li Zishuan was not the only one who knew to be wary of servants. Madame Li and the others naturally knew. After all, the Li residence stored Li Zishuan's drawings. Any one of them was worth thousands of gold outside. It was hard to guarantee that servants with bad moral conduct would not be tempted. Hearing this, Li Zishuan quickly nodded and said, "Since father and grandfather are personally checking, then I'm naturally relieved." Father Li and Li Zishuan were people who had experienced the vicissitudes of life. Their judgment of people was naturally very accurate. In the past, the servants in the Li residence were personally selected by Li Jingma. Although Li Zishuan had used bean sprouts as bait to catch a few traitors, there were a total of 1 to 200 servants in the Li residence. Only a few traitors appeared. This was enough to show that Li Jingma's judgment of people was very accurate. Li Jingma snorted proudly as if to say, "At least you're sensible." He. "Then Xian'er, when will you and Yushi move back to live?" Madame Li smiled and asked again. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and replied, "Mother, it should only be around 10 days. After I've settled the matters at Yunshan, I'll move back to live with father and mother." He. "If that's the case, why don't you quickly give birth to a chubby grandson for your mother? Then your mother won't be so bored and nag you every day." At this time, Father Li, who was sitting at the side, opened his mouth and joked. Hearing this, Madame Yi couldn't help but echo, That's right, that's right. Little Xian, your grandmother also hopes to see my great-grandson in her lifetime." Although Madame Li didn't say anything, the eager look in her eyes exposed her thoughts. Obviously, she did think so in her heart. Li Zishuan's face suddenly turned red. He thought to himself that his father's words were ambiguous. What did he mean by giving birth to a chubby grandson for them? Did he have the ability to do that? Ahem. Father, mother, grandmother, Yushi and I are still young. Yushi's body is also weak. To a woman, giving birth to a child is a very harmful thing. Let's wait until she's a little stronger before we talk about giving birth. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Madame Li frowned slightly but didn't continue to persuade him. After all, she was also a woman. She knew that giving birth to a child was like walking through the gates of hell for a woman. Before giving birth, she should take good care of her body. After a moment of silence, Madame Li smiled and said, "Then when you move back to live, I'll make delicious food for you and Yushi every day to nourish your bodies." No matter how thick-skinned Li Zishuan was, when he heard this from his mother, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He quickly got up and said, "Mother, I'm very healthy. I don't need any nourishment. Ahem, I still have things to do, so I'll go back to Yunshan first. We'll move back in a few days." After saying that, before Madame Li could react, Li Zishuan hurriedly fled, leaving behind Madame Li's reproachful voice in the air. "This child, is he shy? I didn't say anything wrong. Giving birth to a child isn't a matter for one person. It's only right that both of you should nourish your bodies." In the afternoon of the same day, The Lantian County Yaman's recruitment notice for laborers to repair the cement ditch was posted at all the important junctions inside and outside the county. It ordered all the village heads to report the number of laborers they had recruited to the county Yaman before the sky turned dark the next day. From the day after tomorrow, the canal repair project would officially begin. Those who participated in the canal repair project would not only be exempted from 3 months of corvée labor, they would also receive a salary of 5 copper coins and a full lunch at noon. Any citizen above the age of 13 and below the age of 45 who was healthy could sign up. When the news spread out, the whole county was shocked. There was especially little rain this year. Many farmlands had dried up and cracked. All signs indicated that this year would be a year of drought. To the ancient people, drought meant a reduction in grain production. A reduction in grain production meant death. A lot of people would starve to death. Therefore, although it was very difficult to carry water and water the fields, there were still many commoners who would go to the river to carry buckets of water. Now that the county government was willing to organize the workers to repair the canal, even if the commoners didn't want to be paid, they would still be extremely happy. Moreover, not only would they be paid, but they would also be provided with food. Furthermore, they would be able to reduce 3 months of corvée labor. Although the Tang Empire had greatly reduced the amount of corvée labor for the commoners, this was something that no one would complain about, right? Therefore, the commoners who saw the notice, regardless of whether they were male or female, old or young, as long as they had some free time recently, all flocked to the village managers' homes and asked to sign up for the canal repair project. If there wasn't an age limit of 45 years old, it was likely that all the old men and women in their 50s and 60s would rush to sign up. Everyone understood that once the cement ditch was built, they would no longer need to carry buckets of water from the river. All the crops in their fields would be saved. However, there were a few villages where the commoners weren't so enthusiastic. For example, the Yu family village in the northernmost part of Lantian County. Village manager, even if the canal is built to our Yu family village, will the water from the Ba River be able to flow over? When the time comes, won't the fields in our village continue to be dry? That's right. Zhonglizheng. Our Yu family village's terrain is much higher than the Ba River. Instead of repairing the canal, we might as well continue to carry water and water the fields. If we can save some fields, then we can save some. It's better than repairing the canal. That's right. That's right. The nutrient bowls in my family's fields haven't been watered yet. I third you can't go to repair the canal. In the Yu family village, there were many villagers gathered in the courtyard of Zhonglizheng's house. The villagers were all talking at once. In short, everyone wasn't very enthusiastic about repairing the canal. My fellow villagers, please be quiet and listen to me. At this moment, Yu Dehang held a notice and walked to the front of the crowd. She shouted loudly, "It's elementary scholar Yu. Elementary scholar Yu. If you have anything to say, just say it. We're all listening." That's right. Elementary scholar Yu. You're well read, so you can help us make some suggestions. The commoners respected Yu Dehang, who was a scholar, very much, so they quickly quieted down. When Yu Dehang saw this, she opened her mouth and said, "Fellow villagers, look at this notice. It is clearly written that after the canal is repaired, it can guarantee that the water from the Ba River will irrigate all the farmlands in Lantian County, so that the people of Lantian County will not suffer from drought." What does this mean? It means that the land in our Yu family village can also be nourished by the water from the Ba River. This notice came from the Lantian County Yaman. Such a huge project definitely wasn't decided by county magistrate he alone. Marquis must also know about it. However, since this notice was released, what does it mean? It means that this is Marquis's guarantee to us. You may not believe that the water from the Ba River can flow to the Yu family village, but don't you believe in Marquis? Regardless of whether you believe it or not, I Yu Dehang definitely believe in Marquis. Chapter 1404. Yu Family Manor. After Yu Dehang finished speaking, the commoners couldn't help but fall silent. Li Zishuan, this name was currently like a god in Lantian County, and no one disrespected him. Some people even set up a longevity monument for Li Zishuan and prayed for Li Zishuan every day. They prayed that Li Zishuan could live to 100 or 1,000 years old, so that they and their descendants could also enjoy happiness. Therefore, when Yu Dehang mentioned Li Zishuan, The commoners no longer dared to make a ruckus like before. Scholar Yu, Marquis has done us a great favor, so of course we believe in Marquis. However, no matter how capable Marquis is, he can't move the water from the Ba River to our Yu family manor, right? A villager couldn't help but say loudly at this time. He had voiced out the thoughts of the majority of the people. Therefore, as soon as his voice fell, countless people immediately echoed his words. That's right. Moving the water from the river is the means of an immortal. Even if Marquis is skilled in both civil and martial arts, it's impossible for him to do such a thing. Maybe Marquis didn't know about this notice, or maybe Marquis didn't consider the terrain here. That's right. We believe in Marquis, but it doesn't mean that we believe that someone can move the water from the Ba River to the Yu family manor. Instead of wasting time building canals, it's better to water the land from the well. Zhong Lijing was a little helpless when he saw this, so he couldn't help but look at Yu Deheng. Although he also didn't believe it in his heart, he still chose to firmly believe in Li Zishuan. However, he couldn't convince others to believe that Li Zishuan could bring the water over like him. He was only a villager who relied on the sky to make a living. In terms of eloquence, he was far inferior to a scholar like Yu Deheng. Yu Deheng didn't disappoint Zhong Lijing. At this time he shouted, "Fellow villagers, please listen to Deheng again. What you said just now is not wrong. Moving the river and transporting water is indeed an immortal's method. But have you forgotten Marquis' identity? Marquis is a descendant of an immortal. He can ascend to the heavens and enter the earth. You guys know about the immortal lamp from before, right? Also, Marquis grew vegetables in the winter. You should all know about that, right? Which of these things did you think was possible? But what was the result? These impossible things were all accomplished by Marquis. Although I don't know what method Marquis will use to transport the water to the Yu residence, I believe that Marquis will be able to do it. Gentlemen, think about it. If we don't use manpower to clear the canals, and only rely on the water from the wells to irrigate the land, how many mu of land can each family save? But what if we dig a canal and Marquis brings the water here? Then the drought in all the land in our village can be alleviated. Besides, the county yamen asked everyone to help repair the canals. Not only did they give you wages, but they also reduced your corvée labor by 3 months. Where else can you find such a good thing? Taking a step back, if you still don't believe that Marquis can transport the water to the Yu residence, then each family can only send 1 or 2 people to repair the canals, and the rest of you can continue to irrigate the land with water. But no matter what, the canals of the Yu residence must be repaired this time. Because this time, the county yamen provided cement to help us repair the canals, so we must not miss such a good opportunity. At this time Yu Lijing also nodded and said, "Scholar Yu is right. This time the county is mobilizing all the people in the county to repair the canals. The people of the Yu residence must not be left behind. After all, cement is a rare thing. It is our good fortune that the county yamen is willing to provide it to us to repair the canals. Marquis is also taking care of us behind the scenes. This kind of treatment is something that people in other counties can't even dream of, so we must know what's good for us. Therefore, each family must send at least 1 or 2 young and strong laborers to help repair the canals. This is a matter that will benefit future generations, so each family must contribute." After he finished speaking, the villagers couldn't help but talk in private. After a while, everyone finally began to agree with him. Scholar Yu is right. Marquis is the son of an immortal, so he must have the means of an immortal to transport the water from the Ba River to our Yu residence. I Yu Dashan firmly believe in Marquis. My family is willing to send 3 people to help repair the canals. I Yu Chung am also willing to believe in Marquis. My family is willing to send 4 people. My family is willing to send 3 people. Suddenly, the villagers' enthusiasm for repairing the cement canals surged, and they all eagerly asked Zhong Lijing to sign up. Seeing this, Zhong Lijing finally let out a sigh of relief and began to call the villagers to line up and register. At night, the Lantian County Yamen was brightly lit. The officials in charge of the County Yamen all worked overtime at the request of County Magistrate He. During the day, Li Zishuan came to question him, and scared County Magistrate He out of his wits. Therefore, when it came to the construction of the canals, he was even more vigilant and didn't dare to slack off. Li Zishuan wanted to build the canals as soon as possible, so he directly set the start date for the day after tomorrow. However, the construction of the canals in the county was a huge project, so it had to be done in sections and at many places at the same time. This way, the canals in the county could be dredged in the shortest time possible. The specific tasks assigned to each village had to be arranged in advance. The officials in charge of the county yamen were currently working through the night to come up with a plan. Deputy County Magistrate Meng, tomorrow you will lead 20 yamen runners to visit each village separately and measure the length of each village's main canals. Tomorrow night, we will calculate the amount of work and materials used. In the office at the back of the yamen, County Magistrate he ordered with a serious face. There was no room for discussion in his words. If it was in the past, Deputy County Magistrate Meng would probably have some doubts. However, today, Li Zishuan personally went to the county yamen and talked to County Magistrate he. Everyone in the county yamen knew about it. According to the yamen runners who were guarding the door, the conversation was not pleasant. This was worth thinking about carefully. Obviously, Li Zishuan was dissatisfied with the work of the county yamen recently. Therefore, Deputy County Magistrate Meng replied without hesitation. Yes, County Magistrate. I will bring people out of the county early tomorrow morning. Okay. County Magistrate he nodded and said to Constable's son, Constable's son, tomorrow you will assist Deputy County Magistrate Meng in completing the measurement work. Order the yamen runners to not slack off. Also, the number of yamen runners in the 3 shifts is too small. We need to recruit more. Marquis said that Lantian County is no longer what it used to be. If we want to maintain law and order in the county, the number of yamen runners in the 3 shifts must be at least 100. Librarian Hu, Constable's son, you have to recruit a group of yamen runners with good character and martial arts foundation as soon as possible. After passing the assessment, they will be hired directly. This is also an important task for you in the near future. Marquis is very dissatisfied with the current law and order of Lantian County, especially the local ruffians in the market. The county yamen must punish them severely. Librarian Hu and Constable's son were shocked when they heard this. They quickly replied, Yes, County Magistrate. At the same time, Constable's son couldn't help but feel happy. Once the number of yamen runners in the county yamen increased, his power would increase in the future. After all, the number of underlings under him would increase. Also, Marquis also intends to set up a Department of Commerce to deal with the disputes and taxation of merchants. For now, the county yamen will be in charge. Deputy County Magistrate Wang, Registrar Zhang, you have to recruit a group of bookkeeping experts as soon as possible. It would be best if they are bookkeeping experts who are proficient in modern mathematics. Add them to your subordinates and wait for orders at any time. County Magistrate he looked at the other 2 and instructed. The other 2 middle-aged men in the public office quickly replied, Yes, County Magistrate. County Magistrate he nodded and said to everyone, The most urgent matter now is the construction of the cement ditch. Marquis attaches great importance to this. Of course, this also concerns the livelihood of tens of thousands of people. Everyone must work together to build the ditch as soon as possible. Yes, everyone agreed. At this moment, Deputy County Magistrate Meng suddenly couldn't help but ask, County Magistrate, the village in the north of Lantian County is on higher ground. How do we channel the water from the Ba River through the ditch? As soon as he said that, everyone looked at County Magistrate he. Obviously, everyone had the same question in their minds, but they didn't dare to ask. County Magistrate he frowned and replied, Marquis has his own way of doing this. We don't have to worry about it. All right, go and do your work. Once you're done, go back and rest. Yes, County Magistrate. Early the next morning, Deputy County Magistrate Meng of the County Yamen led more than 20 yamen runners out of the city. There were more than 50 villages in Lantian County. Even if they split up, it would probably be evening by the time they finished their work. At the same time, the news of the Lantian County Yamen organizing the villagers to build the ditch with cement had already spread to the surrounding counties of Chang'an. The people in other counties who were suffering from drought were naturally envious of Lantian County. Although the announcement of the construction of the ditch was issued by the County Yamen of Lantian County, Everyone knew that it was definitely Li Zishuan's idea behind it. For a moment, countless people were praying that one day, their villages would become Li Zishuan's fiefdom. When the imperial court heard the news, it was impossible for them to remain indifferent. The Ministry of Revenue and Ministry of Works both sent people to the various counties with funds from the imperial court to urge the county yamen to start dredging the ditch. Although it wasn't a cement ditch, it could still alleviate the drought to a large extent with the water wheel that Li Zishuan was currently developing. At the same time, in the new workshop of Strange Taste Pavilion, it was a busy scene. Since Li Zishuan handed the water wheel blueprint to Faubert yesterday, Faubert, Mo Huai, Yen Xiaoning, and the rest discussed and divided the task of building the water wheel into many small parts and distributed them to the various departments of the workshop. After that, all the craftsmen in the workshop focused on building the water wheel. The scale of the workshop today was no longer what it used to be. The number of craftsmen was more than 10 times more than before. With thousands of people working on the same thing at the same time, how terrifying the progress was. At noon, a giant wheel that was 4 to 5 feet tall had been erected in the open space in the front yard of the workshop. It looked just like a Ferris wheel. However, this wasn't the kind of Ferris wheel that was only for viewing and entertainment. This was a giant water wheel that could save the people from disaster. The exterior of the wheel was made of wood. The reason why it wasn't made of steel was mainly to reduce the weight. When the time came, it could spin faster under the influence of the water flow. Of course, the center of the wheel was made of steel. The transmission part of it was made of ball bearings and gear mechanisms. There were many supports scattered around the giant wheel. The craftsmen were busy putting them together. Li Zishuan had just walked into the workshop's yard when he saw this scene. He had been worried about the progress of the water wheel's construction. Although he knew in his heart that the water wheel couldn't be completed in a day or two, he couldn't help but come over after lunch. The craftsmen in the yard were busy with their work at the moment. For a moment, no one noticed Li Zishuan coming over. Li Zishuan looked at the giant wheel in the yard and couldn't help but open his mouth in shock. The progress of the water wheel's construction was far beyond his imagination. "Hey, young master, you're here?" Faubert had just squatted on the ground to instruct a carpenter. When he got up, he saw Li Zishuan and greeted him. Li Zishuan nodded. Suddenly, he noticed Faubert's unconcealable tiredness, so he quickly asked with concern, Faubert, did you stay up late again last night?" "Hee. No worries. No worries. Young master, don't worry. I just slept a few hours later. No worries. The construction of the water wheel is the most important thing." Faubert heard the deep concern in Li Zishuan's words, and couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He quickly waved his hand and said. Li Zishuan frowned and said, "Faubert, no matter how urgent the water wheel is, it's not as important as your health. Go back and rest. I'll help you keep an eye on this place." The academy had a midterm examination these 2 days. The Lantian County government had also just been warned. Since Li Zishuan had nothing to do these 2 days, he thought it would be good for him to stay in the workshop. Faubert quickly shook his head and said, "Young master, you're the head of a county and have a lot of work to do. How can you stay in the workshop and waste your time? Don't worry, my body is still strong. When I'm tired, I'll naturally go and rest." Speaking of this, he suddenly pointed to the giant wheel in the courtyard and said, "Young master, you came at the right time. Take a look at the main wheel of the water wheel. What do you think of the craftsmen?" Seeing Faubert's unyielding attitude, Li Zishuan couldn't persuade him anymore. Hearing this, he looked at the giant wheel again. He saw that there were protruding scrapers on the wheel's circumference at intervals. These were used to block the water. When the water hit the scrapers, it would impact the wheel. On top of the scrapers, there was a thick iron pipe placed at an angle of 45 degrees. This was the water bucket, a device used to hold water during the rotation of the wheel. After looking at it carefully for a while, Li Zishuan nodded and said, Very good. This is basically the model of the water wheel in my mind. The progress of the construction is really beyond my expectations. Faubert, you've worked hard." Faubert laughed and said, "Haha, it's not hard for me. This is the result of the joint efforts of all the craftsmen in the workshop. I estimate that the water wheel can be installed on the Ba River tomorrow. When the time comes, the corresponding water trough will be built. It should be ready for trial operation the day after tomorrow. Li Zixuan heard this and said excitedly, When the time comes, we'll move the river and build a heavenly waterway. Chapter 1405. 2-in-1 chapter. The source of each village's main channel must be at the highest point. This way, the water can flow to all the fields in the village. When it was close to evening, Li Zixuan made another trip to the county yamen. He saw that county magistrate. He was organizing the officials of the county yamen to discuss the plan to build the canal. He sat down and listened quietly. After he finished listening, he stood and pointed at a map hanging in the hall. In his previous life, he was a village boy. His village would also pump water from the river to the canal during summer, so he had some experience in this area. Moreover, when he was young, he would often run to the canal in front of the door to play with water. For this reason, he was beaten quite a lot. However, at that time they used a water pump to pump water. In this era, where could he get a water pump? He knew the principle of a water pump. If you asked him to make one, he would do it. However, the water pump needed to be powered by electricity or diesel. He couldn't provide these two sources of energy now. Therefore, after thinking about it, the best way was to use a water wheel. Marquis, if the source of each village's main channel is placed at the highest point, how can the water be brought up? County magistrate, he heard this and finally couldn't help but ask the question in his heart. This question was also what everyone in the room wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, I won't hide it from everyone. This marquis has ordered people to create a type of overturned cart that can rely on water or animal power to transport water. This marquis calls it a water wheel. It can carry water from a low place to a high place day and night without stopping. Moreover, this thing has already taken initial shape. After the test passes the day after tomorrow, it can be quickly mass-produced. At that time, we can use it to guide the water from the Ba River Dam to various villages. What? There is such a magical tool in this world? This is incredible. Hearing this, county magistrate, he couldn't help but exclaim. The rest of the people were also shocked. Although everyone felt that it was unbelievable, no one doubted the truth of Li Zixuan's words. The main reason was that Li Zixuan had created too many miracles in the past. In their hearts, he had already become an omnipotent god. Li Zixuan said faintly, There's nothing strange about that. You just need to follow my instructions and plan the channels for each village. As for the manufacturing and placement of the water wheel, I will order the craftsmen to do it. Yes, Marquis. Everyone hurriedly cupped their hands and accepted the order. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment before instructing. In addition, recruit 3 groups of yamen runners as soon as possible. After the canal is completed, the county yamen must begin to regulate the public security in the city square. At that time, the Department of Commerce will also be established. This concerns the development of Lantian County, so you must pay attention to it. Here. Imperial Palace, Suite du Hall. Any news from Li Zixuan's side? Didn't he say that he wanted to build a water wheel? What's the progress now? After reviewing the memorials, Li Er leaned on the dragon couch and asked tiredly. Your Majesty, according to what I know, the Duke of Yong and had already handed the blueprint to the workshop yesterday. And this afternoon, the workshop had already built the skeleton of the water wheel. It seems that they will begin testing the water the day after tomorrow. Zhao Song knew that Li Er had been worried about the drought recently, so he asked the servants to pay more attention to the progress of the water wheel. Hence, he could answer Li Er's question immediately. Oh, so fast? Li Er raised his eyebrows in surprise. Zhao Song smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty may not know, but the Duke of Yong and has used extremely generous terms to recruit many excellent craftsmen. The new workshop at Strange Taste Pavilion is more than 10 times larger than before. There are thousands of craftsmen, and even the works supervisor and the Ministry of Works cannot compare to it. Hence, if the Duke of Yong wants to build something, his speed will definitely be the fastest in the world. Li Er couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. Ha! With this kid doing this, those craftsmen in the works supervisor will probably run to him after they resign from their positions? Isn't this stealing my talents? Although he said that, Li Er's tone didn't sound like he was angry. Zhao Song couldn't help but laugh. The Duke of Yong'an's ambition is to bring engineering to greater heights. Hence, the scale of his workshop can be so huge. Your Majesty is broad-minded and can accommodate hundreds of rivers. Hence, the Duke of Yong'an's knowledge can be put to good use. Li Er shook his head and didn't say anything. However, the slight smile at the corner of his mouth proved that Zhao Song's flattery was very effective on old Li. In the afternoon after tomorrow, if the water wheel can really be tested, remember to remind me. I will also go and take a look. After a moment of silence, Li Er suddenly spoke. Yes, Your Majesty. The next day early morning, under the orders of County Magistrate He, the Yamen runners of Lantian County were mobilized in full force to each village to direct the construction of the cement ditch. As for the tasks assigned to each village, they had already been allocated last night. Today, the Yamen runners brought along their task books and blueprints. Each of them was in charge of a village. Of course, it wasn't just the Yamen runners. Li Zishuan also sent craftsmen to the villages to guide the villagers in the construction of the cement ditch. Before the sun rose, the villagers carried their shovels and under the guidance of the Yamen runners and craftsmen, they began to dredge the ditch. That afternoon, by the side of the Ba River Dam, they began to build tall supports one after another. Each support was more than 10 feet tall. On this row of supports, there was a wooden rectangular water trough that was about 3 feet wide. The craftsmen climbed up the ladder and knocked on it. Pung-pung sounds were incessant. Young master, the joints of the wooden boards on the water trough have all been smeared with tung oil. This can ensure that there won't be any leakage. After today, the tung oil should dry up. Tomorrow we will begin the experiment. When the time comes, we will open the gate on the east side of the dam and place the water wheel on the river below the dam. When the time comes, we will see if the water wheel can lift the water from the river to a position above our heads. Faubert personally brought Li Zishuan to inspect the construction site. While inspecting, he also explained to Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan nodded his head and praised. Faubert, you have thought of the details very thoroughly. Otherwise, with only my blueprints, I wouldn't be able to create a truly practical water wheel. This was the truth. Working with an experienced craftsman could often save a lot of trouble. Even if you didn't think of some problems and never mentioned them, the craftsman would be able to help you notice them. This was experience and a habit that had been cultivated over many years. Faubert laughed and said, Young master, what are you talking about? If it weren't for your idea and blueprints, this water wheel definitely wouldn't exist now. This old man has been a craftsman all my life. I only have more experience than young master, but when it comes to invention, young master has left this old man behind by more than 10 streets. Haha, we are a family, so let's not boast about each other. Faubert, the sun is still quite strong. You should go back and rest first. Mr. Emo and I will take care of this place. There won't be any problems. Li Zishuan felt that the weather was a little hot, so he comforted Faubert. Faubert was a person who refused to accept old age. Hearing this, he quickly retorted, Young master, this old man isn't that weak. It's just basking in the sun, nothing will happen. Li Zishuan directly interrupted Faubert and said, Faubert, you don't have to insist. If you get a heat stroke at your age, then my sin will be too great. Mo Huai also chimed in, Brother Fu, Yamacho is right. This weather is very hot. Your health is important. It's better to go back and rest quickly. All right then. Young master, Brother Emo, if there's anything, just send someone to find this old man. Faubert couldn't persuade him and could only leave alone. Li Zishuan and Mo Huai played the role of supervisors and began to patrol the construction site by the murky river. Mr. Mo, I heard that you have been leading the physics teachers of the academy to study the construction of the hydropower station on the dam recently. How is the progress now? Li Zishuan suddenly thought of something and asked. The Murky River Hydropower Station was Yanhuang College's first trump card project. Its practical and symbolic significance was very important. Li Zishuan had also said that all physics, mathematics, and chemistry teachers were encouraged to actively participate. On the one hand, it was to verify what they had learned. On the other hand, they could also get the corresponding contribution points that could be used to evaluate their titles in the future. In the past few days, apart from assisting Faubert in building the water wheel, Mo Huai spent most of his time on the research of the hydropower station. It could be said that he was conscientious and made Li Zishuan, a Yamacho, feel a little ashamed. When Mo Huai heard Li Zishuan's question, he thought for a moment and replied, Yamacho, we have already determined the location of the generator and the layout of the control lines. When the water wheel is finished and the dam is opened, we plan to install the generator and the generator blades to see if it can generate electricity. In this way, we won't waste the water in the dam, and we can also test if our generator can work normally. Li Zishuan nodded and said, That's good too. After all, real knowledge comes from practice. If we don't do it ourselves, we will never know whether we are right or wrong. If your generator can generate electricity normally, you need to verify it with an electrical appliance. Before that, I will help you make a light bulb. Oh right. You still have to make transformers, electromagnetic relays, and so on. You have to start preparing for these supporting facilities now. Professional terms such as light bulb, transformer, and electromagnetic relay were all in physics textbooks. Therefore, Mo Huai was not surprised by these new terms. He was surprised that Li Zishuan was going to make a light bulb. Yamacho, are you confident that you can make a light bulb now? Mo Huai was very surprised and asked in disbelief. Li Zishuan nodded and said, I have a way to make light bulbs. I originally planned to make one a while ago, but I was too busy at that time and didn't have time. Recently, I found time to make a few to test the effect. When Mo Huai heard this, he immediately said excitedly, That's great. I have only seen this thing in Yamacho's textbooks, but I have never seen the real thing. You said in the books that with this thing, there is no need to light oil lamps or candles at night, because this light bulb is dozens of times brighter than those things. Li Zishuan smiled and said, Light bulbs are indeed good things. With them, people can find real light at night, and Lantian County can become a city that never sleeps. The next day, after 2 days of hard work by the craftsmen, the water wheel, the supporting frame, the water trough, and other parts of the water wheel were finally all installed near the downstream of the Ba River Dam. Ever since the Ba River Dam was completed and the sluice gate was closed to store water, the water level of the downstream river was getting shallower by the day. Therefore, the place where the water wheel was placed was more than 1 or 2 feet above the water level. Fortunately, there was a water wheel. Otherwise, even if a ditch was dug from here, the river water would not flow out. Young master, the water wheel is in place, but the water level of the downstream river is too low, and the river water has almost no flow speed, so the water wheel is not turning. Should we open the sluice gate now and let the river flow downstream? Faubert came over at this time to ask for instructions. Li Zishuan pondered for a moment and said, It's fine. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Just open one sluice gate and test the effect first. Okay. Then this old man will give the order. Faubert responded and went down. Haha. At such an important moment, you didn't even send someone to inform me. At this time, a familiar voice came from behind Li Zishuan. Who else could it be other than Li Er? Li Zishuan quickly turned around and saw that it was not only Li Er, but also Feng Xianling, Zhang Sunwuji, Wei Zhang, Chang Yaojin, Qin Xiong, Niu Jinda, and other trusted officials of Li Er. Such a scene shocked all the craftsmen at the construction site, and they all bowed to pay their respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. Li Zishuan also hurriedly saluted Li Er. Li Er first said to the craftsman, You don't have to be so courteous. Just do what you should do and pretend that you didn't see me. After that, he looked at Li Zishuan and said, All right, you can dispense with the formalities as well. Ha! Is this the water wheel you mentioned? At this time, Li Er caught a glimpse of the giant wheel standing on the lower reaches of the Ba River, and could not help but be surprised. Chang Yaojin, Wei Zheng, and other important officials also widened their eyes and stared in that direction. Your Majesty, this is the water wheel. In a while, when the sluice gate is opened and the river water flows, the water wheel will turn and the river water will be transported to the water trough above us. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, So high? Li Er looked up at the water trough above and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Then he said, Then get someone to open the sluice gate. I want to see if this thing can move the river water today. Yes. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and accepted the order. Open the sluice gate. Not long after, Mo Huai's shout came from the dam, followed by a loud rumble. One of the sluice gates of the dam opened, and the river water in the dam rushed out and fell on the river downstream, causing waves of snow-white waves. As the position of the water wheel was not far from the dam, although only one sluice gate was opened, the flow of the river water was still relatively rapid where the water wheel was located. Therefore, under everyone's gaze, the giant wheel finally began to turn, and it turned faster and faster. The inverted bucket on the outside of the wheel poured out bucket after bucket of river water at the top of the wheel. Suddenly, the sound of flowing water came from the water trough. "It's out of the water! It's out of the water!" At the other end of the water trough, there were craftsmen taking care of it. Not long after, the craftsmen's cheers came from there. All the officials were shocked, and Li Er also felt incredulous. Moving the river water. This is a waterway of the heavens. It's like a miracle. Wei Zheng looked up at the water trough above his head and muttered to himself in shock. Chapter 1406. On the bank of the Ba River. Everyone, including Li Er, was stunned when they saw the huge water wheel lifting the river water to a height of more than 10 feet. God had pity on them. If they had used manpower to lift the water, it could have been lifted that high. However, the key was that the water wheel didn't need any manpower at all. It was completely dependent on the water power to move automatically. This was a little unbelievable. After a long time, everyone recovered from their shock. Cheng Yaojin was the first to speak. "Haha. I knew that you weren't bragging, Xiaoxian. You said that this water wheel could move the river water automatically, so it must be possible. Now it seems that I, Old Cheng, have the best foresight." As he spoke, Old Cheng walked up to Li Zishuan and patted the latter's shoulder fiercely. He had a smug look on his face, as if Li Zishuan was a talent he had discovered. Everyone was speechless and cursed Old Cheng for being shameless in their hearts. Li Zishuan bared his teeth. If it had been anyone else, they definitely wouldn't have been able to withstand Old Cheng's slaps. It was only because he had a strong martial arts foundation that he could withstand it. "Your Majesty is wise. This old subject congratulates Your Majesty." Just as everyone was secretly criticizing Cheng Yaojin in their hearts, Wei Zheng suddenly bowed to Li Er and said such a sentence without any reason. Li Er was instantly confused. He thought to himself, "I didn't do anything. How is this wise? Wei Zheng, who always liked to find trouble with me, could it be that he took the wrong medicine today? Dear Minister Wei, why do you say that?" Li Er thought for a moment and asked with a frown. Wei Zheng bowed with a serious face and said, "Your Majesty has a discerning eye. Back then, you brought the Marquis of Yong and into the imperial court. You also allowed the Marquis of Yong and to start engineering schools, run academies and build workshops. It was because of Your Majesty's wise decision that there was the current Yanhuang College and the current water wheel. This water wheel can support tens of thousands of people. How can this old subject not congratulate Your Majesty?" In the past, while Wei Zheng had not explicitly opposed Li Zishuan's engineering, he definitely did not support or like it. But now, in the midst of the Guanzhong drought, when the officials were helpless, Li Zishuan had used his own power and engineering to create such a marvelous and powerful water wheel. Wei Zheng couldn't help but feel gratitude toward Li Zishuan. He even had a faint favorable impression of engineering. This good feeling was not mixed with any personal feelings. It was just a good feeling Wei Zheng had because Li Zishuan had saved millions of lives in Guanzhong. Just as Wei Zheng finished his words, the few important officials present reacted. Under Zhang Sun Wuji's lead, they bowed to Li Er and said, "Your Majesty, congratulations on obtaining such a divine item. Your Majesty, we congratulate Your Majesty on obtaining such a divine item." The water wheel on the river was still turning noisily. The officials on the shore gave their congratulations in unison and spread far and wide across the empty land by the river. Li Er looked at the water wheel and then at the surging river water at the end of the trough. He was filled with joy. There was finally a solution to the drought problem that had troubled him for a long time. Speaking of which, he had recently been planning to have the alchemists open altars to pray for rain. But now, it seemed that there was no need because the water wheel Li Zishuan had made was more reliable than praying for rain. "Haha! Officials, you should not be congratulating me. You should be congratulating the people of the world. With this water wheel, the Guanzhong drought can be easily resolved. The tens of thousands of people in Guanzhong will be spared from the torment of the drought. You should be congratulated." Li Er nodded and said with a smile. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said in a low voice, Marquis Yong'an, you should be rewarded for being able to create this kind of water wheel that can automatically move river water and resolve the Guangzhou drought. However, the most important thing now is to quickly mass-produce this water wheel. 2 days ago, I ordered all the provinces and counties in Guangzhou to immediately start dredging the canals. When the canals work with your water wheel, it will be able to completely alleviate the drought in Guangzhou. Li Zishuan raised his hands and said, This official obeys the decree. The thousands of workers in the workshop will do their best to make the water wheel day and night. In addition, this official is willing to give the blueprint of the water wheel to the court or make it public. The structure of this water wheel is not complicated. According to the blueprint, any small workshop can make it. However, the bearings and gears used in this water wheel are difficult for private workshops to make. However, they can directly buy them from Chichu Pavilion. This way, the provinces and counties can work together and produce enough water wheels in the shortest amount of time to resolve the drought in Guangzhou. Giving away the blueprint was a decision that Li Zishuan had made after careful consideration. Just like last year's curved plow, when it had just been made, Li Zishuan had directly given the blueprint to the court. This was because he knew that in the face of such a great drought, he could not be selfish. Li Zishuan would definitely not earn this kind of money that went against his conscience. It wasn't that he was noble, but that Li Zishuan only wanted to live in peace. Using water wheels, curved plow, and other things that the common people saw as lifesavers to earn money, Li Zishuan felt that even if he only earned one from this kind of money, he would not be at peace. There were many ways to earn money. He would definitely not earn money that made him feel uneasy. Also, even though the scale of the workshop was much larger than before, no matter how large it was only a workshop. It only had 1,000 or 2,000 workers. In a short amount of time, it could not satisfy the needs of Guangzhou for water wheels. Marquis Yong'an is righteous. This old man thanks Marquis Yong. And on behalf of the common people. Hearing that Li Zishuan was going to hand over the water wheel blueprint, everyone was stunned for a moment. Wei Zheng looked at Li Zishuan in surprise, then bowed and said with sincerity. Li Zishuan didn't dare to accept Wei Zheng's courtesy. He hurriedly moved aside and said, What's the matter? Why do you say this, Left Minister Wei? When one is at the top of the court, one worries about the common people. When one is far away from the Jianghu, one worries about the ruler. You and I are in the court, fighting for the common people's well-being. Is this not the right thing to do? This mere water wheel blueprint can save millions of people. What reason do I, Li Zishuan, have to keep it for myself? Only by giving it away can I live up to His Majesty's expectations. Only then can I live up to the country's salary. When one is at the top of the court, one worries about the common people. When one is far away from the Jianghu, one worries about the ruler. Hearing Li Zishuan's words, Wei Zheng could not help but be stunned. These 2 sentences were Li Zishuan's self-admonition. How was it not Wei Zheng's lifelong pursuit? At this moment, Wei Zheng realized that he seemed to have just gotten to know Li Zishuan. Just based on these 2 sentences, Li Zishuan could be considered his kindred spirit. Thinking back to the few times he had accused Li Zishuan last year, Wei Zheng could not help but feel ashamed. He cupped his hands and said, Marquis Yong'an is of noble character. Wei Zheng admires you. These words were said with sincerity. Li Er could not help but be surprised. So Wei Zishuan actually admired others? This was like the sun rising from the west. After looking at Wei Zheng curiously, Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said with a gratified expression, I am very pleased that you can have this kind of awareness. Since you are willing to give away the blueprint, I will send people to send the blueprint to each county and order them to hire craftsmen and workers to build water wheels as soon as possible to alleviate the drought. Your Majesty is wise. Li Zishuan let out a sigh of relief and said, This way, the workshop's task would be greatly reduced. They only needed to produce a small batch of water wheels for the counties around Chang'an. The other counties could follow the blueprint and build water wheels according to it. As for the gears, bearings, and other parts that they could not make, they could buy them from Chitsu Pavilion or Chitsu Pavilion's branches. The second day. Yesterday's water wheel experiment was a great success, and it made the headlines of Datong Daily. Water wheel success, drought hope? What is a water wheel? Hey, don't you know how to read? The water wheel was a new thing made by Master Ho. It was a kind of vehicle that could automatically carry water from a low place to a high place. It was made by thousands of craftsmen in the workshop of the Fantastic House, and had been tested successfully yesterday. With this, do you think the people of Tang will still be afraid of drought? Whoa! There is such a magical thing in this world? Of course. I heard that yesterday. His Majesty brought the important officials of the court to verify the functions of the water wheel. Furthermore, the Duke of Yong and has already given the blueprint of the water wheel to His Majesty. His Majesty will announce it to the world and order the various counties to build water wheels as soon as possible. What? The Duke of Yong and handed over the blueprint of the water wheel? Aya! What a fool! Those blueprints are worth tens of thousands of gold taels. Why would the Duke of Yong and hand them over so easily? Bullsh *T. The Duke of Yong'an is an immortal. Why would he use something that can save the lives of the common people to earn money? Wang Lauer, don't force your dirty thoughts on the Duke of Yong. Be careful or we will beat you up. That's right. The Duke of Yong'an cares about the common people and is benevolent and righteous. Last year he didn't earn a single copper coin from the common people and directly made the blueprint public. Wang Lauer, if you dare to speak nonsense again, we will beat you to death. The Duke of Yong and is benevolent and righteous. If it's really as you say, then this old man's family's fields can be saved. That's right, that's right. May the heavens bless the Duke of Yong and allow him to live a long life of 100 years, 1,000 years. Only this way can the common people continue to live good lives. That's right. When this old woman returns, I will erect a longevity stele for the Duke of Yong and pray for him every day. The reason Li Zixuan had the editorial department of Datong Daily spread the news of the water wheel's successful development was to calm the people's hearts and allow them to confidently resist the drought. A while ago, when the land was dry, most of the common people chose the stupidest method, carrying water to irrigate the land. Actually, that was the most instinctive behavior of people when they were in despair. Because they knew that they couldn't resist the drought, they carried the idea of saving as much of the land as possible and carried water to irrigate the land. Now, following the news of Datong Daily's successful development of the water wheel, the common people were all elated when they heard the news and rushed to spread the news. After the hopeless common people found hope, they exploded with a strong desire to survive. Especially the workers who were building the cement ditch in Lantian County, they worked even harder. Uncle Zhong. Uncle Zhong. Good news. Good news. Very good news ah. At the entrance of the Yu family manor, Zhong Lijing was leading the villagers of the Yu family manor to dig the ditch. Yu Dehang suddenly held a newspaper and ran over in a hurry. Moreover, as she ran, she shouted excitedly. Zhong Lijing had never seen the usually refined Yu Dehang lose her composure like this. He couldn't help but ask curiously, Dehang, what good news is there? Look at how happy you are. The villagers who were digging the ditch couldn't help but stop what they were doing at this moment. They wanted to hear what good news Yu Dehang had brought. Uncle Zhong, it's really good news. Yu Dehang took a breath and said excitedly, Today's Datong Daily said that Marquis built a water wheel that can automatically carry water to a high place. Moreover, it was tested successfully yesterday. His Majesty was also present. Marquis said that the common people of Lantian County can use the water wheel. When the water wheel works with the canal, all the fields in our manor can be irrigated by the river. After Yu Dehang finished speaking, no one made a sound because everyone was stunned at this moment. After a long while, Zhong Lijing finally reacted. His excited voice trembled a little. He looked at Yu Dehang with trembling lips and asked, What are you doing? There's such a magical thing in this world? Well, Dehang, you're not lying to us, right? The rest of the people also looked at Yu Dehang eagerly. Although they felt that it was a little inconceivable, they still hoped that Yu Dehang was telling the truth. Yu Dehang spread out the newspaper and said, Uncle Zhong, how would I dare to lie to you? What I said is true. Look, it's clearly written in this newspaper. Marquis not only wants to use the water wheel for our Lantian County, he also offered the blueprint so that all the common people in the world can use the water wheel. If you don't believe me, you can go to the bank of the Ba River and take a look. It said that the water wheel that His Majesty saw yesterday hasn't been removed yet. Hearing Yu Dehang's solemn vow, the villagers finally believed her. That's great. That's great. Marquis really has a way to move the water from the Ba River to our Yu family manor. The land of our manor can all be saved. Zhong Lijing was so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. It looked like he was dancing with joy, which was quite funny. However, no one laughed at him because at this time, everyone was trembling with excitement like him. Haha. I said before that since Marquis can fly into the sky and enter the earth, he must have a way to send the water from the Ba River to our Yu family manor. At that time, Uncle Dashan, you didn't believe me, but now you should believe me, right? Yu Dehang couldn't help but laugh. Yu Dashan said with a face full of smiles. I believe you, I believe you. From now on Yu Dashan will believe no one but Marquis. Even if Marquis says that he can climb the 9 palaces of heaven and pluck the stars and moon, I will believe him. Dashan is right. In the future we will believe whatever Marquis says. If anyone doubts Marquis, Yu Cheng will be the first to disagree. That's right, that's right. Hey, that's not right. Since Marquis can really move the water from the Ba River, then we must quickly fix the canal. Without a doubt, my wife and children will come over tomorrow to help. They don't need to be paid. Yes, yes, yes. My wife and child will also come over tomorrow to help. In an instant there was no need for anyone to mobilize. The enthusiasm of the Yu family manor's villagers to build the canal suddenly rose to an unprecedented level. They would rather not be paid to fix the canal as soon as possible. Chapter 1407. 2-in-1 chapter. Not only the Yu family manor, but the other villagers in the northern part of Lantian County were also greatly encouraged when they learned that Li Zishuan had built a water wheel that could transport river water. Previously, the county yamen had gathered the commoners to repair the canals. Due to the higher terrain of these villages, the villagers weren't very enthusiastic about building the canals. Generally, each family only sent out 1 to 2 laborers. The rest of the people were still busy carrying water from the wells and watering the fields. However, when the commoners heard this news, their attitudes instantly changed. The villagers who were carrying water from the wells and watering the fields all put down their carrying poles and buckets and joined the army that was digging the canals. Moreover, when the county yamen counted the number of people who were willing to repair the canals, these people didn't sign up. Therefore, in theory, they wouldn't be paid for helping to repair the canals and wouldn't reduce their corvée labor. However, even so, the commoners were still willing to help repair the canals. This was because the earlier the canals were repaired, the earlier the villagers' dry fields could be saved. In comparison, the small amount of money they would receive was a small profit. At Strange Interest Pavilion's workshop, all kinds of machinery had been fully activated. Under Faubert's arrangement, the craftsmen began to work in 3 shifts. The morning shift was from 7 to 1, the middle shift was from 5 to 9, and the night shift was from 1 to 5. The craftsmen were divided into 3 teams, and worked 24 hours a day in the workshop to make the water wheels. Speaking of which, this could be considered the world's first workshop with 3 shifts. Although Li Zishuan had already announced the water wheel blueprints, which of the important officials in the imperial court, such as Zhang Sun Wuji, Xiao Yu, Chang Yaojin, Yuqi Jingda, and other important officials didn't have a few villages under them? The land of Guanzhong was dry like fire, so how could their villages be spared? They also needed a water wheel. However, most of them felt that it was troublesome to recruit craftsmen to make a water wheel according to Li Zishuan's blueprints. Moreover, they felt that the water wheels made by other craftsmen weren't as good as the ones made by the workshop. Therefore, in the end, Zhang Sun Wuji, Chang Yaojin, and the others went to Li Zishuan to make an order. As someone in the imperial court, Li Zishuan naturally understood the ways of the world. If he could help make a few water wheels, he would be able to gain a favor from the big shots in the imperial court. This was a good deal. Therefore, he accepted all the orders from the courtiers. In just one day he received a total of more than 100 water wheels. Therefore, it was impossible for the craftsmen in the workshop to be idle. However, Li Zishuan did not mistreat the craftsmen in the workshop. First of all, the craftsman's salary was doubled this month. Secondly, the craftsmen who worked the night shift would receive an additional allowance. As a result, although the craftsmen felt that it was hard work, they were all more motivated to work. Under such a passionate atmosphere, a construction frenzy was set off in Lantian County. Tens of thousands of people and craftsmen worked tirelessly all day long. The progress of the construction of the canal was different by the day, and the workshops could make more than 10 water wheels every day. The people saw that there was hope to alleviate the drought, and their gloomy faces finally showed a smile again. Shaoxin. Yamacho, you're here to watch the game too? That day coincidentally was Saturday. Chang Chumo, who had just experienced the torment of the midterm exam, bought 2 tickets and brought Yuchi Baolin to the football field in Lantian County to watch the game. He planned to let go of himself in the passionate football game. Oh no, it was to forget his troubles in the passionate football game. However, he did not expect to see Li Zishuan when he was looking for a seat in the stands, so he greeted him with a smile. Li Zishuan turned his head to look at Chang Chumo and asked subconsciously, "Oh, Virgin, you're here to watch the game too? But how did you do in the midterm exam?" It was an occupational disease. This was definitely an occupational disease. After being a teacher for a long time, he would unconsciously ask about the students' grades when he saw them. Li Zishuan promised that he would never ask these questions in the past, but now it had become a habit. It was a sin. As soon as he heard him ask about his grades, Yuchi Baolin immediately lowered his head and wanted to bury his head in the ground. This was because studying had never been Yuchi Baolin's strong point. Of course, it was definitely not Chang Chumo's strong point, but this guy's skin was thick. Chang Chumo's face did not show any signs of shame. Instead, he looked a little proud. He laughed and said, "The exam was okay. I think I'll definitely pass every subject." Li Zishuan was speechless for a moment, then he said unhappily, "Pass? Kid, is that all you want?" Chang Chumo looked like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. He said indifferently, "What else can I do? My dad doesn't expect me to be the top scorer. I just want to pass every subject and not embarrass him. Hey, in my opinion, our Chung family has not been good at studying for generations. My dad asked me to come to Yanhuang College to study probably because he doesn't want me to be illiterate and be deceived by others. So Shaoxian, you can't use this to attack me." Li Zishuan was speechless. He didn't expect that Chang Chumo, this idiot, would be so clear on some key matters even though he was usually a scoundrel. This was very similar to Cheng Yaojin in this aspect. You. Li Zishuan pointed at Chang Chumo, thought for a moment and said, "Forget it. I know your ambition is not here, so I won't force you. Anyway, so what if you can't read? You're still my brother. As long as I, Li Zishuan, am here, no one will dare to deceive you in this lifetime." Chang Chumo was the first friend Li Zishuan made after he transmigrated. When he was still a commoner, Chang Chumo treated him as an equal. When he encountered trouble, Chang Chumo was the first to jump out to help him. Although he was rich now, there was a saying that went, "Don't forget your friends when you're rich." Li Zishuan would never forget this friendship for the rest of his life. Haha. Shaoxian, with your words, I, Chang Chumo, am satisfied for the rest of my life. I didn't acknowledge you as my brother for nothing. Chang Chumo heard this and his emotions surged. His face was flushed red, and he could not help but laugh out loud. Although Li Zishuan was a Yamacho in the academy and he was a student, brothers were brothers. Nothing could change that. Yuchi Baolin looked at the 2 men in front of him, and a trace of envy flashed in the depths of his eyes. He also wanted such brotherly affection, but he was not good at expressing his feelings. In order to prevent Li Zishuan from sensing it, he quickly lowered his head and concealed the envy in the depths of his eyes. "Oh, that's right. Shaoxian, there's a drought in Guangzhou. I heard that you've been busy getting people to build canals and water wheels. How come you're in the mood to watch a football match today?" Cheng Chumo suddenly asked, puzzled. Li Zishuan rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "Watch a football match? Do you think I'm as free as you to watch a football match? I'm here to choose a player." To be honest, the current level of football in Tang Dynasty was not very good. After all, it was still in its infancy. It was not on the same level as the exciting football matches of the modern era. At the beginning, it might be interesting to watch, but after watching for a while, it would be boring. Therefore, Li Zishuan did not come to the stadium for a while. Today, he was here mainly to choose a national player. Choose a player? What player? Chang Chumo was even more curious when he heard this. Is Yamacho thinking of forming a football team? Yuchi Baolin could not help but ask. He had only asked subconsciously, but he did not expect Li Zishuan to nod. Baolin's guess is right. I do want to form a football team, a national team of Tang Dynasty. Now that football has become popular in Tang Dynasty, it will definitely spread to other countries in the future. When the time comes, the surrounding countries will not be able to win against Tang Dynasty in war. Perhaps they will try to regain their ground through football matches. My purpose in forming the national team of Tang Dynasty is to prepare for emergencies. Moreover, I also plan to hold a World Football Championship every few years. Every country in the world can participate. This national team of Tang Dynasty will then represent Tang Dynasty to conquer the other countries. Previously, I asked Mr. Zhang San to help me keep an eye out for some good seedlings. A few days ago, he gave me a name list. When the players on the name list have a match, I will take some time to observe their performance. If they pass, I will call them into the national team. When the time comes, it will be time for them to be used in national competitions. After all, football was developed in Tang Dynasty. No matter what, Tang Dynasty cannot lose face in this. Hearing this, Chang Chumo's eyes suddenly lit up. He said, "Hey, Xiaoxian, you are right. Football was developed in Tang Dynasty. No matter what, our football team should be the best. Oh, by the way, I heard from my father that the Crown Prince of Wanation had formed a football team and wanted to compete with Tang Dynasty. Later, because the Wanation's queen passed away, the Crown Prince of Wanation went back. Hey, if you ask me, the Crown Prince of Wanation should thank their queen for saving him. Otherwise, even if other people were not willing to compete, I, Chang Chumo, would definitely go up and beat those arrogant Wanation people." Li Zishuan sneered and said, "If it were not for the fact that martial arts were not used, there would not be many teams in Tang Dynasty that could defeat the Crown Prince of Wanation's football team. Ugly bull, stop bragging." Li Zishuan had asked Zheng Qianjun in private about the football team formed by the big brother king of Mountain Back. According to Zheng Qianjun, the football team did have some skills. The tacit understanding between the players was definitely better than most of the current football teams in Tang Dynasty. Chang Chumo was obviously not convinced. He said, "Xiaoxian, you are boosting the morale of others and diminishing our prestige. Wanation is just a small country. How can they have good players? If you are not convinced, you can fight again. Not to mention other teams, I don't think the Wanation people can beat the Fergana horse team in Liangzhou, let alone the Fergana tiger team and the Wind Thunder team." Li Zishuan smiled and did not make any meaningless rebuttal. Seeing that Li Zishuan was ignoring him, Chang Chumo rolled his eyes and said, "Xiaoxian, how many players do you like now? 6 or 7. What's wrong?" Li Zishuan replied lightly. Chang Chumo rubbed his hands and said with a flattering smile, "Hey, Xiaoxian, you are always busy with official business. How can you have time to manage the team? Why don't you tell me the training methods and tactics? I will help you train them. How about it?" "You?" Li Zishuan looked at Chang Chumo and said disdainfully. Chang Chumo suddenly exploded. "What's wrong with me? Xiaoxian, Qing can go to Sichuan to help you open the mines. What's wrong with me, your brother, helping you manage the team? It is said that playing football is like fighting a war. My father has fought in wars for so many years. As his son, I know a little about the art of war, right? Isn't it more than enough to help you manage the team?" Li Zishuan was so angry that he almost laughed. He thought to himself, "How dare you say that you know the art of war? Besides, who said that people who know the art of war can definitely manage the team well? What kind of logic is this?" Li Zishuan wanted to refuse, but he thought that since Chang Chumo was not interested in the academy's courses, it would be good to arrange something that he liked to do. After thinking for a moment, Li Zishuan said, "I originally wanted Zheng Qianjun to help me train the team, but since you also have the same idea, then you two will be responsible for it together. Usually, Zheng Qianjun is in charge of the team's tactical training, and you are in charge of the team's physical training." At the crucial moment, Li Zishuan, the experienced driver, made a big turn and almost choked Chang Chumo to death. What the F***ck, Xiaoxian, I thought you wanted me to be in charge of the team. I didn't expect you to arrange an assistant for me. You obviously don't trust me." Chang Chumo looked like he was wronged. Li Zishuan could not help but say in a strange voice. It's time to make the keys. 10 coins for 3 keys. Are you worthy, Chumo? No. Chung Chumo did not understand. He subconsciously wanted to say that he was not worthy, but then he felt that something was wrong and quickly shut his mouth. Yuchi Baolin came back to his senses and laughed. Haha, Brother Cho Nyo is not worthy. Zhang Yinhong's Wind and Thunder team contained more than half of Zhang Qianjun's efforts. Zhang Qianjun loved football very much and was also very good at studying. That was why the Wind and Thunder team was now the hot favorite to win the championship. Zhang Qianjun was in charge of the tactical training of the national team, and Chung Chumo was in charge of the physical training of the national team members. The combination of one civil and one military was really complementary. In addition, this morning Zhang Qianjun brought good news to Li Zishuan. The second batch of tea leaves had arrived in Chang'an City. The first batch of tea leaves was rushed, and the tea master in Jiangnan was not good at producing tea leaves, so the first batch of tea leaves was only about 50 kilograms. The tea leaves distributed to the members of the Flaming Yellow Chamber of Commerce were even less. But the second batch was different. Zhang Yinhong directly sent people to deliver 600 kilograms of tea leaves. Even if they had to give out a portion, Li Zishuan would still get a lot. Perhaps it was time to use the divine tea to make the Department of Commerce famous. At the same time, let the merchants of Lantian County enjoy the convenience and benefits of the Department of Commerce. Chapter 1408. The next day. Boss Wang? What did you say? Immortal tea is on sale? Can merchants like us buy it? Of course it's true. This is the latest news I got. As long as you're a merchant in Lantian County, you can buy a caddy of immortal tea from the Drunken Immortal Inn with the store contract. That's a caddy of immortal tea. You can't buy a tael of it no matter how much money you have. Brother, buy if you don't hurry up, you won't be able to buy it soon. What? A caddy of immortal tea? Brother Wang, wait for me. I'll go get the store contract. Wait. How much is a caddy of immortal tea? It's not expensive. Only 60 tang yuan. Brother, hurry up. Okay. I'll be right there. If it was in the past, if someone said that a caddy of immortal tea was 60 strings of coins, this merchant named Bai would definitely slap that person to death. But now, although he also felt that it was expensive, a caddy of immortal tea was 60 strings of coins. A tael of immortal tea was 6 strings of coins, and one tael of immortal tea could be used to make 10 cups. If he was stingy, he could make 12 cups. In other words, a cup of immortal tea was at most 300 copper coins, 800 copper coins, or at least 200 copper coins. This was a free gift. Previously, the Drunken Immortal Inn launched a limited edition event, where one could taste a cup of immortal tea for free after spending 10 strings of coins in the inn. This attracted countless tycoons, who loved tea leaves, to fight for it. Back then, Boss Bai also went to the Drunken Immortal Inn to taste it. Although he felt a little heartache at the time, after tasting the immortal tea, he felt that it was worth it and was very satisfied. Only after tasting the immortal tea would one understand that the tea leaves they drank before were all rubbish. Once one drank the immortal tea, it was easy to get addicted to it, especially for those who loved the tea ceremony. If they didn't drink the immortal tea for a day, they would feel as uncomfortable as a cat scratching their heart. Unfortunately, Mr. Bai belonged to this kind of people. For this reason, he went to the Drunken Immortal Inn 5 times. In the end, he felt that if he continued drinking like this, the profits of his shop would be gone for a few months, so he could only reluctantly give up. After all, every visit to the Drunken Immortal Inn cost at least 10 strings of coins. Even if he had some money, he couldn't afford to waste. Now that he heard that the Drunken Immortal House was going to sell immortal tea for only 60 strings of coins per caddy, how could Boss Bai not be tempted? If he bought the tea back, he would be able to earn some money even if he sold it directly to merchants from other states and counties. If he set up a high-class tea house to sell the brewed tea, he would be able to earn even more. After all, with the current popularity of the immortal tea and its reputation as a tribute tea, as long as a tea house released the immortal tea, even if it cost 500 copper coins a cup, there would definitely be many people coming to snatch it. This was a sure-win deal. Shopkeeper Lu, why can't we buy it? Are you afraid that we won't pay? That's right. Why could only the merchants of Lantian County buy it? Everyone is giving money. What's the difference? Yes. Shopkeeper Lu. If you feel that 60 strings of coins per caddy is too cheap, you can totally raise the price. Why restrict only the merchants of Lantian County to buy it? Outside the Drunken Immortal restaurant branch in the county seat of Lantian County, in addition to the endless stream of diners, there was also a hubbub of merchants from all walks of life. Many of these merchants were not from Lantian County. They just happened to hear that the Drunken Immortal restaurant was going to sell immortal tea when they were watching the game in Lantian County, so they immediately came over. Obviously, there were many tea enthusiasts like Boss Bai who had tasted the immortal tea, and were crazy about it. But who would have thought that the Drunken Immortal Inn would actually set a rule that the tea leaves would be given priority to the local merchants of Lantian County? How could those merchants who rushed over to snatch the tea endure this? Therefore, they all started arguing with Shopkeeper Lu of the Drunken Immortal Inn. This Shopkeeper Lu was the same Shopkeeper Lu of the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang'an City. Now, not only did the Drunken Immortal Inn open many branches, but Li Zishuan had also become the Marquis of 10,000 households and was given the fief of Lantian County. Shopkeeper Lu, the shopkeeper of the Drunken Immortal Inn's main branch, voluntarily requested to be transferred to the branch in Lantian County. As for the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang'an City, it was taken over by a branch shopkeeper recommended by Shopkeeper Lu. Actually, this was where Shopkeeper Lu was smart. He knew very well that the place where Li Zishuan was could be called the main branch of the Drunken Immortal Inn. Now that Li Zishuan had been living in Lantian County for a long time, the name of the Drunken Immortal Inn in Chang'an City basically existed in name only. Moreover, Lantian County had now completely become Li Zishuan's territory, so Shopkeeper Lu felt more at ease staying here. Everyone, be quiet. I have a few words to say. Faced with the siege of so many foreign merchants, Shopkeeper Lu had no choice but to come out and maintain order. He first shouted loudly, and when everyone quieted down, he quickly smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Dear guests, our Drunken Immortal Inn does not have much stock for this batch of immortal tea, so we will give priority to the shop owners in Lantian County. This can be considered as my marquis taking care of the merchants in Lantian County. I know that you are unhappy, but the amount of immortal tea is still too little. My marquis just wants to give some favors to the people in his fief. Whether it is the farmers, the craftsmen, or the merchants, they are all the people in my marquis fief. Marquis will treat them equally. Recently, Marquis has been building canals and water wheels for the people. Now, Marquis just wants to use the immortal tea to bring some benefits to the merchants in his fief. I hope that you can understand. I know that all of you like immortal tea very much, but I ask that you wait patiently. Soon, when the production of immortal tea increases, the various strange taste pavilions will start to provide it. When that time comes, you can buy as much as you want." Cough cough. Shopkeeper Lu's words contained a lot of personal information. Many of them were taught to him by Li Zishuan. As soon as Shopkeeper Lu finished speaking, the faces of the merchants below were filled with annoyance. Ah, so that's how it is. Marquis treats the merchants in his fief so well. I really admire him. Sigh. So there are such benefits to opening a shop in Lantian County? If I had known, I would have bought 2 shops in Lantian County last year. Hey, brother son, it's not too late for you to buy now, right? Too late, too late. Now that the prices of the shops in Lantian County have risen so high, I can't afford to buy even if I want to. The merchants from other places sighed and were annoyed. The native merchants in Lantian County could not help but want to clap their hands and celebrate. Haha, Marquis is benevolent and righteous. Luckily I had foresight. At the beginning of the year, I came to Lantian County to open a shop. Haha, that's right, that's right. Marquis treats us the same way he treats the commoners. It's so rare. I will stay in Lantian County to do business in the future. I won't go anywhere else. That's right, that's right. I can only hope that such good things will happen a few more times. It will. It will. It'll be best if Marquis can chase away all the hooligans in the market. Since Shopkeeper Lu had said so, and there were many shop owners in Lantian County supporting Shopkeeper Lu, the merchants from other places, although they were unwilling, they could not say anything. They could only silently retreat to the back of the crowd. As for the local merchants in Lantian County, they happily lined up in a long queue, preparing for the big red packet that Li Zixuan would give to all the merchants in the county. Of course, there were also many smart merchants from other places who stayed behind the queue. After the people in front had finished buying the celestial tea, they went up to ask for a higher price. In other words, after the local merchants in Lantian County bought the celestial tea, they did not have to waste time and effort to resell it in other counties. They could just sell it to the surrounding merchants and make a small profit. In this world, there was no easier way to earn money than this. However, there was no free lunch in this world. Gains and losses were often balanced. With gains, there must be losses. While the merchants in Lantian County were enjoying the big red packet banquet, they had unknowingly fallen into the gentle trap that Li Zixuan had set up. When they realized it, they could not bear to come out. They would rather stay in the trap and be tricked than come out. As Lantian County's Drunken Immortal Tower was selling large quantities of celestial tea, it led to many temporary tea houses in the county. The so-called temporary tea houses were in the original shops, temporarily separated into a small room, specially used to invite guests to drink tea. There was a tea house in the silk shop, a tea house in the porcelain shop, and even a coffin shop. They had actually set up a temporary tea house. As for the price of the celestial tea, the bosses with a little conscience would generally sell a cup of tea for more than 400 coins. As for the cruel bosses, they would directly raise the price of the celestial tea to about 500 to 600 coins. Because these people knew very well that although Drunken Immortal Tower sold a lot of celestial tea today, they certainly did not have the ability to sell so much in the short term. In other words, the market stock of celestial tea was so small. When the slightly lower priced celestial tea was sold out, the customers could only buy the high-priced celestial tea in their shop. It didn't matter if it was 400 coins per cup or 500 to 600 coins per cup. In any case, it was much more direct and practical than the Drunken Immortal Towers. Spend 10 strings of coins to get a cup of celestial tea activity. Moreover, celestial tea was a rare imperial tribute tea. Was 400 coins per cup really expensive? Last year, a plate of chicken in Drunken Immortal Tower cost 10 strings of coins. At least this price was completely affordable for those petty bourgeois families. Therefore, on the first day, nearly 1,000 diners tasted the legendary celestial tea. And for those who had tasted the celestial tea, none of them said it was good. Through word of mouth, the reputation of the celestial tea exploded, and a storm of celestial tea quickly swept through Lantian County. Diners from Chang'an City and the surrounding counties also came for the tea, just to taste a cup of celestial tea, because in the entire Tang dynasty, only Lantian County had the largest stock of celestial tea. Even Chang'an City was far from it. However, no matter how much stock there was, if there were only sales and no sales, the stock would be depleted sooner or later. 5 days. Only 5 days had passed. Under the crazy consumption of tens of thousands of diners in Chang'an City and the surrounding counties, the celestial tea stock of Lantian County's merchants was completely sold out in just 5 days. Those Lantian County merchants who were queuing up to receive the celestial tea had all earned a fortune. After consuming the celestial tea, they also went to Drunken Immortal Tower to look for shopkeeper Liu, wanting to buy more celestial tea. However, shopkeeper Liu had no stock at all, so naturally he couldn't take out any extra celestial tea. However, shopkeeper Liu promised them that when the next batch of celestial tea arrived, he would still give priority to the merchants of Lantian County. The merchants were naturally grateful to shopkeeper Liu and Li Zixuan. However, they didn't notice that after they left, shopkeeper Liu's lips curled into a sweet smile. Ooh! The next day, the constables of Lantian County were all dispatched, and at the most eye-catching places in Lantian County, as well as at the city gates, they posted a notice about the establishment of the Department of Commerce in Lantian County. From today onwards, all merchants, farmers, and craftsmen in Lantian County will be classified as commoners, and the government will treat them equally. Within Lantian County, there will only be commoners and scholars in the future. The children of merchants can also enter the county school and enroll in Yanhuang College. In order to allow the merchants to receive fair and just treatment, Lantian County's County Yamen followed the Yong and Marquis order and officially established the Department of Commerce today. The Department of Commerce specializes in handling disputes between merchants, and its goal is to protect the merchant's private and legal property from being infringed upon, creating a good business environment for the merchants of Lantian County. When any merchant's interests are threatened by others, they can report to the Department of Commerce in Lantian County, and the officials of the Department of Commerce will handle it impartially. In addition, the Department of Commerce will also be responsible for collecting business tax from the merchants. From next month onwards, Lantian County's business tax ratio will be changed from 1 out of 30 to 1 out of 6. All merchants in Lantian County must report their profits for the month to the Department of Commerce before the end of each month. From the total profits, 1 out of 6 will be used as business tax. In order to prevent merchants from underreporting or even evading taxes, the Department of Commerce will organize personnel at the beginning of each month to conduct a spot check on the accounts of the merchants in the county. Once found, they will be punished with 5 times the total amount of tax evaded or evaded, and will be listed as a target of focus. Any merchant who evades or evades taxes 3 times will be directly expelled from Lantian County, and will never be allowed to return to Lantian County to open a shop. Hiss! After the merchants in Lantian County finished reading the county yaman's announcement, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Then, the merchants could not help but discuss among themselves. What? The business tax ratio has been changed to 1 out of 6? Such a heavy business tax is extremely rare, even if you flip through the history books. Why is county magistrate he so ruthless towards us merchants? Yeah, when I saw the beginning, I thought that the county yaman was thinking for us merchants, but when I saw the end, I realized that the county yaman wants to suck our blood. Isn't that so? 1 out of 6 of the total profits for the month is business tax. How are we going to live? You can't say that, right? At least in Lantian County, the status of us merchants has become higher, and our sons can even go to the county school. You have to know that in this county school, there will occasionally be teachers from Yanhuang College who come to give lectures. We can't get this kind of opportunity in other counties even if we beg for it. Aye, that's right. But this 1 out of 6 business tax ratio is still too heavy. In my opinion, it's not heavy. Didn't you see the announcement that as long as someone endangers our interests, we can report to the Department of Commerce, and the officials of the Department of Commerce will deal with it impartially? Just based on this point, it's much better than other places. In the future, if someone comes to the shops to cause trouble or collect protection fees, we can directly go to the officials of the Department of Commerce for help. This way, our monthly expenses might be less than before. That's right. That's indeed the case. I just don't know if the Department of Commerce is willing to completely clean up those ruffians in the market square. Oh, Chapter 1409. The establishment of the Department of Commerce caused a huge uproar in Lantian County. The merchants were all discussing about the new business tax ratio. Most of them were against it. After all, it used to be 1 out of 30, but now it was 1 out of 6. This was a 5 times increase. The merchants found it hard to accept at that moment. But there were also a small number of merchants who agreed. The main reason was that when the government increased the business tax ratio, it also raised the social status of the merchants. Spending money to buy recognition was a good deal in the eyes of the far-sighted merchants. Other things aside, just the preferential policy of allowing the children of merchants to study in the county schools was enough to offset the increase in business tax. Whether it was modern or ancient times, which parent didn't want their children to succeed? Studying was a very good way to stand out. But ever since the rise of the social hierarchy, merchants had always been looked down upon. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the children of merchants were not allowed to enter government schools or take part in the imperial examinations. This completely blocked the future of the children of merchants. Today, Lantian County treated merchants as commoners on equal footing with farmers. Furthermore, they allowed the children of merchants to study in the county school. This county school was rebuilt by Li Zishuan after he took over Lantian County, spending a lot of manpower and resources. The curriculum within was infinitely close to the engineering taught by Yanhuang Academy. In other words, students in the county school had a higher chance of enrolling in Yanhuang Academy in the future than students outside. This was undoubtedly a fatal temptation to those merchants who wanted their children to succeed. Apart from that, if it was only in terms of monetary gains and losses, Although the new business tax law required the merchants to pay more business tax, but the government was willing to protect the legal property of the merchants. This meant that in the future, if they encountered a situation where the local ruffians demanded protection fees, the merchants could request the Department of Commerce to step in and deal with it. In this way, the monthly expenses of the merchants in Lantian County did not increase. Instead, it might decrease. It was equivalent to handing over the protection fees to the Department of Commerce, the official organization that managed the merchants. But many people were doubtful of the government's determination to deal with the local ruffians. This was the reason why most of the merchants were unwilling to support the new business tax law. The strange thing was, the government seemed to know what the merchants were thinking. That afternoon, a large group of Lantian County Yamen bailiffs, led by over 10 personal guards of the Marquis of Eternal Peace's Marquis household, left the county Yamen and headed straight for Taikong Market in the southwest of the county. The fuse was that a merchant in the market had reported to the authorities that he had encountered a local ruffian named Lai San, who had come to extort protection fees. At the same time, the 4 city gates of Lantian County were all closed. Only people were allowed to enter and not leave. Combined with the actions of the county Yamen constables, the answer was obvious. As the saying goes, justice has a long arm but nothing escapes. Under Li Zishuan's instructions, county magistrate he finally gave the order that all the dark evil forces in Lantian County would be wiped out today. As for the closing of the 4 city gates, it was just to catch a turtle in a jar and prevent those ruffians from escaping the city. General Liu, this son, has already investigated Lai San's background. He is a subordinate of Jin Wanbiao from Taikong Market. This Jin Wanbiao used to be a government soldier in his early years, and is good at using knives and sticks. He is a ruthless character and has over 50 ruffians working for him. They call themselves the Golden Stone Gang. In the past, the Golden Stone Gang relied on helping merchants from other places to make a living. But ever since the number of merchants in Lantian County increased, Jin Wanbiao had his eyes on this fat piece of meat in the city. Every month, he would send people to collect protection fees from all the merchants on the south street of the market. If anyone didn't pay, he would cause trouble every few days and make it impossible for them to do business. If a merchant reported to the authorities, his revenge would be even more vicious. If it was light, he would beat them up. If it was heavy, he would send people to burn down their shops. A few months ago, a cloth shop in the market caught fire, and it was done by Jin Wanbiao's subordinates. Constable Sun Qing of the Lantian County government walked beside Lu Feng. As they walked, he carefully reported to Lu Feng about the power behind Lai San. Ever since he knew that Li Zishuan planned to recruit 3 more teams of Yamen runners and deal a heavy blow to the public security and business environment of Lantian County, Constable Sun began to seriously investigate the source of the disaster in the market. He had been waiting for this day. This kind of villains who use their strength to commit crimes and bully the weak do not deserve to be called a government soldier of the Tang Empire. After listening to Sun Qing's report, Lu Feng couldn't help but snort coldly. He then asked doubtfully, "This Jin Wanbiao has been committing crimes for so long. Could it be that county magistrate he can't do anything to him?" Constable Sun smiled bitterly. "General Liu, you don't know. Jin Wanbiao's subordinates are very stubborn. Even if they were caught by us, they would never admit that they were ordered by Jin Wanbiao. Moreover, Jin Wanbiao himself is very cunning. When he does something bad, he will not leave any evidence behind. Without evidence, the county government can't just casually arrest people. This is because it's said that one of Jin Wanbiao's good brothers is a lieutenant of the left guard. What's there to be afraid of a mere lieutenant of the left guard?" Lu Feng glared with disdain. After all, he was a commander of the Imperial Guards. The Imperial Guards were the personal guards of the Emperor. They had their own pride. Naturally, he wouldn't care about a lieutenant of the left guard. After a pause, Lu Feng continued. "Before we came, Marquis told me that as long as there is no evidence, we can directly arrest people who have caused trouble in Lantian County. After we return, we can slowly interrogate them. We must return Lantian County a clear sea banquet and a bright world. If there are any criminals who dare to resist, kill them all." "Yes, sir." As soon as he finished speaking, the dozen or so personal guards of the Marquis residence who followed Lu Feng all loudly acknowledged the order. At this moment, Constable's son could clearly feel that the surrounding air had become much colder. Murderous aura. This was a murderous aura. Constable's son and the others had been constables in the Yamen for more than 10 years. Although they had seen dead people, when it came to killing people they hadn't experienced it that many times. Naturally, they were far inferior to Lu Feng and the other imperial guards who had walked out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Boss. Boss. Not good. The people from the county government are coming here to kill us. At Taikong Square in the southwest of Lantian County, a hooligan hurriedly ran into a large courtyard and anxiously reported to the scar-faced man who was hugging a beautiful concubine and enjoying the shade under a tree. What? When the scar-faced man heard this, he pushed away the beautiful concubine in his arms and stood up with a whoosh. He looked at the hooligan and said, "You're saying that the constables from the county government are coming here? Which blind dog complained about us to the county yamen? Find out who it is and burn his shop." This scar-faced man was Jin Wanbiao. Back then, he had also been a government soldier and fought in wars. However, because of a leg injury, he had retired from the military camp. First, his life was rather poor. Later on, he realized that with his ferocious looks and decent martial arts skills, he could earn quite a bit of money by helping some merchants escort goods. Thus, he gathered a few fighters who knew a little about martial arts and started this business together. This was a bit like the escort agencies of the later generations. However, human greed could never be satisfied. Jin Wanbiao later realized that this business was still too slow to make money. Thus, he started a business of collecting protection fees from merchants. In his opinion, this business was actually no different from helping others escort goods in the past. It was all about the merchants spending money to ensure their safety. A few months ago, Lantian County held a football league tournament. Various shops opened like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Lantian County became the most prosperous county in the surrounding counties of Chang'an City. Jin Wanbiao saw a business opportunity in this and brought a group of underlings to enter Lantian County and started collecting protection fees. Relying on his ruthless way of doing things, he quickly earned a lot of money. His place of residence was also changed from the original dilapidated courtyard to the current luxurious courtyard. Moreover, he was able to have a beautiful wife by his side to serve him, which made Jin Wanbiao feel that he had walked to the peak of life. However, he didn't know that this pinnacle of life was actually the end of the road. The hooligan's face was bitter as he said, "Boss, it's not just the constables from the county government. I saw that constable's son had more than 10 martial arts experts by his side. Looking at their armor, they seem to be the Hofu's personal guards." The Hofu's personal guards. Jin Wanbiao's face instantly turned ghastly pale. Although he had some martial arts skills, this little bit of skill was enough to bully ordinary people, but it was completely insufficient to deal with the personal guards of the Marquis's household. After all, he also knew that among the Hofu's personal guards, many were from the Imperial Guards. Jin Wanbiao wasn't arrogant enough to go against the Imperial Guards. "Retreat! Retreat quickly!" Jin Wanbiao's expression changed. He instantly made a decision in his heart. He hurriedly ran into the house and hugged all his assets, a box of Tang Yuan, in his arms and prepared to escape through the door. Speaking of which, he had to thank Li Zishuan for introducing Tang Yuan back then to replace copper coins. Otherwise, with his current wealth, if it were to be converted into copper coins, 10 carriages wouldn't be able to carry them all. If it were to be converted into gold, it would probably be enough for him to carry. It was absolutely impossible for him to escape with the money in a short period of time. "Ha! Our great gang leader Jin, where are you planning to go?" Coincidentally, just as Jin Wanbiao was planning to escape, Lu Feng let Constable's son and the others in breaking down the door. Seeing Jin Wanbiao hugging a red sandalwood box, Lu Feng said with a hint of mockery. When Lu Feng entered Taikong Square, he discovered a wretched man who immediately ran towards this yard upon seeing them. He guessed that the man might be reporting to Jin Wanbiao, so he hurriedly ordered them to speed up. That was how they managed to arrive before Jin Wanbiao escaped. "Surround them all. Don't even let a fly escape." Constable's son waved his hand at the Yamen runners behind him and shouted loudly. Currently, the number of Yamen runners in the county Yamen had increased to 180 people. Compared to the previous 50 people, it had more than tripled. This time he brought more than 100 people with him. In addition to the Imperial Guard experts that Lu Feng brought along to hold the line, Constable Sun finally had the confidence to face off against Jin Wanbiao and the others today. General Constable Sun, what's the meaning of this? I've always abided by the law and have never done anything evil. Why did you bring so many people here? In the blink of an eye, all the members of the Golden Stone Gang in the courtyard were surrounded by bailiffs with weapons in their hands. Jin Wanbiao couldn't help but turn pale. He stiffened his neck and forced himself to look at Constable Sun and Lu Feng as he spoke. Lu Feng didn't care about a small fry like Jin Wanbiao at all. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Jin Wanbiao. He directly said coldly, Golden Stone Gang members are suspected of disrupting the law and order of Lantian County and extorting protection fees from merchants. Arrest all of them and escort them back to the county yamen for trial. Anyone who resists will be punished. Killed. Not killed. The words kill without mercy came out of Lu Feng's mouth. It was especially imposing, and also especially cold and threatening. The hooligans in the yard were all people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They had never seen a proper soldier like Lu Feng, who exuded a murderous aura. When they felt the air suddenly turn cold, the Golden Stone Gang members were so scared that they wet their pants. Those who had weapons in their hands quickly put them down. Those who didn't have weapons quickly raised their hands and knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. When Jin Wanbiao saw how cowardly his subordinates were, he couldn't help but burn with anger. However, he knew that now wasn't the time to lose his temper. He looked at Lu Feng and asked, General, the Golden Stone Gang members have always abided by the law. Even if there are a few people who have broken the law, the general should just arrest them. Why do you want to arrest all of us? You want to arrest all of us without any evidence. You're doing something wrong. You're doing something wrong. Even though everyone knew that this was a very serious situation, when they heard Jin Wanbiao's words, they still couldn't help but want to laugh. Big brother, you're the leader of the hooligans, the boss of the gang. How can you say something so stupid? At that moment, Jin Wanbiao realized that he had said something that he shouldn't have in a moment of anger. His face instantly turned as red as a monkey's butt. Lu Feng tried hard to hold back his laughter. With a straight face he snorted coldly and said, I don't need any evidence to arrest you. If you don't agree, you can go to the county jail and let the county magistrate decide. Now either you come with me or you die. You have no choice. Domineering. Only now did Jin Wanbiao realize that there was someone who was even more domineering and unreasonable than him. When a bully met someone who was even more domineering than him, the feeling was simply too bitter. General, please calm down. I'll go back with you. Jin Wanbiao gritted his teeth. He struggled in his heart. Several times he wanted to directly resist, but in the end, his rationality prevailed over his impulse. This was because he knew very well that in this situation, if he stubbornly resisted, it would be no different than courting death. He might as well go back with them to the county office. After all, the crimes he had committed were not enough to warrant the death penalty. Tie them all up and take them away. Lu Feng snorted coldly. He released his hand from the hilt of his saber and gave Jin Wanbiao a look that said, At least you know your place. Yes, General Lu. A group of yamen runners quickly took out the ropes that they had prepared and began to tie up the Golden Stone Gang members. Constable Sun, who's the next target? After arranging for more than 30 yamen runners to escort the Golden Stone Gang members back to the county office, Lu Feng looked at Sun Qing and asked calmly, General Lu, the next target is the Vast Sea Gang. Their gang leader is called Xiao Heishan. He's in charge of collecting protection fees for the shops on North Street. Let's go. To the Vast Sea Gang. Chapter 14:10. Hey, have you heard? The Jinshi gang in the southwest of the county was wiped out by the county government's bailiffs yesterday afternoon. What? Has Jin Wanbiao been caught? Caught. I heard that all 58 members of the Jinshi gang have been locked up in the county government's prison. That's great. The Jinshi gang has done all kinds of bad things. Jin Wanbiao is even more brutal. Who knows how many merchants have been blackmailed by him? They should have been locked up long ago. Do you think that county magistrate he didn't want to catch Jin Wanbiao before? Isn't there no evidence then? What? There's evidence now? Hey, it's different this time. The one leading the team this time isn't Constable Sun from the county government. It's the Hofu's personal guards. Even if Jin Wanbiao had 10 times the guts, he wouldn't dare to say anything. Whoa, looks like Marquis can't stand these bullies anymore. Isn't that so? I heard that the Songhai gang in the north of the county was wiped out yesterday afternoon. Although their gang leader, Xiao Haitian, isn't as despicable as Jin Wanbiao, he still collected protection fees from many merchants. It's not just that. Other than these two gangs, many of the hooligans in the county were locked up yesterday afternoon. I have a nephew who works in the county government. I heard from him that the county government's prison cells are overcrowded. Officer who is in charge of these prisoners, didn't sleep a wink last night. Whoa, that's too exaggerated. Looks like Marquis really did make a move. Otherwise, no one would have such powerful means to capture all the hooligans in Lantian County in one fell swoop. No wonder yesterday afternoon, the 4 city gates of Lantian County were suddenly closed. Marquis wanted to get rid of these malignant tumors in the county. Now that these hooligans are gone, it feels like the security in the county is much better. Did you notice that there are a few more teams of bailiffs patrolling the streets today? I don't know if they're just patrolling for the past few days or they'll be patrolling in the future. If it's the latter, then there won't be any more hooligans extorting protection fees from merchants. Haha, what did I say yesterday? The establishment of the Department of Commerce by the county government is definitely a good thing for us merchants. Although they had to pay more business tax than before, without bullies like Jin Wanbiao and Hai Xiaotian extorting protection fees, the money saved was enough to pay the business tax. What's more, the merchants of Lantian County, other than being able to obtain priority supplies from the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, their children can also attend the county school. All in all, this is definitely a good thing. That's right. If he were to do business in other counties, he would also be blackmailed by bullies like Jin Wanbiao. His monthly expenses might not even be less than the expenses of running a shop in Lantian County. That's why I support the Department of Commerce from the bottom of my heart. Just based on the fact that the Marquis has dealt with the bullies in the city in one fell swoop and helped us vent our anger, Jin Fuguwei, we'll support the Marquis no matter what. Yes. We must support Marquis. The next day, the citizens of Lantian County who had woken up early could not help but gather in groups of 3 to 5 to discuss. The focus of the discussion was naturally the heavenly net operation in Lantian County yesterday. The merchants who were previously unhappy with the Department of Commerce and the new business tax law all changed their attitudes and began to praise the Department of Commerce. Quick, go take a look. The county government has put up a new notice. Coincidentally, at this moment, someone ran over and shouted, "You're too late." A new notice? It must have something to do with Jin Wanbiao and those bullies. Let's go take a look. No one knew who shouted, but immediately, the merchants and citizens gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and walked quickly towards the county government. In front of the county government's notice board, there were already 20 to 30 citizens gathered. A scholar read as he read, "Members of the Golden Stone Gang and Vast Ocean Gang have been extorting merchants in the city for the past few months, demanding protection fees, and committing crimes such as assault and arson. After the county government's trial, the criminals confessed to their crimes. The county magistrate has decided to send these human traffickers to the mines to serve 3 years of their sentence. The leaders of the 2 gangs will be exiled to Jingzhou. From today onwards, if anyone dares to extort merchants again, the county government will punish them severely. In order to maintain the public order of the city square, there will be bailiffs patrolling the city square every day. At the same time, the patrols in the city will be strengthened. We must ensure that the merchants have a good business environment, and that the citizens have a stable living environment." If one looked closely at the relevant laws of the Tang and Song dynasties, they would find that the longest prison term in these 2 dynasties did not exceed 3 years. In other words, criminals would only be sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment or less. Most criminals would only be sentenced to 2 years of imprisonment or less. The laws of the Tang and Song dynasties use 3 years as the upper limit of the prison term. There were 5 levels of punishment from 1 to 3 years. The reason why there were no longer prison terms was mainly because the population in ancient times was not as large as in modern times. Human resources were also not as worthless as in modern times. In this era, every person was a very precious labor force that was used to develop production and farming. Once criminals were detained for a long period of time, it would have a huge impact on the production of the entire society. Moreover, the prison term in this era could not only be used to lock the criminals in prison. These criminals would also have to complete a high degree of forced labor in addition to being detained. This method was roughly similar to the prison term and reformed through labor in modern times. Therefore, the punishment given to the hooligans that were arrested yesterday was still very heavy. Great! This is great. In the future, no one in the city square will dare to collect protection fees. Marquis is really considerate of us merchants. This Department of Commerce is built well. That's right, that's right. In the future, we can be at ease and do business in a down-to-earth manner. Although the tax is too much, this old man is willing to pay. No. This old man also wants to buy a shop in Lantian County. Who has a shop and wants to sell it? The price is negotiable. After seeing the notice at the entrance of the county office, the citizens and merchants finally saw the determination of the county office to restore order in Lantian County. The merchants all heaved a sigh of relief and were even more elated. Isn't that Boss Chow from Chang'an City? Why did he bring so many cars with him? What's in those cars? Why don't we go and ask? Boss Chow is still very easy to talk to. While the crowd was discussing, they caught a glimpse of a carriage coming from the west side of the county office. The person in the lead was Chang'an City's #1 cloth merchant, Chow Wendong. Seeing Chow Wendong bring so many carriages to Lantian County, the citizens at the entrance of the county office could not help but discuss. Naturally, there were bold busybodies who came forward to ask, "Boss Chow, what are you going to do with such a large group of people?" Chow Wendong did not put on airs as he chuckled and said, "Yesterday, I heard that Lantian County has established a Department of Commerce that treats merchants, citizens, and craftsmen equally. Furthermore, the children of merchants can attend the county school. This made me very excited, because with the Department of Commerce, we merchants will no longer be looked down upon and bullied. Hence, after thinking about it, I decided to completely move my family to Lantian County. Anyway, there are a few shops in this city that I can use to let my son enter the county school." Last year, before Yanhuang College was established, Chow Wendong had repeatedly sought out Li Zishuan, wanting the latter to establish a chamber of commerce and help merchants raise their social status. At that time, Li Zishuan rejected his request due to personal reasons. Later, Li Zishuan established the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. Although Chow Wendong joined the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce, the status of merchants in society did not change. No matter where they were, merchants were lowly citizens who were despised by others. Now Li Zishuan planned to establish a Department of Commerce in Lantian County, specifically to protect the status and interests of merchants in society. Furthermore, it was clear that there was no difference between the status and social status of merchants and citizens. After receiving the news, Chow Wendong was overjoyed. He quickly packed up and moved his family to Lantian County. After all, it could be said that Lantian County was the only, and possibly the last, pure land for merchants in Tang Dynasty. Only here could the merchants obtain fair and just social treatment and social status. Furthermore, they could obtain the opportunity to enter the county school. In Chow Wendong's opinion, these two things were good things that couldn't be exchanged with money. "What? Boss Chow? You want to move to Lantian County?" After hearing Chow Wendong's words, the merchants could not help but exclaim. Chow Wendong smiled faintly and said, "Why? Don't I look like it? This old man has already bought a mansion in Lantian County, in Yong'an Lane. When the time comes, I can even become Marquis's close neighbor." "But Boss Chow, what about your cloth shop in Chang'an City?" At this moment someone asked again. Chow Wendong did not care and said, "Then just treat it as a branch. In the future, the Chow family's shop in Lantian County will be the main shop." When everyone heard this, they instantly looked at each other. In their hearts, they naturally categorized Chow Wendong as the rich and willful type of person. After all, although the commercial scale of Lantian County today was many times larger than before, Compared to Chang'an City, Lantian County was still far behind. Now that Chao Wendong was willing to treat the shop in Chang'an City as a branch and move his entire family to Lantian County, he was really rich and willful. Now that most of the local ruffians in the city have been arrested, the Department of Commerce will officially begin to carry out its tasks. However, we must always pay attention to the public security in the city to prevent evil forces like Jin Wanbiao from reviving. After all, it was not easy to stabilize Lantian County. Once it becomes chaotic again, it will be really difficult to govern. At the back office of Lantian County, Li Zixuan said to the officials in the county office. Yesterday, it was indeed Li Zixuan's idea to let Lu Feng take the lead to help the county office arrest the ruffians. Although he did not manage to arrest all of the local ruffians in the city, the majority of them that he caught could at least have a deterrent effect. Those who escaped the net would not dare to cause trouble in the city anymore. Of course, the reason why he chose to rectify the public security in Lantian County at this time, other than to establish prestige for the Department of Commerce and let more merchants believe in the Department of Commerce, Li Zixuan also had a small selfish motive. That was, his family had now all moved to the Ho's mansion in Yong'an Lane, including Lan'er and Han Yushi. They had all moved over 2 days ago. Li Zixuan did not want those local ruffians in the city to affect his family. Although the people in the Ho's mansion would usually have attendants or guards when they went out, who could guarantee that they would have guards with them every time they went out? What if there were no guards and they met some ruffians who did not know their place? How bad would that be? Therefore, instead of being on guard all day and night, it was better to directly wipe out all the major evil forces in the city. This way, those small fries that had escaped the net would be quiet for a very, very long time, and would not have the chance to continue doing evil. This official will remember Marquis's teachings. County magistrate, he cupped his hands towards Li Zixuan and replied. Li Zixuan nodded and asked again. How is the construction of the canal in the county going? How is the installation of the water wheel going? It was almost the middle of May. Looking at the weather that was getting hotter by the day, it was impossible for Li Zixuan not to be anxious. County magistrate, he cupped his hands excitedly and replied. Marquis, under the joint efforts of the county's citizens, the construction of the cement canal in our county is nearing completion. As for the installation of the water wheels at the various key points, there are less than 5 water wheels that have not been installed yet. It is estimated that by the day after tomorrow, the reservoir can be opened and the water can be checked to see if our canal and water wheels can operate normally. So fast? Li Zixuan raised his eyebrows and was very surprised. Counting the days, it had only been 10 days. A county cement canal was almost completed? This construction speed would make countless people in the modern era blush with shame. County magistrate, he smiled and said, Marquis, you may not know, but after the citizens of Lantian County knew that you had built a water wheel that could automatically move water, their enthusiasm for the canal construction immediately rose. Men, women, old and young regardless of age, all joined in the construction of the canal. Even if they did not receive wages, those people were still willing to help with the canal construction. In addition, in order to rush the work, some villages even adopted a 2-shift system of working during the day and at night. It was because of the villagers of the various villages that the construction progress was so fast. The current situation was all thanks to the news on Datong Daily, a few days ago. It had completely encouraged the citizens to build the canal. Compared to the number of people reported to the county government, the number of people building the canal was 3 times more than before. With so much enthusiasm and so many people accumulating strength to make the choice, Li Zixuan smiled with satisfaction and said, Good. Very good. Once the canal is completed, immediately send someone to inform me. Time waits for no one. Our county needs to start watering the land as soon as possible. This official obeys. Librarian Hu, Constable's son, County Deputy Meng, County Magistrate Wang, and Registrar Zhang all bowed and replied. Chapter 14:11. Young Master. This is the thin-walled glass bottle that you wanted. In the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion, Uncle Fu brought over a glass bottle that was spherical at the bottom and cylindrical at the top. The top part of the glass bottle was engraved with threads, which matched with an iron screw cap. When the cap was tight, it could ensure that the air outside the bottle would not enter the bottle. This was the main body of the light bulb that Li Zixuan wanted. Very good. Faubert. Thank you for your hard work. Li Zixuan took the spherical glass bottle and looked it up and down, then smiled at Faubert. Hee. It's a piece of cake, no trouble at all. Faubert smiled faintly. Speaking of which, the glass manufacturing technology in the workshop had matured, and they could manufacture glass of all shapes and sizes. After hesitating for a moment, Faubert asked, I wonder what you intend to do with this glass bottle? Faubert was convinced by Li Zixuan's various strange ideas. Today, Li Zixuan suddenly took out a blueprint and asked him to help him make such a strange glass bottle. Faubert guessed that Li Zixuan must be up to something new. Sure enough, Li Zixuan smiled and said, Faubert, I intend to use this bottle to make a lamp that doesn't need oil or wax. It uses electricity to light it up, so I call it an electric lamp. That's right, Li Zixuan came over today to make an electric lamp. More than 10 days ago, he had promised Mo Huai that when the Ba River Dam in Lantian County was opened, he would make an electric appliance to check if the generator was generating electricity properly, and if the transformer was converting voltage properly. Now that all the canal construction and water wheel installation work in Lantian County had come to an end, he could not go back on his word. So, after leaving the county office, he went straight to the workshop to make an electric lamp. Electric lamp? Wow! Yamacho, you're finally going to make an electric lamp? At this moment, Mo Lingwei happened to pass by the corridor. After hearing Li Zixuan's words, she could not help but push the door open and enter, her face full of surprise. Unlike the old Faubert, Mo Lingwei, who was familiar with physics textbooks, naturally knew what the electric lamp that Li Zixuan mentioned was. Because she knew, she was so excited. Li Zixuan looked at Mo Lingwei, who had broken in the door, and was speechless. He thought to himself, this girl is always so energetic. He did not know when she would become more ladylike. I'm going to make an electric lamp, what? Ink Girl is interested in this electric lamp? After a pause, Li Zixuan said, Yes. Interested. Of course I'm interested. Previously, I heard from my dad that Yamacho, you were going to make an electric appliance when the generator was running. At that time, I guessed that Yamacho, you were definitely going to make an electric lamp. Mo Lingwei nodded excitedly, secretly congratulating herself for her good luck today. She did not miss such a good show. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Since Ink Girl is interested, stay and help me. Where are you? At this moment, Yin Xiaoning's shout came from the corridor outside the house. Now that the work at the hydropower station had basically come to an end, the burden on Yin Xiaoning's body had become much lighter. Only then could he have time to wander around, and have time to be intimate with Mo Lingwei. Mo Lingwei could not help but frown when she heard Yin Xiaoning's shout from outside. She snorted a little angrily and did not answer. It seemed that this girl was probably angry with Yin Xiaoning. Faubert was old and experienced. How could he not tell that this young couple was quarreling? He shook his head and smiled and said, Young master, there are still some things to do at the steel mill. If there's nothing here, I'll go over. After saying that, he gave Li Zixuan an imperceptible look. Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat and he quickly replied, Oh, Faubert, if you have something to do, go ahead. But don't tire yourself out. Faubert nodded and pushed the door open. Ink Girl, Xiaoning is calling you. Why didn't you answer? After Faubert left, Li Zixuan looked at Mo Lingwei and asked with a smile. That block of wood, whoever wants to talk to him can talk to him. I'm not going to talk to him. Mo Lingwei lifted her chin and snorted with her nose. She said in a bad mood. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was suddenly pushed open. Yin Xiaoning ran in and went straight to Mo Lingwei. He held the latter's hand and said, Wei, I'm wrong. Can you forgive me? Don't ignore me. Li Zixuan hurriedly turned around. See no evil. In order to prevent these two from taking a step further and doing something out of line, he quickly coughed twice to indicate his presence. Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes at Pang Feiji and quickly pulled her hands back. She took 2 steps back and said, Why are you still looking for me? I don't want to see you again. Go away. Oh right, how did you know that I'm here? How did he know? Faubert must have told him just now. Li Zixuan couldn't help but curse in his heart. It was said that a woman in love had a negative IQ. If it was in the past, Mo Lingwei would definitely not ask such a stupid question. Faubert used to be the manager of the Yin family's workshop. Needless to say, he had a good relationship with Yin Xiaoning. When he saw Mo Lingwei and Yin Xiaoning quarreling, Faubert couldn't just sit back and do nothing. He said that he had something to do just now, but in fact, he wanted to secretly inform Yin Xiaoning. Needless to say, Faubert had also learned bad things. Wei, I said something wrong yesterday. I know that I'm wrong. Can you forgive me? Yin Xiaoning took 2 steps forward and said to Mo Lingwei bitterly. Humph. Don't you understand what I said? I don't want to see you again. Go away. Mo Lingwei's face was cold and she was still unmoved. Cough cough. Ink girl, you guys continue. I'll go next door and be the third wheel. As the saying goes, beating is a sign of affection and scolding is a sign of love. Although Mo Lingwei's words meant to keep Mo Lingwei at arm's length, Li Zixuan was an experienced person. How could he not understand that Mo Lingwei was actually full of affection for Yin Xiaoning? Li Zixuan didn't want to stay here and be the third wheel, so he could only go next door and be the third wheel in the laboratory. Ah, Yamacho. I'll go too. Mo Lingwei heard and quickly chased after him. I'll go too. Where Xiaoxian wait for me? Yin Xiaoning saw and chased after them. Li Zixuan, who was outside the room, couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He was speechless. He thought to himself, aren't these 2 clowns here to cause trouble for me? Xiaoning, Ink girl, I can be the third wheel alone. You 2 don't need to come over and help. Just continue bickering. Li Zixuan turned around and looked at the group of lovebirds. He spread his hands and said helplessly. Who's bickering with him? I don't even know him. Mo Lingwei pouted and said angrily. Yin Xiaoning quickly said, Xiaoxian, what are you talking about? Who's bickering? I'm on good terms with Wei. Where I heard that there's an opera troupe in the county. Shall we go and take a look later? The son of the Minister of Works, a straightforward and ruthless technical geek, had now become a little bootlicker. It was really hard to fathom the fate of the world. Li Zixuan shook his head and walked towards the laboratory. He couldn't be bothered with these 2 anymore. I'm not going. If you want to go, go by yourself. Yamacho, wait for me. Xiaoning, go and make 2 holes in this bottle cap. I've already drawn the positions of the holes. As for the size of the holes, you can just use the thickness of this screw. In the laboratory, Li Zixuan passed the cap of the previous glass bottle and a slender screw rod to Yin Xiaoning and instructed him. The workshop didn't have any lathes now, so the screw had to be polished manually. However, since the dam had been built, Li Zixuan might be able to try making all kinds of hydraulic lathes. As for electric lathes, it would probably be a long way to go. Oh, no problem. I'll get it done right away. Yin Xiaoning took the bottle cap and screw and replied. Before he left, he turned to Mo Lingwei and said, Where? I'm going to the workshop in the front yard. I'll be back in a while. Okay. Mo Lingwei replied softly and didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, the 2 of them had the same hobby. They both liked to tinker with new things. Once they entered the working state, they would forget about other things. Therefore, Li Zixuan brought them here to be third wheels. In another way, it could be said that he was helping Yin Xiaoning. Ink girl, please cut a small section of this candle. It should be as thin as a pencil and as long as the joint of a pinky finger. Li Zixuan took out a candle and a small knife and handed it over. Okay. Yamacho. Mo Lingwei didn't understand why Li Zixuan wanted to cut a candle, but she was smart enough not to ask. After all, the answer would come out in no time. At this time, Li Zixuan wrapped the middle section of the 2 screw rods with a thin rubber ring. After that, he used a pair of tweezers to hold the screw rods and roasted them over the flame of an alcohol lamp. The rubber ring softened quickly and stuck tightly to the middle section of the screw rods. After that, he took out a piece of charred bamboo wire and carefully fixed the 2 ends of the bamboo wire to the lower end of the screw rods with 2 nuts. At the same time, he bent the bamboo wire into a beautiful arc. At this time, Yin Xiaoning came back from outside. Xiaoxian, here, the bottle cap is done. Do you think it's okay? Yin Xiaoning handed over the bottle cap and screw rods and said. Li Zixuan took it and looked at it seriously. He nodded and praised. Okay. Not bad. The thickness is just right. Looks like Xiaoning's skills haven't fallen behind. Yan Xiaoning said proudly. Of course. In this workshop, other than Faubert and you, my skills are definitely the best. TSK. You're boasting shamelessly again. Why don't we have a competition later? Mo Lingwei rolled her eyes and attacked him mercilessly. She could temporarily put aside the conflict between them, but it didn't mean that she could tolerate Yan Xiaoning's boasting. Yan Xiaoning immediately became listless. He quickly remedied and said, Haha, I was wrong just now. I should say that other than Faubert, Xiaoxian, and you, where my skills are the best in the workshop. Mo Lingwei snorted. Then she handed the peeled candle in her hand to Li Zixuan and said, Yamacho, this is the small candle you wanted. Do you think the size is okay? Li Zixuan took it and smiled. Okay, it's perfect. Thank you, Ink Girl. Mo Lingwei glanced at Yan Xiaoning proudly and said, Did you hear that? It's not bad and it's perfect. Do you know the difference in your heart? She wanted to say, Do you know the difference in your heart? But then she felt that it would be rude to say that, so she removed the word. Ever since Li Zixuan told Cheng Chumo on Arbor Day in March that he would like to plant a tree in your heart on Arbor Day next year, and the name of that tree would be the Force Tree. This phrase became popular in Yanhuang College. Sometimes even the teachers in the college would say, Do you know the difference in your heart? When Li Zixuan found out about this, he felt very helpless. Cheng Chumo was even more unlucky. He was often teased by people with this phrase. God knows how many people in the college had planted a tree in his heart. When Yao Jin heard about this, she was depressed. She even called Cheng Chumo to the backyard and asked him why so many people wanted to plant a tree in his heart. This made Cheng Chumo feel very awkward. He wished he could give Li Zixuan a good beating. However, he had to be able to beat Li Zixuan first. I know the difference in my heart. I know the difference in my heart. Yan Xiaoning quickly said when he saw Mo Lingwei looking at him. Li Zixuan sighed. All right. Now everything is ready. The lights will be ready soon. Hearing this, Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning stopped bickering and turned their attention to Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan put the screw that was connected to the carbonized bamboo wire through the 2 round holes on the bottle cap. Then he got some rubber, melted it, and stuck it in the tiny gap between the hole of the bottle cap and the screw. This ensured that the bottle cap would remain sealed after it was placed on the glass bottle and would not leak any air. After doing all this, he lit the candle and dropped a few drops of melted wax on the bottle cap. Then, he pressed the candle against the few drops of wax to fix it. Then, he held the bottle cap in one hand and the glass bottle in the other. He quickly turned the bottle cap upside down and tightened it. The oxygen in the air in the bottle was quickly depleted. The burning candle was extinguished as well. This proved that there was no more oxygen in the bottle. Modern light bulbs were filled with inert gas, such as nitrogen, to prevent the filament from oxidizing. Li Zixuan didn't have the conditions to fill it with nitrogen, nor did he have the conditions to empty the air in the light bulb. Therefore, he came up with this simple and convenient method to remove the oxygen in the light bulb. The effect wasn't much different. Yamacho, I understand now. You're doing this to remove the oxygen in order to prevent the carbonized bamboo wire from burning due to the high temperature after it's electrified, right? Mo Lingwei was quick-witted. After seeing Li Zixuan's actions, she thought for a while and understood the key point. She couldn't help but be excited. Hee. Ink Girl's intelligence is outstanding. It's admirable. After the carbonized bamboo wire is electrified, it will indeed emit light and heat. I've experimented with this before. However, when the carbonized bamboo wire is electrified in the air, it will quickly burn out. So, let's see if it can continue to emit light for a long time without oxygen. Xiaoning, bring some batteries over. We'll test it immediately. Ooh,